have a measure of agency over a society, or are we in a society that's run by Elon Musk and billionaires? Right? Do we, as the ordinary American people, have some capacity to create the country that we want, or is that going to be left to people who are already wealthy and already powerful? That's the fundamental question, and I think that broadens our sense of crisis. Like even when Donald Trump goes, and even if Democrats come in to government next time around, we will still be living in a society that is deeply economically unequal in a way that's going to undermine and threaten democracy. Elon Musk is a perfect example of this. Wealthiest man in the world donates $260 million to a campaign, is awarded with a post in government where he does whatever he wants and reworks the executive branch, right? We're on the way to having our first trillionaires in this country. We can leave this point of immediate crisis and find ourselves in a world where democracy or the democratic ideal is still fundamentally threatened. And people need to feel that in order to believe in the need for deep reform.
Where are we in the course of, or where should we be, or what do you perceive where we should be in the sort of, I guess, rhetorical sequencing? Because I mean, to say obviously to say we need to save democracy, insufficient. And I know you believe that we need to pair this with sort of the material deprivations or benefits that we could get, depending on how you look at it, with a functioning democracy. And where down the line, I guess, on the sort of like hierarchy of how broad those questions are. I mean, I mean, I know, I don't know. I can't remember if you identify as a democratic socialist or not, but where we should be as rhetorically at this point, both from like sort of just an electoral standpoint and what kind of candidates we should be having. Is it enough, I guess, to sort of say like we're going to get rid of the authoritarian without
sitting there
talking about the reasons why?
Didn't even have my headset on.
How sort of material those reasons are.
Yeah, I mean, what I always say is that I'm for democracy in the broadest meaning and sense of that word. And so if we believe in democracy, again, that means that we're not just entitled to the vote and need to protect the vote, but it matters to us that an Amazon worker or a Walmart worker or a McDonald's worker can, on the one hand, vote, and I think this is right, on the basis of what they think our foreign policy should be with respect to Russia or Iran, but has no place in their life where they can say, this is how I think Amazon should be run, this is how I think Walmart should be run, this is how I think McDonald's should be run. That's a fundamental inequity and a democratic problem. How can it be that in the places where we are governed more intimately, immediately, and directly often than decisions that are made in Washington, D.C., how can it be the places where we spend a third of our lives and drive our livelihoods, we have no agency and no say over our working lives? That is a democratic challenge. And so I think what we say is, look, we believe in not just saving democracy, protecting democracy. The project here is to create, for the first time, American democracy. This is a constructive project, a founding, in which we will not only have a democratic political system, but we'll also move towards a democratic economy. And in that way, really instantiate and create a society that is truly governed by ordinary people. That's the message, that's the vision. It's a way of talking about democracy that's not just the defense of institutions, at this time when so many Americans distrust institutions. It's saying there is a place we want to go as a society. There is a vision driving and animating us of what a more democratic society looks like, of what a more just society would look like, and we are going to go there by instituting both political and economic reforms to empower us and to wrest power back from the millionaires and the billionaires and the executives and the investors on Wall Street, who don't have the right, by virtue of their wealth, by virtue of their position in the economy, to lord over us, both in the economy and in politics.
And you talk specifically about Sanders' proposal to develop structures that are more democratic within the workplace. Just briefly, just outline that for folks, because I don't think it gets much attention.
No, it doesn't. And I think it's wild because this was one of, I think, the most ambitious policy proposals any presidential candidate has made in the history of this country got very little attention in 2020. So Sanders' idea, derived from the Labour Party, was that companies of a certain size, more than $100 million in revenue or in their balance sheet, or if they're just publicly traded at all, would be required over time to contribute about 20% of their shares to a fund that would be owned and controlled by their own workers, right? So if you were a worker at Amazon, there would be a fund at Amazon where 20% of Amazon's shares go that would pay you as a worker a dividend and also give you voting rights over the decisions at Amazon, right? So it's 20%, it's not the majority, but this would still be a remarkable amount of power relative to now, given to the workers at major corporations in this country. It'd be a way to embed democracy within these corporate structures. And there are all kinds of reforms I talk about in this vein towards the end of the book, because again, I don't think that we can cleave apart the political and the economic sphere here, both as a matter of principle and as a practical reality. So, if inequality persists in the economy in the way that
I'll have to figure out how to do that.
That corrodes and corrupts and prevents Washington from functioning the way that it ought to, prevents our cities and communities and states from functioning the way that they ought to, because they're dominated by the wealth the people are extracting from the economy. There has to be some kind of interwovenness here. And I think that one of the reasons why our democratic reform efforts on the political side have not
now you're going to meow at me?
because
now?
we haven't taken the economic
crazy?
seriously. You cannot do
oh my gosh, why?
Reform.
You were sleeping. You were sleeping, minding your own business.
Very hard. If the
and then you hear me talking to no one.
Influence the political process and prevent you from enacting those reforms.
Crazy.
The other way that I think they're connected is
let's see, creator dashboard settings.
You know, attractive to people who are very, very concerned about tribalism, polarization, all these kinds of things. If democracy is something that we practice not just every couple of years in an election,
clip settings.
but on a regular basis at work, we're learning how to engage with other people who might disagree with us, to compromise, to work together, to present your ideas, speak publicly. All of these skills that we don't really use or practice or develop outside elections. If work becomes a venue for those things, that might actually lead to better politics in some way. It's worth trying at least, developing these skills on a more regular basis in the places where we spend so much of our time. So anyway, I think that there are all kinds of reasons why the economic sphere, the concept of economic democracy, which used to be talked about by Roosevelt and other folks, why that needs to make a resurgence here at this moment now, because I don't know that the project of political reform succeeds without that.
What is, Kitty? You know, this seems to be the biggest sort of challenge. It seems to me is how do you intervene in a system
Why can't you just sit in my lap and be good, huh?
Like we're having this fight in the Democratic Party, obviously. You know, shorthand Bernie on his oligarchy tour, and then I don't know.
Why are you so cuddly?
You know, allowing crypto to buy essentially a Wild West market, which is sure to catch up with us at one point. But how do you break the cycle? Like where the party is now sort of captured by the we've hit some type of critical mass where the party in the system is captured by these things that have corrupted democracy to the extent that we could even have a functioning one with the structure that we had. The loss of faith in institutions, the increase money in our politics, the exploitation of the weaknesses of our the structure of our democracy. What is the method in which we intervene?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you have to build a public for this. You have to build a movement around these ideas. And, you know, I think that one of the central vehicles for that ought to be the labor movement in particular. I talk about that in the book. I think that unions are an instantiation of economic democracy.
10 minutes is enough time.
Workers more power, agency. It worked through a collectively decided upon vehicle.
Of course it did.
When unions were active in this country, they contributed to the well-being of even non-union members by, you know, contributing to the political efforts behind the Great Society, New Deal. But I think that it can also be the vehicles for transforming democratic politics in particular, if we empower them. Again, these are, organizational venues, places where people can come together, and participate in politics in new ways, to be newly empowered as workers. So that's why people have been, on the case about unions for a long time. I think we should see that and frame that as a democratic struggle. So even people who don't necessarily consider themselves on the left, but they're worried about authoritarianism, we say, well, this is also
Kitty got his share of
in
pets.
things like the PRO Act, empowering unions again, because these are vehicles, mechanisms for democracy too. So uniting Democrats who are, again, angry about Donald Trump, angry about authoritarianism, with people with an economic agenda on the left, on democratic ground, bringing those two sides of the party together, I think would be one way of, electorally making some changes in primaries and within contests. But I think that those constituencies are very cleaved apart. You have people who, are very incensed about Trump, but don't necessarily have an economic agenda. And I think that it's possible to bring those people over closer to our side on the basis of democratic principles. You don't have to call yourself a leftist or a socialist necessarily, but if you believe in democracy, well, that implies certain things like the economy that you should also join in with. That's what I would try as far as the question of how we exert our influence within the Democratic Party is concerned. I think that there is an electoral message that pulls those sides of the party together in ways that left candidates might be able to utilize in primaries moving forward.
I have to say that today, one of the more hopeful things I saw, oddly, came from James Carville. I don't know how much power he has in the context of the Democratic establishment these days, but he's calling for more aggressively adding states.
Hang with me.
When Democrats get back into power. The hopes that they do, and expanding the Supreme Court, which I think that some of these procedural things, structural things, will also give momentum and more ability to those people who want to push these more material economic reforms.
Absolutely. If you pass a piece of pro-labor legislation now and you haven't put more liberal justices on the Supreme Court, it maybe gets torn apart by this conservative majority, right? So you need to deal with the court for that reason first. I think that there's a logical priority here where statehood and packing court and democratic reforms of the kinds that were in the For the People Act, those happen first and then enable the passage of other parts of the substantive agenda later on. But I think it's important for people to understand, or be told at least by Democrats, because I think it's true, that the reason why these things ought to happen is not just this kind of naked partisan power grab for its own sake, but this is the way to make the system more democratic, and this is the way constructively, or substantively rather, we make it easier for us to pass the policies the American people want and need. If people wake up one day and they see on CNN that Democrats have added justices to the Supreme Court, or they've granted statehood to a bunch of territories, and they don't know why that's happened, and there's no context for it, and they don't have any kind of background reason to support it, I think that they'll fall for a lot of propaganda and a lot of critical arguments from the right and maybe from the center about why this is bad. There needs to be a real compelling message animating support for these policies.
Ooh,
so it's
got some Kit Kats.
Is saying that this
Kit Kats for my big fats.
There needs to be
best viewers on stream. Boo. Oh wow.
Why we don't have one.
Dan.
That the public is hearing and the
I
public
need to find
to move these things forward.
a
right
chat
now, what the public
bot
is
that
getting
gets
is
chat moderator
the
that gets rid of
Constitution is
those.
great, the institutions are great, and Donald Trump's breaking them. And so to switch over and say, we're gonna do all kinds of new, post-institutional or non-institutional stuff, it's gonna hit, I think, the American voter weirdly, unless we've actually built up this argument. And no, actually, the Constitution is not perfect. It was not this thing that was signed and came down on tablets from some mountain. There's a political compromise and so on. If we're not talking about the need for institutional reform, and then we go on and expect our ability to do it when Democrats come to power, I think we're not going to succeed in the way that we ought to.
it's interesting because I feel like the fight that we're seeing in terms of redistricting is a model. You know, starting to read stories now, you know, the Democrats have reversed themselves in this instance, and it doesn't seem to be sticking too hard. And Republicans trying to argue the hypocrisy is always sort of a fun look for them. But this is sort of like a blueprint for that, right? Where it's sort of like, you know, we're not going to be bound by norms for the sake of without recognizing that it adds to inequities.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be a model. I mean, I think that Democrats who are saying we're just going to do this in kind, I mean, obviously I think that makes some substantive sense. I don't think I'm hearing enough about why, for an ordinary person who's not plugged into politics, this is a good thing for Democrats to do in response. I think that they need to be told a story here. There needs to be a kind of narrative that gets them to understand, okay, we have this messed up process for redistricting, which we should change, by the way, but we have this messed up process for redistricting. Republicans invested a lot in doing it before. It contributed to the erosion, the destruction of the democratic process. It allowed for people who supported Donald Trump's effort to overturn the election to be elected. And so Democrats now have grounds to redistrict in this particular way now, not just because we like winning for the sake of winning, but because we're going to use these new seats to deliver us a more just democratic system in the future. That I feel like is not I feel like that idea is not in the mix right now as much as it should be. It's just
Gavin
a kind
Newsom's
of
bravado.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and there needs to be a more material foundation for any of this stuff. And I think some of the Democrats have an allergy to that, but hopefully they'll lose it. Osita Nwanevu, the book is The Right of the People: Democracy and the Case for a New American Founding. Really important, very timely book. I certainly feel like I need to brush up on why some of these sort of foundational claims that I have made over the course of 20 years of doing this, things I never thought I'd have to justify and need to be justified now. Really appreciate your coming on and talking about it.
Thanks as always.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. And of course, we're going to put a link to Osita's book at majority.fm and in the podcast and YouTube description. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, apparently Mark Maron has showed up to talk about the ending of his podcast and how it appears that those podcasts that came out of Air America, this one may end up lasting longer. We'll be right back after this.
What was I doing? Oops. Oh.
We are back. Sam Cedar. On the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland is out today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to welcome back to the program Mark Maron of the WTF Pod. And of course, you have a new special out too.
Yeah, new special, Panicked, on HBO. It's kind of, it's the best one, I think.
Oh, hey, what's up?
You seem really happy to be here, Mark.
Thank you. What?
I'm thrilled, Sam.
Oh, no, thank you.
I'm
just being stupid.
what I'm going to have to take. What am I going to have to put up with now?
You know,
I was just going to...
The texting.
I
was explaining to Brian, who's new on the show. It's like, it's just so obvious that Mark is really, the level of reluctance that is just coming across. You can't see it in the text per se, but the subtext of the texts that brought this about.
You and I go back, and there's always sort of the question of like, this is going to start off nice, and then I'm probably going to take a couple of hits, but I don't mind that. And then and then you're going to feel better about yourself, and I'm going to say, why did I do that?
Right. I mean, that's and that's why I was actually contemplating coming in very quick.
I think I need to buy.
And then trying to finish in a more friendly fashion. You've been all over the place these days. You've done so much media. First off, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you go.
Well, I mean, you're wrapping up WTF, and I mean, you've been on a huge media junket. I've seen you everywhere.
It's crazy because everything was happening at once. Brendan and I announced that we were stopping it with enough time for everybody to adjust and for there to be some sort of kind of a attention for it, because when you choose to stop something and decide that this is no longer a desperate need to provide content, and that the way we did it sort of is a body of work. So when you stop it and you have this legacy of this body of work, and it did have whatever impact it had culturally, it gets attention. And along with that, then I had, the Stick thing with Owen Wilson, and then the Bad Guys movie, and the doc, and then the special. So it's been fucking nuts.
Yeah, I haven't seen the doc. Am I in it? I was interviewed. Did I?
Yeah, you are in it. Yeah, it got a distribution deal, and I think it should be in some theaters in October, I guess we're hoping.
And you financed this documentary?
No, I didn't have anything to do with it.
I'm joking.
No, I mean, it was interesting though, with Steven Fine Arts, and in terms of, like who I am and what I do. Like, people always wonder about, how much control do you have over a doc, and I told him to do whatever he's going to do. I mean, how much am I really hiding? So it's not like, I mean, I don't look great in some of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that comes across just when you. That comes across just when. I mean, even in this interview, I think there's a lot of things that people are probably already saying.
Yeah, well, that was the thing, is that I find that.
Okay, check my bag.
The funny thing about the doc is Steven Fine Arts, who directed this new special and my last one, and he directed the doc, and I find him annoying, and so he was following me around for 3 years. So the tone of the doc, a lot of it, unfortunately, is me going like, when is this going to end? How long do we? So I kind of, I seem more cranky than I really am.
Really?
I think so.
I mean, do you not you don't feel like that crankiness is just there? You think it was a function of the documentarian being there? I mean, maybe it's like one of those things. Like, what is it?
Nope.
Is it what is it? I can never remember what that principle is. Like something observed doesn't. What is it? The high somebody.
I don't know.
Tell me.
Don't you have a producer who's sitting there?
Yeah, he's just
trying to figure out how to look that up.
He's playing Tetris on his phone.
Oh,
that's
record score.
But I mean, okay, so. But you know me, and like I think what's happened is, if I am cranky, that was the hardest thing about the doc is watching me at home and living my life from an outside point of view. I was like, Jesus Christ, this guy's, a little peculiar. And then they also had clips of me doing comedy in the 80s, and that was the cringiest part. All the emotional stuff I had no problem with, but seeing me at Stitches in 1988, I gave them a bunch of stuff I have in boxes, and that was the hardest thing to watch. But yeah, I get that I'm cranky, but I don't think I'm angry cranky like I used to be. I think that like there's a, it's a little softer.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, the show, my observation of you over the course of the past, like, whatever it's been, 15, 16 years since we worked together at...
we had the very successful Break Room Live that a lot of people remember. Sure, you can still get those clips on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I actually still have control of that account, but nevertheless...
Oh, good. Get it out there. This is the time.
No, believe me. Believe me. This is the time to cash in on that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of recipes.
We were ahead of the curve doing streaming before people could stream. I don't think people really give us credit for that. We were doing the streaming thing before anyone even knew how to do it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you were doing it even 10 years before that with that what was it, that that
oh yeah, the Microsoft,
what was that called?
What was that called?
This is I can't remember now. That but
yeah, it only streamed within the Microsoft campus, I think.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it was all, and it was literally. I think it was literally mostly dial-up streaming. So
I think so. Yeah, because all the
like
animation
4
was
frames a minute.
Yeah, it was all clunky. It was produced by Broadway Video, Jim Biederman.
Yep.
And Nick McKenney was the head writer. And we interviewed a lot of people that were, available through SNL. And nobody, I don't even think it exists anywhere.
No, I don't even know if there's tapes. I did a couple of stringer things for you, I think, but it was literally, I think it was in the next room. But nevertheless, my observation is that over the course of the past 16 years, and you've had a tremendous amount of success, first with the show, and then with your acting and with your new glasses and all of it. And you also, I mean, you suffered some tragedy with your girlfriend passing, and but it definitely sort of took some of the rough edges off. I think some of the resent that you carried around about your career and other people's success, which I think is well documented, faded. The real question is, well, yeah, definitely, and that's what my next question is. How quickly do you think you're going to revert after the show is canceled? Like the last show is going to be in September. Do you think this is going to be something like you're going to make it to Thanksgiving, or will it take longer for you to revert back to that?
I don't know, because I'm very aware of it, of my own insecurities and jealousies, and I have been able to frame it in a different way than I used to. Like at some point I had the realization that like I'm jealous of people that are doing something I don't even want to do.
Right.
And I, on top of that, I couldn't do it. So I've become more comfortable with my place in the world. And I think some of the resentment, it's not, I think most of what I could have been, it could have been resentment at a different time. I think most of the stuff that I'm angry about in terms of the community that I exist in and work in is fairly justified. So I've become better at separating, my own personal issues, that come from, insecurity or whatever, and just principle. So that's gotten a little better. And certainly the world of comedy right now, there is a way.
I want to get to that, some of that stuff.
Yeah, to discuss that in I think an honest way that isn't based in pettiness. But I am concerned about the amount of time I'm going to have. And sadly, the resentment, because it can't fuel me like it used to, because I'm on to myself, I'm more concerned about just general sadness and anxiety. That seems to be the bigger fears, that I have this space. I'm not going to run around hating on people or starting shit, but the weight of the world will kind of will get me into a place of despair that I don't have an outlet for. So I have to find out a way to, get personal support and also, figure out what to do with my work from this point on,
I mean, this is, there's a couple of things I think that you have an option.
Rebuild the wall
I would say
again.
A therapist, like, just with you. No, I'm saying like maybe 15 hours a day.
He's at the house.
15 hours a day.
He's staying in the guest room.
I think like your Twitter feed could end up being very problematic for you at one point.
I don't do any of it.
Not now. You don't. But I'm talking about after the show is done. Oh yeah.
No. Here's what'll happen. Twitter is out. I promote the show. I post the show up, and that's it. And I don't engage with it anymore because the algorithm is as such where it's like, what? I don't even read that many. I don't read comments
Maybe it's Instagram anymore. Or something, whatever it's going to be.
I'll get on Instagram Live probably. And
yeah, that's going to be a problem.
It might be. My big fear is like I've had Brendan McDonald, kind of, watching my back for 20 years. And he's the guy, like, I put stuff in the opening monologues of the podcast where I know, like, Brendan's not going to put this in there. So, like, he's actually protected me from myself for a long time. But even in this round of press, I do have an inner Brendan. So even during this round of press, I was fairly calculating about, whatever beefs I had and whether they were justified or not. So, like, I'm not, I do have a propensity to sort of impulsively say things, but I do have a little don't hit send thing in my head about what comes out of my mouth.
I know that you have that now. I'm just saying that when the show is done, like, because listen, there's a lot of like comedians out there who you see at the clubs who, are going to be careful not to, over the past couple of years, 10 years plus, I can't get on the wrong side of Marin because I want to go do his show. And then now they're just going to be like, fuck that guy.
Fire.
Well, that's been my whole life. I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, like, there's, the fuck that guy contingent has always been out there. But I don't know that I think the people that didn't I think most people have gotten on the show. I mean, if they're younger and it was sort of their aspiration, what can I tell you? We're ending it. But I mean, who hasn't done the show that really wanted to do the show that, I could jive with? There's not many.
Was there, have you been asked a bunch I haven't seen all the stuff that you've done. Although, people have been sending me stuff. Like people, I know you were on Smartless. Somebody sent me a clip of that and my name came up. You didn't seem very happy about that actually in that moment. It came up. Yeah, you seemed upset.
I don't know if I was upset. I think like I think it's I think it's endearing upset. Like when your name comes up, I'm like, yeah. Well, Sam. So it's that tone.
Right. I mean, there was.
It's not fuck that guy.
And it was also there. No, it was not fuck that. It was more like, hey, I only got an hour.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna. Wait. Okay.
I'm sure that if you just spent 4
seconds. We just spent 4 seconds on that. That's enough. I only have an hour to talk. That's it.
But didn't we plug your show or something? I mean.
No. I mean, you moved on very quickly. I think it seemed uncomfortable actually because
For them. They were like, why is he like this?
Will I used to be pretty good friends with, and Bateman would come on the show with Janine. And I think your tone, I mean, you can't see anybody because it's just audio, but the tone, I think, was like, oh, okay, this is a sensitive subject, and people moved on. But that's not the point.
What's the point?
I don't know what the point was, but so let's talk about
in terms of me getting in trouble. You seem to be kind of like I feel that the kind of structure of this interview is kind of exploring and half hoping for my meltdown publicly. After WTF.
Yeah. I mean, that's the. I mean, to the extent that there's a structure, I wouldn't call it a structure. It's more like the agenda. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I didn't structure it.
Yeah. But you're just sort of like, Yeah. Go ahead.
But all right, let's talk. But so we've gotten there. It's clear you're not going to, although you're going for the nicotine gum, so that's good. Is that what it is? Is that gum or is that the? that's the big thing now, everybody, right? It's just straight nicotine.
Yeah, I mean, it's as straight as like the gum or anything else, but it's got flavor and it, it sits in your mouth. And I'm sure we'll find out just how bad they are for everybody in about 5 years.
Right.
But I'm always on nicotine of some kind. I kind of like these. I feel bad because everyone else does, but the gum's okay. Yeah, it's nicotine.
So, all right.
What about you? You smoking?
No. I mean, I have when I go to my one vice in Las Vegas.
What?
Well, I go on a tour conference, and occasionally I'll,
have a cigarette in the casino.
Yeah,
because you smoke indoors.
Exactly.
Fun, right?
One time.
Yeah.
But so the thing that I've noticed that we played a clip of you talking about if Theo Von had an opportunity to interview Hitler. That was very funny.
Thank you.
And we have a clip, I don't think we'll play it right now, of you on the Howie Mandel show, talking, which has been traveled a little bit, talking about the sort of anti-woke contingency comedy.
Yeah.
And I want to get into that, but it's what I find fascinating, and it was really, I feel like Howie Mandel was not prepared for that conversation.
Well, he's like a classic late boomer who, they lock into just the surface ideas, which is shallow, and they don't have any conversation deeper than that. And it's not uncommon. He's not living in the world of discourse or even politics. He's a rich guy that's sort of like, I just want to stay busy. And then, they all get this kind of like, well, people should be able to say whatever. It's like, it's not even about that anymore.
I mean, was it ever, though? I mean, it's not like you're going to get taken off. This is not like Lenny Bruce getting arrested. It's just about audiences saying, hey, man, I don't like what you're doing.
Well, it's about, it's just straight up about representation in marginalized communities, vulnerable people. And it's like we don't have to break it all down, but and I know it was never just about the words, but ultimately these guys were marks for the right-wing propaganda machine and absorbed by their agenda and spearheaded, what was in their eyes, I talk about in the special, this ability to say words they wanted to say, but they used anti-woke to dismantle all progressive policy for everybody.
Yeah.
So it's partially on them, and I can't separate it. Whether they were willing collaborators or just grifting for themselves. I mean, it's like fuck them.
It was interesting when he said that he doesn't think comedians have that kind of power. Literally the day before stories come out about the White House wanting to ask Joe Rogan to please stop talking about Epstein, and let's talk about, because the thing that I find fascinating about this era, aside from the sort of the right-wing influence with these comedians, is when we were on Air America, when we first joined in 2004, there was a complete, not total, but a pretty complete lack of comedians being political. Like literally all of the people who were political in comedy probably worked at Air America, as a writer. Crimmins was there at that time, and it's completely different now. I mean, it changed over the course of, I don't know if it was from social media or the nature of the world, but I just remember in 2004, 2005, the intense pressure from Janine's management, my management at that time was like, what are you doing now? Are we done with this? Or, and other comedians going like, what are you doing?
I think that, I really think that political comedy in general was always a niche thing. And the guys that did it, I mean, historically, there's only a handful at any one time. And most of the politics, going on, most of the political comics of that time who were strictly political, who do that, I mean, just to say political comic, it's kind of boring. And I don't know that I was ever a political comic, but it has been my responsibility to myself to address it for at least a portion of the show, to show where I stand and offer my perspective on that, whether you agree with it or not, or whether it's well informed or not. But I never considered myself a political comic. And in the last 3 specials, they're almost structured like that there's going to be this section where I'm going to deal with that. And then we do the other stuff, personal, dark stuff, stuff that's a little lighter. But political comedy, I mean, even back in the 80s, dude, I mean, remember it was like Will Durst, Jimmy Tingle, Barry Crimmins, and that was it.
But I'm not talking about political comedians. I'm talking about comedians actually even engaging in politics.
Yeah, but people don't like it. It requires an engagement with the narrative, and then once you sort of parse that, how do you make that funny? Comedians in general, I'm not saying all of them, but they're and most people now, they don't have a big picture. They have a reactive engagement with bits and pieces of shit that pop their endorphins, and then they repeat clickbait, and yet the depth of it is not understood. And now you have comics. The other shift too with the right-wing political comics is that there's a blurring of the line of comic and commentator or influencer. All of a sudden, within the last 10 years, you have comedians who are like, talking about China relations. And it's like, okay, I guess that's part of the job. I don't know when that happened, but
I mean,
what?
I mean, Air America was certainly
so
part of it.
Another thing, it's our fault. Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's necessarily something wrong with it. Obviously, that's what I do. I don't know that I'm a comedian. I feel like I'm more of like a political commentator who's mildly amusing.
You're very funny.
But I think, what interests me more is that we started in a time where showbiz people, including comedians, were almost actively disinterested. And over the course of that time, it's very different.
Yeah, but it was always a divisive thing. I mean, the idea was that, if you're going to be an entertainer, why alienate this group of people? I mean, it was always calculated. It wasn't, it's not some mystery. And also to speak in depth about politics, I'm usually over my head, and it's taken me a long time to just be broad enough from however much I'm informed to make statements that I think are based in my beliefs. I mean, when I was on Air America, or even on our show, I was out of my depth in a lot of ways, just with, keeping on top of the narrative and being able to sort of critically understand it. So I don't claim to do that. But I think a lot of people now, because of the advent of never-ending bullshit information, they claim that they can do that. And the right wing has opened up the sort of expanded the minds of fairly shallow people into believing that they can debate, that they have a point of view, and that it's based in this very slippery slope of evolving bullshit that gets them worked up. So in terms of the left, I don't know. I think in the special, I did a pretty good job of trying to sort of balance and take a few shots at myself and vis-a-vis the people in the audience who are mostly, leftists or, lefty people. And I think it sort of worked. But I don't know. We're not known to be hilarious,
Wait, what? What do you mean? We,
like,
you and I?
No. I'm just saying that when you have like the idea of like a political comic, when we were doing Air America, without naming names, there were like 2 or 3 people that were doing, lefty political comedy. And it is so niche and almost impossible to make entertaining or to make mainstream. The only thing I can say about what I've been doing over the last decade or two in terms of the comedy is that I know that this special has a point of view politically, does not provide, I'm not being self-righteous or trying to answer questions, but I do know that it is a mainstream special, that I believe there's something in there for everybody. And whether that'll deliver the message to people that won't hear it, that's not the issue.
Yeah, I'm not talking about political comedians as a different species. I'm talking more about comedians being politics. Yeah.
And now they totally are. But now we got a problem. I mean, until people realize and adjust to the fact that we're living in an authoritarian country, which I don't think a lot of people, again, big picture, don't frame it that way.
No.
But then it becomes, there's a self-censorship that happens. And the thing I was saying right after he was elected is like, dude, it was 75 million against 77.5 million. It's not like you have to censor yourself. You're going to be talking to a room that at worst is going to be 50-50. So why are you going to lose your balls now?
You mean in terms of like people who are arguing against? Well, I mean,
that's right.
We're living in an authoritarian era, and I think that casts a pall on a lot of people in ways that they're probably not even necessarily conscious about. I mean,
well, they're conscious of fear.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
the self-censoring.
They shut up. It is self-censoring, and it's hard to get over. But if you're playing in like, well, I have an audience now, fine. But if I'm at the Comedy Store. And again, I'm not, running around doing clubs. I am sometimes, but now after a certain point, most people know who you are and what you do. But I think in a general way, especially in Los Angeles, to kind of keep working those muscles of pushing the envelope a little bit politically, you'll sort of see it's in the opening of the special. It's very clear that when I do the ironic take on how great America is now, most people know it is not.
Right.
Most rational people, and I'm talking about the other 150 million people that didn't vote, they know that it's scary and bad, and they're afraid to sort of, I think, acknowledge it to themselves. So when you release a little bit through laughter, I can hear that they're like, yeah, it's fucked up now. And I will continue to say that the people that think this is exactly how America should be going is they're bad people. There's like, even if they're single issue Republican voters, it's like, well, look what you did.
Yep.
And so I think that's funny to most of the other people, but the power of the propaganda on all levels, just because it feeds itself now, is really breaking people's brains, and they're probably on some level kind of legitimately afraid. I mean, it's not getting any less scary in terms of being a public person, like I mean, it's a lot. And if you're going to talk about it, you are going to feel a target on you, whether it's from within or outside yourself. But they're both equally as detrimental.
Yeah, I know you do some touring, but can you, I imagine on some level now your audience is sort of self-selected, so it's a little bit tougher for you to sense, like, has there been a marked change in people's perspective on that question of whatever it is, authoritarianism, or what they're sensitive to, or have you noticed that over the years?
Well, I think what happened for me, and what kind of led me to the decision I made to, instead of be general about, my political insights or what's happening culturally, in a way where, the jokes are detached, that over, and just is sort of me saying them in a provocative way, over the course of touring after this Trump election, I realized that, I would be going to some red states, but I would be selling, 800 to 1,100 tickets. And the people that came were like me. They were scared. They're isolated, a lot of them. They're surrounded, by people that you no longer know what your neighbor thinks, or what's dangerous for you to say, just in a community level. Some of them, are just on their phones in despair with whoever they're living with. And the feeling of the crowds was that, holy shit, I'm providing a community service here. These people would not all get together in this area for any reason. Maybe some of them are motivated to go to a town hall or whatever, but they're all here and they're all like-minded. And that, this is, this is a safe space, because you're talking about people that are at work and they don't know if they can talk. They don't know if they can talk, to the teachers at the school. So once I started to feel that, I realized that in this special, in the opening 15 minutes, that I am going to be part of that community and speak to them directly about their flaws and about where we're at, to relieve some fear,
they just wanted
and
to
to have some self-reflection and get some laughs. So I was specifically talking to them because I thought that was important.
So How long do you think it's going to be until you start another podcast or restart WTF after that?
Well, I would never restart WTF. I won't do anything like the WTF without Brendan involved because he's half of it for real. Our relationship as
I mean, really
producer,
half? I mean, do you think like maybe 55%? I would say even.
Sure, I'll give him 70. I don't care. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't work without him, and it seems to what I've learned over the course of it is that a lot of people, for a while there, you're like, well, they're just here for the interviews, but a lot of people were there. It's really a show about me, mostly, and people are invested.
Is that true?
I know. Kinda. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So people have been kind of invested in how I talk and how I think and what's gone on in my life. So I think that there is that part of me that's about 20% of like, I kind of have a responsibility to those people because, they're not unlike me. It's not easy getting through the day because of your brain and stuff. So if I do anything, I don't believe it would be an interview show. But if there was a way for me to show up maybe on, Instagram Live, or if I jumped into one of these existing podcast networks to do like a video thing, it would probably be, just me. But I'd have to sort of take the ego hit of starting from that point and figure out what that is. But I'm not in a hurry to do that. But I imagine I'll show up on Instagram Live.
The narrow group of people who listen to the upfront monologue.
Yeah, it's a lot though.
I mean,
yeah, I know.
I mean, I'm talking about
sure, but even that small amount of people probably dwarfs how many people listen to your show. I mean, on any given
my favorite part of when I came out to do your TV show. We did that episode on the podcast, the patent troll. When we were getting sued by the guy who supposedly patented podcast. My favorite part of doing your show was adding a line about skipping over your monologue in your podcast. I think it was.
It sort of became less and less in a weird way because I used to get a lot of emails.
Is that what Brendan would tell you?
No, I used to get a lot of emails from people who were like, I used to skip it, but now it's like I kind of look forward to it. So I think that.
I don't know if you can really measure that. I got to tell you.
Dude, you could barely listen to me when I was sitting next to you when we were doing a show. You can barely listen to me now.
I'm not talking about me. I'm just saying that I know that when I directed Gary Busey, we would send him fake emails to essentially influence what he would do in the show. And
so you're saying Brendan has been running this fake email. He would not take the time to do that.
No, he wouldn't. But there were times where he would ask me, like, do you know anybody who's looking for a gig to just write?
Wouldn't require anything. You just have to make a Gmail account.
Just a couple of emails.
And I'll send him the copy. Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that there is part of me that is ready to stop, which is good.
That is good. But you've been acting so much.
Yeah, but I don't,
Do you feel your acting skills have gotten better?
A bit. I think they have a bit. They would have to, or I don't know why I would do it. Because I don't have to do it. And I generally, when I'm offered things, I don't want to do it. Because I don't know if I have figured out how to fully find how acting is like satisfying creatively. And I'm trying to do that by taking chances and trying to deepen whatever craft I'm putting together for that gig. But there's still so much waiting around, and I don't like being away from home, and so much of that is required. And
how many times during a production are you in your dressing room or in your trailer, and do you like throw your script down and go, why the F am I doing this? What the F is going on here? This is so effing stupid.
Well, no, I don't get the stupid thing or why am I doing this for those reasons. What I get no matter what is, once you're in the trailer and then they're like, yeah, they're just doing the scene before you, so it shouldn't be that long. 3 hours later, I'm still in the trailer and I'm going, what could they be doing? I mean, we can shoot this on my fucking phone. You know, it's not like this is stupid, but it's like, how is this taking so long? How many times do they got to do? You know, so that's difficult.
But that seems healthy because you've externalized it. You're not turning on yourself. You're not saying. I mean, you're not saying like I made a stupid decision to do this.
Well, that happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's
that happens, but it's mostly because there's just so much time. I mean, like, you know, I'm a guy that's entire creative life is based on somewhat immediate gratification. So the process of putting together something or being part of something, even a small part of something much bigger, and sort of accepting that and waiting to do these like little 2 to 3 minute bits that you repeat over and over again, and then you go wait, 4 hours. It's very hard for me to see the part of it that's gratifying creatively. But I did play a lead in a indie that, you know, maybe you'll find its way out eventually, but it was kind of a crazy great script and movie, and I did have a meltdown in the trailer that was pretty phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
Because I'd chosen, you know, I felt that I was ready to do this. Rob Burnett, you know Rob, he wrote this amazing script that was a great, you know, role for me, but it was a lot, and it was definitely a risk for me. But I'm like, well, fuck it, you know, you got to, you know, if you're not willing to fail, just, you know, toss in the towel. But there's a scene I did with Sharon Stone, you know, and dude, we shot, it's one scene, we shot 2 masters before lunch, and she was just eating me for fucking lunch, dude. I couldn't hold the character, couldn't, like, it was just like, I was kind of falling into myself, and I thought that, you know, the entire crew after each take was like, woof, this is going to be a rough one. So I went back to the trailer, and this is midway into this movie that I'm the star of, and I got David Martin sitting there. I'm like, get me out of this. What the fuck were we even thinking? That's Sharon Stone. Am I fucking nuts? And I'm playing an actor in the fucking movie, and I don't think I'm a good actor. I'm like, this is fuck. We got to end this right now. How the fuck am I going to do? It was crazy. And he just sat there and took it. And then
that's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. And once I got through that, I was sort of like, dude, you better step up here, because there's no way out. You better figure this out. And fortunately, I just talked to Al Pacino, you know, and you know, he gave me some inspiration, and you know, after talking to all these actors, and you know, there does come to a point with this stuff, with comedy and with anything, where if I know, and I can know it, that I'm really doing the best I can, then that's all you can do. You know, like if it's not good enough, oh, well, you tried. You know, if people don't like it, okay, but that's really the best. I could not do it any other way. And Sharon helped me a great deal, and I've told the story a couple of times. It was a life-changing, powerful thing, because a lot of the people that came onto this movie did it because of me. She likes me, so she did this little movie. Lily Gladstone wanted to do comedy, and I talked to her, and she came on board. Alan Ruck is in it. Michael McKean plays my manager, and I don't think I had anything to do with that. But, you know, these are pretty heavy hitters. But when I went back to do the scene with Sharon and talked to her about what I was feeling and what I was concerned about, she just kind of broke me, dude. Like, do you know the story?
I don't know the story.
Well, in this scene, do you know what the movie's about?
No.
Oh, it's called In Memoriam, and it's about an actor.
I did as much research for this as you do for your. I guess you started to do more research.
Yeah, no, I do research, but if I know the guy, I do less. Right. So the pitch of the movie, and I think you'll like it. It's about an actor who's, you know, my age. He was a kind of like a up and coming great actor when he was in his 20s, and he did a bunch of big movies. You know, he was happening. You know, he had a co-star in these 3 or 4 movies. He ended up taking her from her husband, and the 4th movie tanked, and she left him. And he was kind of wandering around doing bit parts in some movies, and you know, things on television. It opens with me in a scene on a procedural. But since, you know, he was younger, he took a sitcom that made him a star for like 5 years. This kind of crappy sitcom, and that's how everyone knows him. But he sees himself as a great actor. So at the beginning of the movie, he's diagnosed with stage 4, you know, colon cancer. and he becomes obsessed with the need to be in the in memoriam montage at the Oscars. It's gonna be the only thing that gives his life meaning. But he doesn't really have the resume for it, so he's got to figure out a way, to get into the in memoriam montage. It's a pretty funny premise, right?
Yep.
So I forego chemo to try to die on time, and then I've got to figure out how to elevate my public
profile.
My profile to get into the montage. And I've burned a lot of bridges, and I'm a selfish fuck. I've got this daughter who's estranged, who I don't know. Well, anyways, so the scene with Sharon is she plays the woman who was in those movies with me, back in the day, an ex-wife. And, she's gone on to win several Oscars, do 70 films. And right as I'm about to get into the montage, it's released in the news that she also has cancer. So I think she's going to bump me out of the montage. I haven't talked to her in years, but I got to go over there and try to work it. Like, it's a kind of a 3-tiered scene where first I'm trying to feel her out for when she's going to die to see if she'll make the cut. Second, I try to get her, to make an announcement that she wants me in the montage. And then third, I just break down crying in a real way that, she was my one true love, and then all this other stuff. So I got to cry. It's a complicated scene emotionally. And I go back after lunch, after I've melted down, and I tell Sharon, I'm like, look, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull off the crying. I'm self-conscious about it. And she goes, don't worry about that. My son's an actor. Sometimes he uses that stuff to make you cry. I'm like, okay, I just, I want to get there, but I don't know if I can get there. I'm trying. And then she says, well, I think you can cry. What makes you cry? I'm like, well, I'm a middle-aged man, commercials and stuff. I can cry. She goes, but I think we know what makes you cry. And I'm like, all right. And I go, are you talking about Lynn? My girlfriend who passed away. She goes, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, but I've been kind of thinking about that, but I don't know. And then she looks at me and she goes, look, you play the scene to Lynn, and I'll make sure she's here. And it's like, and then I'm like, I'm already crying, and I don't know in that moment that I quite, figured I could do it to Lynn. But what I did know, because you kind of, when you want to cry as an actor, there's this idea like, well, think about a dog dying or your friend. But I think that's a trick. But what I did put in place was that I knew that Lynn, because she was so supportive of me as an actor and was really my biggest champion, would be thrilled about what I was doing. So I really just put her in place as watching me do it.
Right.
And kept her with me. Whether Sharon brought her there or not, we were definitely crying at the end of that scene.
Oh, that's good. Well, when is that movie coming out? Do you know?
Well, they missed the window to get it into Toronto. I saw a final cut of it, and it's pretty moving because the relationship with my daughter is really the emotional, heart of the movie. And I did pretty well with that actress. That her name's Ryder. Oh, come on, dude.
We'll fix it in post.
No, I want to. Talia Ryder. She's great. Did you see that movie, Sometimes Always Never, the abortion movie, the indie?
Dude,
she's great.
Every movie I watch is picked by a 12-year-old.
Okay. Have you seen Bad Guys 2? So...
Probably 6 times.
Oh, it just came out. So you
no,
saw Bad Guys?
I haven't seen it.
That's got to be hard for you.
I haven't seen it.
So they're hoping to get it into Sundance, and then it'll see if it has a life after that. So that's not till January.
Well, Mark, I think we've covered just about all of it. Was there anybody? And now I know there's been a lot of talk about how it's weird that you're not inviting me back on the last show, and I just want to dispel the rumors that has been an issue around here. A lot of people.
Yeah. Well, honestly, maybe it's going to spam, but I haven't seen any of that coming in. But
I specifically told people, like, don't do what you're planning to do with the emails.
I think what we're doing now is probably as good as it's going to get.
What, this?
Yeah.
This is like, you know what the camera angle reminds me of that you got here is that Marin v. Cedar we used to do. I just honestly kept expecting like your appliance repairman to walk through there.
You know, buddy, I think the last show is probably going to end up just me, you know, unless by some weird outside chance Obama wants to come on again.
It feels like you have done every iteration. Like you've had one where Brendan comes on. Like if you hadn't done that, that would have been the one.
Well, there's one good one that we just recorded yesterday. Judd Apatow, who's been a lifelong fan of the show, came in with like 40 clips from shows that, you know, he loved from the podcast. He like found 40, like he went through all the episodes. And the weird thing was that I don't listen to them. So my only recollection of these conversations is when I have the conversation, because I don't listen to the podcast. So he's playing me these clips and I'm like, oh my God. Like I had no idea that, because I don't know what they sounded like, you know,
in the final form.
The people that I'm talking to. And it was kind of like, it was kind of moving. And I kind of felt like maybe I was pretty good at it. But yeah, no, we don't really have a plan for that last show.
When is the last show? Mid-September?
I don't know. You have to ask Brendan. He's keeping it from me.
You're completely disengaged. You're kept from all of it. You're sort of like Biden at this point.
Well, I think that's a little extreme. No, I just feel like it's better that I don't, you know, look at numbers or look at comments or know, you know, like I know who I'm going to talk to and stuff, and I know when it's going to go up. But the rest of it, I think it's just healthier that, you know, that I don't know.
Okay. And lastly, 2 questions. One, does this mean the WTF blend is gone from Just Coffee?
I know you'd have to ask them, but all of a sudden they've really upped my coffee deliveries. Like I could open a store right now. You still getting it?
You know, I haven't gotten deliveries from them in a while.
Weird. Maybe they're sending me yours.
Are they sending the Majority Report blend?
Oh, I don't pay attention. I don't think so. They don't send me the WTF blend anymore because I don't like dark roasts, but they keep sending it. And
is that a scandal? People talking about that? You don't even endorse your own blend?
I haven't really thought about it. You know, we don't do ads for them anymore. This is just part of
is that right?
Some weird promise.
Oh,
they just
that's
keep
nice.
sending them to me.
And lastly, are you concerned at all that this show, probably, assuming I stay healthy, is going to go on longer than WTF? You started in what, 2009, right?
Yeah. When did you start?
2010.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm really concerned. You know, I don't know why I'd be concerned. You know, I want you to keep, you know, fighting the good fight and doing what you do. I'm not threatened in any way by your success.
I find that so disappointing, but I think maybe we got to check in like 6-8 months after the show is over, because I have a feeling you'll be a little bit more like, you know,
humble?
Not humble's not the I don't think you'll ever be more humble. I think
broken?
It's really yeah.
So that's the episode where I come on in 6 months and you pull up clips from earlier in this interview.
Yeah, no, I just say like that's it.
Look what I think I called it. I called it.
Yep, that's basically what it is. It's I did like a Tim Russert, just getting you on the record, and then we play you back later. Mark Maron, congratulations on the spectacular. I mean, everybody knows about the cultural significance of your show, and really also on the entire format, which has spawned a lot of really actually not great stuff. But I'm not going to hold you responsible for that. You're not responsible for, you know.
I just made it seem like anybody could do it, and they did.
Yeah, and now they're ruining the country. So, you know, all right, well.
Yeah, I try to, you know, like, look, you know,
hey, it was helpful for you, and I think that's the important part. The important part, it was helpful for you, and it really reignited your career. So, you know.
Okay, yeah.
American democracy, small price to pay.
for my mental health and my success. That's exactly right. Yeah,
exactly. And so
I'm glad you framed it that way, because that, just right on the money.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. But Mark Maron, it's always a pleasure to have you on.
Love you, Sam. Thank you, though.
Talk to you later. Thanks, buddy.
Okay, man.
Bye. All right, folks. I guess we're going to do a freebie.
Yeah, it seems like we're rolling into freebie. It's 2 o'clock.
Somebody's asking for an open invitation to have Maron back on anytime. I mean, he knows he can come on whenever he wants.
Did you think it's weird that he can't hold a character who's bitter and selfish and feels like he deserves more?
Well, sometimes people have trouble playing themselves. When I did Maron's show, I was playing me, and that was tough.
Yeah.
You try and make yourself seem a little bit nicer, on camera, anyways. All right, let's get into it. Another 2-hour free half. I know it. Actually, it's going to be a 2.5 one. It's going to be a freebie Friday. Sean from Coca-Cola. Please inform everyone to call their representatives. Diddler Don has done an executive order to illegally cancel the contract between the VA and my union, AFGE. Our lawyers will fight for us, but cannot see a judge until the end of the month. And our union's being removed entirely on the starting the 12th. Please help if you're taking calls. I can call from a 925, but it sounds like you're not doing calls today. Please get the message out. Left is best.
Why is there such a dedication to screwing people over?
I have not, but I'm looking it up right now.
Hack all things. Bring back Tim Heidecker of the HIEI network, you coward. I will when that guy cancels his show. What do they call it? Office?
After hours? Office hours? Office hours.
Office hours, after hours. I don't know what it is. We'll see.
The Majority Report. I'll tell you
nope. All right.
You want to do this Harry Enton thing you pulled up last minute?
Oh, yeah, no. Let's go to Stephen Miller on this Texas redistricting. Greg Abbott has now said that they're going to do special session after special session. He's going to invoke it so that the Democrats, the Texas Democrats who are planning to be out of state for, I think, a couple of months even, or up to, will be forced to provide quorum for a vote to redistrict, essentially to create 5 new Republican districts, or 5 districts that they hope will be Republican. Keep in mind, however, though, there are probably restrictions as to how late in the game districts can be changed. So the idea that Abbott is pushing would not necessarily be in place for the 2026 election. Meanwhile, you have Democrats in California and New York, at least, who are saying that they may do a tit for tat. But here's Stephen Miller on Fox, and it's interesting that they have to lie about this.
The Democrats have gerrymandered this country beyond recognition. Republicans won in the biggest blue states, about 40% of the vote
dishonest.
In the last election.
So dishonest.
States like California and New York, according to the official tally, but only got 20% of the votes. I'm talking about the House Republicans here. In 2024, House Republicans won a 3-time larger popular vote margin than in 2010. In 2010, they picked up 63 seats. In 2024, 4 seats, even though they won again a 3-time larger victory in the popular vote margin, House Republicans. At every level of this country, Illinois, Chicago, New York, Massachusetts, Democrats have gerrymandered the vote beyond recognition to try to maintain their advantage in the House elections. On top of that, let's not forget, Democrats rigged the 20 2020 census
Oh, there we go.
by including illegal aliens. Remember, they sued Donald Trump. They sued the administration. They fought tooth and nail to include illegal aliens in the census. 20 to 30 of House Democrat seats wouldn't exist but for illegal aliens. Texas is taking just a small corrective step against this ocean of fraud, this ocean of abuse by the corrupt Democrat Party, Sean.
Okay. First off, the census constitutionally calls for a count of the people within the United States borders, period. Now, I think a lot of undocumented immigrants do not answer the census for reasons, particularly after Donald Trump's 4 years in office from 2016 to 2020, because of their own sense of security. So I don't think that there are many who respond to the census. However, the census in the Constitution calls for counting all of the people in the United States. If what Stephen Miller was saying was true in terms of the redistricting in New York and California, you would see something akin to what we have in Wisconsin, which is and note in Wisconsin, they have changed the state Senate. They haven't done it with the congressional districts, but the amount of votes, and this was in the case in Pennsylvania, the amount of votes that Democrats needed to win 51% in the state house was close to 70% of the votes. They needed to win 70% of the votes to get to 51% majority in the state house. So, I mean, he's lying. We have in California and in New York, they did an independent commissions. And clearly it was a political mistake. They should maximize their advantage. And what Texas Democrats are doing right now is completely part of the
part of their political process.
Sort of the rules of the House, which is you need to have a quorum. Then you can break quorum. You can deny quorum. So it's interesting that they feel like they have to go and lie about this, because I think they feel like it's a losing strategy. And it's quite clear what is motivating Republicans in their redistricting attempt in Texas. They've also, I think, they're looking, I think, in Indiana, maybe to do the same and pick up a seat. Ohio, there's talk of. And let's play this Harry Emden clip. Fresh off the heels of having to issue a correction about Donald Trump's assessment of how Republicans are doing and how his approval rating is doing. Here is Harry Emden explaining why Republicans might be starting to freak out that they're going to lose the House in a big, big way.
I wonder why.
So, we're talking about warning signs for the Republican Party, and I will just say, uh-oh, for them. That is the phrase
Ollie Toledo.
Uh-oh. Democrats lead in the generic congressional ballot, and you can see their lead is expanding. It's becoming bigger. Look at this in spring. CNBC, it was 2. Now it's 5. How about Ipsos? It was 1 for the Democrats. Now it's 4. How about the Wall Street Journal? It was 1, and now it is 3. So now the average lead here is 4, which is up from just about a point. That's about a 3-point move on average in the Democrats' direction. And of course, Kate Paul, when this is coming amidst the fights over redistricting, and I think there are going to be a lot of people wondering, wait a minute, are Republicans wanting to change the lines because they are losing, which they absolutely are on the generic congressional ballot. At this point, Democrats
Even if they
are
were winning, they would want to make sure it stays that way.
And maybe they're trying to change the lines in order to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room, given what we're seeing, a clear Democratic momentum on the generic congressional ballot.
How does it break down when you look at party ID?
Okay, so this is one metric, right? The generic congressional ballot. How about party identification, right? Because the idea is if you're a Democrat, you're very likely to vote Democrat. If you're a Republican, you're very likely to vote Republican. Take a look here, the party ID margin, Democrats versus Republicans. Look in Q1 of this year. Quinnipiac, Republicans had a lead of a point. Gallup, it was tight. Look at where we are now in the latest measures. Again, Democratic momentum. This is a 5-point move to the Democrats, according to Quinnipiac. Now they're up by 4 on party ID. How about Gallup? What we see is Democrats ahead by 3 points. So again, what you're seeing is clear movement towards the Democratic Party on a very key metric, because if you're identifying as Democratic, you're far more likely to vote for the Democrat. If you're identifying as Republican, you're far more likely to vote Republican. And I will note, Kate, that this is a change from last year, especially among Gallup, when Republicans held a rare lead going into the 2024 election. And that, of course, foreshadowed Donald Trump winning, foreshadowed Republicans taking the House, taking the Senate. And now, of course, Democrats are ahead here. This is a big uh-oh for Republicans as we are at the midpoint of 2025.
But you see some signs as well, even beyond polling, that you've been looking at, you think could indicate.
Yeah, okay, so this is the polling, right? You're looking at party ID, you're looking at the generic congressional ballot. How about the special elections? Look at this. In the median 2025 special election so far, Democrats in these different districts, get this, they're doing about 13 points better, the median Democrat, than Kamala Harris did in those same districts last year. That is a huge movement. And last year what we saw was, in fact, when you compare the 2024 special election results back to the Joe Biden baseline of 2020, Republicans were actually doing better than they did in 2020 in those. So again, this is clear movement towards the Democrats, and we're seeing it on 3 different metrics, 2 polling and 1 in actual election results.
Very interesting. Good to see you. Thanks for coming back in, Harry.
My pleasure, Kate.
Now, I should say, point of caution, the special elections are a tough measure because we know that Democrats do better with more informed voters. And so those special elections are going to attract voters who are more engaged, and they tend to vote Democrat more than Republican. I mean, significantly so. You even see that in the context of primaries, a similar dynamic. That's why you see someone like Zoran, trouncing Cuomo in New York. At this point in 2017, Democrats averaged around 7 to 10 points ahead of Republicans. In 2025, however, it is a little bit less. So it's encouraging. It's encouraging that it's moving in the right direction. But part of it is because the Democratic Party has, as a party, and in terms of like its establishment, in terms of like its leaders, have yet to articulate any type of vision for what the country would look like under Democratic rule. And this may be, it may be that people are going to come out and vote against Republicans because they don't like what Republicans are doing. And maybe in the polls, they're reluctant to say this because they're finding Democrats being so weak. But the weakness here is with Democratic voters. Because the Democratic leadership has failed to do really anything. They had 1 or 2 leverage points, and Chuck Schumer gave it away. And so that's where we're at this point. We will see. Migs. Trump ended the 2020 census early, which resulted in an undercount of people in California and New York, resulting in fewer congressional seats in both those states. Biden time. Isn't there eventually a danger with gerrymandering when you try to establish a lot of districts where you lead by 5 to 10 points? What happens in an electoral year where there's a nationwide swing? All your leads are inside that swing could be catastrophically bad. Yes. Mm-hmm. And that's actually the danger for the Texas Republicans.
They're terrorizing Latinos, and those are Latino-heavy districts.
And you're shortening the leads of all Republicans, or narrowing the partisan advantage of all the Republicans in that state. And you're doing it at a time where theoretically you're open to potential Democratic waves. I mean, the reason why we're seeing so little movement with seats, you know, Stephen Miller complained about this. The reason why we're seeing so little movement with seats is because of gerrymandering, primarily from Republicans, to some extent from Democrats. But understand, too, when Republicans say, okay, we're going to have, we got 20 seats in this state, hypothetically, there's a 40% Democratic population. You would assume that's going to be 8 Democratic seats, 12 Republican seats. When they make it 17-3 or 16-4, those 4 Democratic seats are incredibly safe because all the Democrats have been shoved into those seats. So you don't get a wild swing. At one point, there's only so many seats to be picked up. What this aggressive redistricting might do is actually put more seats in play in an electoral season where there is potentially more of a wave. So we'll see. Let's play this clip. This is an Israeli hostage negotiator named Gershon Baskin. He was on with Piers Morgan. And what's her name? Brooke
Goldstein.
Brooke Goldstein. She is the one who said there is no Palestinian people. And
trash.
This negotiator, Israeli hostage negotiator, begs to differ.
People, when there are 7 million Palestinians born here, my wife was born here. I'm not anti-Israel, but my government is committing war crimes in Gaza. And the arguments that were presented by Brooke belong in the garbage bin of history. It's an intellectual insult, the kind of things that we heard here that insinuate that there's no such thing as a Palestinian people. When there are 7 million Palestinians living between the river and the sea, how can you deny the existence of a people? 7 million people.
It's easy because they're racist. That's how they deny it.
Let me talk. What Israel is doing should not be tolerated by the Israeli public, nor by anyone in the entire world. This war has to end. Mustafa Barghouti was 100% right that Hamas has given in writing, in English and in Arabic. I received from them in August of last year a commitment to end the war and return all the hostages. And then there was more than 100 hostages that they were holding. But they demand an end to the war. They demand that Israel withdraw from Gaza. They demand a release of Palestinian prisoners. And they demand that humanitarian aid go into Gaza. They also added in writing, twice I've received from them in Arabic, that Hamas will not govern Gaza. Now,
This is an Israeli hostage negotiator who I imagine realized, like, what am I negotiating? Israel's not interested in this. That is for all the people who continually say over and over again, this can end if they give up all the hostages. Israel has already turned down that deal. They have turned down the deal that involves Hamas returning the hostages and Hamas not maintaining power in Gaza. We can see, and it has been clear, and this guy's talking about a year ago. He got this in writing.
Twice.
In writing. Twice. It has been clear for some time that the real agenda of the Israeli government is to do exactly what Benjamin Netanyahu said yesterday on Fox News.
The way that it's presented, and unfortunately, in the New York Times and other, New York Times should be sued. I'm actually looking at whether a country can sue.
Play this clip number 5. Incidentally, he wants to sue the New York Times for defamation, or because New York Times is reporting that the people in Gaza are starving. and that they're putting on children, they're taking pictures of children who have pre-existing conditions, so their starvation doesn't count.
By the way, the New York Times did as little as possible.
You could not find a greater propaganda mouthpiece for the Israeli government in the United States of ostensibly an unaffiliated newspaper than the New York Times. But here is Netanyahu on Fox yesterday articulating what has been quite clear. The only agenda that the Israeli government has had nothing to do with the hostages.
Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance.
Yep, there you go.
Hamas
now,
and not anyone
free of Gaza.
The destruction of
The Freudian slip there.
Okay. Now, he said, probably a slip, allow the residents to be free of Gaza, which I think is probably also part of the plan.
Exactly what he meant.
But again, we just saw a hostage negotiator say in writing, Hamas twice put on the table, they will not lead Gaza anymore, including returning the hostages, and Israel's not interested. Israel wants to occupy this land. They ultimately want to annex it, like they're going to attempt to do with the West Bank, officially anyways. That's what they want. All right, just go back a little bit and play it again.
To civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burned our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
Okay. Even the New York Times would say that 80% of what he said in that clip was a total lie, and then just about every other news outlet would say 95% was a total lie.
Just switch out Hamas with Israel and he's telling the truth.
The idea that they're going to get an Arab force in there once they are taking control of the whole place is A, fantasy, and B, a cover story. This is what this is what they have done time and time again. We're going in there to get the hostages back. They ignore offers to get the hostages. We're going in there to unseat Hamas. Hamas has been seriously disempowered. They do not have the ability to attack Israel. Well, now we're going in there to get rid of Hamas, and we're going to have to control the entire country. And then we're going to hand it over.
We'll just give it right back.
They're never going to hand it back over. Never. Never. All right, let's move on. Try and do let's do a fun one. Oh, well, this is actually interesting. let's do this Nancy Mace video. I found this fascinating. Nancy Mace apparently is now running for South Carolina gubernatorial. She's engaged in a gubernatorial campaign. She's at in fact, a gubernatorial campaign town hall in South Carolina. She is asked by a reporter, how are you taking credit for a highway project that was federally funded that you voted against? Like, how do you take credit for this? And of course, Nancy Mace answers like any sane person would. That is misogyny.
I noticed that there's one of the accomplishments, things you were touting was the I-5 2060 interchange.
Mm-hmm. What was the exit at Long Point Road?
Yes.
Not the interchange, but yeah.
But that funding came from the Inflation Reduction Act, which you voted against.
Right.
Is that an accomplishment then? Is that something you can tout?
No, absolutely. I mean, absolutely I can tout that. And you're a raging Democrat, so raging leftist with that kind of questioning. And I would say as a woman, like, you might want to think about how you view other women and how you treat other women, the way you question them.
How dare they
women are going to lead this country off the brink, and conservative women. The first
about our voting record.
Female president of this country is going to be a conservative woman, not some liberal like you.
Okay, again, just a question about the bill, whether you voted for it or not, and what you were touting.
I mean, can you imagine the look on that reporter's face? Like, are you seriously saying I'm a misogynist because I'm asking you how you can take credit for funding provided by a bill passed by all Democrats that you voted against?
Careful, you're going to get a Me Too charge just summarizing this.
You can't. No, you can't even. You can't even ask the question. It is fascinating to me how the Republicans will utilize this stuff. Like, how is Nancy Mace, if we are to believe what Republicans say, how could Nancy Mace win anything in the use of, like, claiming misogyny or claiming that the country is going to be run by women?
It's not really a right-wing talking point.
How is that possible? But here she is lying. She's, I mean, I think there's reason to suspect that she is a slightly disturbed person. And it is just amazing that she thinks she can get away with that. And maybe she can in South Carolina, but that's impressive. But just the idea, I don't know, maybe it's a way of just trying to intimidate reporters and making sure she doesn't get a question like that.
I don't think that's going to work.
I find it hard to believe it would. But here is
Oh, no, you don't.
Charlie Kirk. In light of the fact that Nancy Mace says that women are going to take this country from the brink, conservative women, and that we're going to have a conservative woman be the first female president.
Not if they have anything to say about it.
Misogynistic to ask a question about your voting record. Are we to believe, after this Charlie Kirk video, that Nancy Mace does not consider herself a feminine woman? See, now I'm getting confused, but let's play this Charlie clip, because we just saw Nancy Mace make all these proclamations about women as she was asked at this gubernatorial campaign, how can you take credit for funding on a highway project that you voted against? And then we have this Charlie Kirk thing.
The cultural paradigm right now is a rebellion of the men of the West. It's happening in every major country, where young men are finding podcasts like ours. They're finding other information conduits that believe in nature, believe in God's design, believe that men should have to stand up for the vulnerable, create a family, provide for the family, have to protect the weak, to fight the battles of society, to go on an adventure. This is very appealing to young men.
Go on an adventure, yeah.
There's a lot that you can call Donald Trump.
Adventure.
no one has ever called him feminine.
Oh, he does wear a lot of makeup.
Right.
In a toxically feminine world, again, all the media missed this and almost every cultural critic missed it. We didn't. In a toxically feminine world, you have the absolute inverse of that, which is like ultra masculine. Never apologize, red tie, big plane, super rich, supermodel wife, right?
So that's what it means to be masculine,
huh? Big, and Mexico's gonna pay for it, and we have more tariffs.
Original plane.
It's like
never
as
apologizing.
bravado, strong men as you can get. And young men didn't care that, you know, it wasn't even about policy. That's what people don't understand, is that it was partially policy. It was like, no, he is the middle finger to all of the screeching hall monitors that have told me I have to use certain pronouns, that have told me that, like, I'm bad for existing, that have penalized me for my existence. And Trump is the big FU to the feminist establishment that has not been challenged my entire life.
There's a lot to unpack here, aside from the fact that he's
an idiot,
implying that women who get involved in politics are not feminine, I guess, or they're toxic. But aside from the low-hanging fruit of Donald Trump's red tie, put up a couple examples of Donald Trump's red tie that is so masculine. And you know what? You don't even have to put the filter on this. Let's just pop this up. Just Google it and see what we got. Got it? Yeah, let's see.
Yes, pull it up.
Oh, that red tie seems very, very pink. Okay, keep going back up. I mean, the guy has been wearing pink ties. Now, that's fine. I have no problem with pink ties. I think that Trump's style is a little gaudy, frankly. But the fascinating thing is you heard Charlie Kirk sit there and go, it wasn't even about policy. And then he realizes, like, I meant it was a little bit about policy. So much of what has happened over the past 20 or 30 years, and certainly I think, like, Obama triggered it by existing and being president and being black. Data shows that up until 2008, 50% of non-college educated men thought the Republican Party was still to the left of the Democratic Party on race. That was a vestige, literally a 40-year vestige, a 40-year shadow from when the Republican Party had been, and maybe it was really longer than that, but associated with being to the left of civil rights because of the Civil War. And the Democrats at that time, the Dixiecrats, who all abandoned the party following the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act. It took a while for a lot of people to catch up to the reality that the Democratic Party is to the left on race of the Republican Party. And what that did, and this was a big argument we had in the 2016, 2017, 2018. You had a situation over the course of 30 years where men lost social status. They lost status across the board. They still had more than white men, I should say, still had more than women, black men, black women, brown men, brown women. They still had more, but it was diminished. Within our culture, white men were no longer always centered. Sometimes you'd see a black guy in a Cialis commercial.
Liberty, are you there? I see you're in the chat.
See a sitcom with a female lead.
Oh, no.
Sometimes you would see multiple sitcoms with a female lead. And they weren't
I don't know if you can hear me or
somebody's
not.
Mom. They weren't playing
Let me know
somebody's
if you can.
wife. They were just a person.
I can feel myself disappearing as you say this.
Well, I mean, look, there is some truth to the fact that there was a loss of social capital that white men suffered. When you are at the top of the totem pole, as it were,
Okay.
and no one occupies section 2, 3, or 4 of that totem pole, and then you have a series of different of people who are lower than you on that totem pole because in various different sort of like silos of society. When you get dropped down a notch or two because everybody else moves up one closer, not at parity, but closer to parity, it feels like a loss because it is a loss. But it is still more than equitable of a loss. It is still a system that is still rigged in this favor. However, as a Christian fundamentalist, and I don't know if Kirk himself is actually a Christian fundamentalist, although now he seems to be a lot more out about it if he is.
He is.
Everything that derives from that, the religious hierarchy, once it extends from God to man, and I do mean man, then it extends to everyone else on the planet. And that's what we call the patriarchy, if you're talking about gender. Or it's called white supremacy, if we're talking about race. These are all the same sort of inclination. When Hillary Clinton came up, was running against Donald Trump, there was a percentage of people, the people, maybe some who voted for Obama, who were like, not, hey, I was willing not to be a racist, but I'm a misogynist. It was more like, from their perspective, we already had one non-normal president. We're not going to have two non-normal presidents in a row. We need to get back to a normal president. Donald Trump wins. And who defeats Donald Trump? Another normal president. Not one of these other types of presidents. That's what we're seeing.
Jon Stewart, 2028.
And we're seeing, in many respects, I think probably the tail end. I mean, this is the white-knuckled version of it. And the question is will that white knuckle have held on tight enough to provide Donald Trump or the Republican Party the leverage to maintain this control that they used in this one moment, this white-knuckled moment for white male privilege to maintain a minoritarian control over the country. And it's no mistake that we're talking about, you know, people who are like in their early 20s, mid 20s, late teens, because their parents and their fathers were all from my generation during a Reagan era, where there was like where we came of age at that time, and where we just, those men were just on the cusp of seeing this dramatic change. You know, when Kavanaugh was at his hearings, he had license in his mind to lie about what he did as a kid, because the rules at that time were boys will be boys. Mm-hmm. And when you grow into an adult, you're not responsible for that stuff. That's just part of like being a prep school guy. Mm-hmm. It happens. That's just like it's a ritual. And people of that generation got caught on either side of essentially emancipation, equality for a whole host of people. And they felt the loss because, for people who are really old, people who are in their 70s and 80s, they still have the same sort of like sense, but they don't have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis because they're competing against people who are in their 70s or their 80s. That's what's going on there.
Superficially, too, Donald Trump is not a very masculine man.
Donald Trump is not a masculine man.
No.
I'm sorry. A guy who gets up and he's dancing to, or let me put it this way. He does not fit the definition
What they mean.
of a traditional masculine man who's up there dancing to a gay icon, a gay cruising, essentially, anthem.
Yeah.
This is not a guy who's particularly athletic. This is not a guy who cares, has shown a lot of care for his family. He divorced 3 times and cheated on all his wives and
turned the White House into Liberace's house.
I mean, exactly. But it is the story they tell themselves. And the story they tell about Donald Trump, because it's really more that Donald Trump is the guy who's willing to say, I am proud of my misogyny. I am proud of my racism. And you have a home here.
I'm also so sick of talking about young men like young women aren't alienated in this economy and completely lonely. Like that's just a function of policy and society in general. I think that the whole age range has been left behind.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
But I mean, this country did not do any wholesale studies of women's health.
I would call it a track, but I don't know what they call it. Why?
I was almost 30.
And that's been canceled.
And it's been canceled. All right, I'm going to read...
no, I'm suspicious. You're working on something.
5 IMs and we're getting out of here. Sorry. We went long with Marin. Really cool. Can we go live to the DSA convention pretty please?
Yeah, because
we did not have that kind of streaming ability.
Typically the cabinets go like all the way across. Typically there's no break in between
Atlanta
them.
Talking about Trump's tie. I didn't know ties came in highlighted.
You have to put
yellow.
something on like the side
gold,
to keep people from seeing it.
Difficult to make a gold thread. Nobody's done it. That's $1 billion idea.
Yeah, like you know the strips that they sell you?
Party
to put in between
ag. It should be important to note that if the cap on the House represents was lifted, made more appropriate, it would be the actual check and balance of the Senate was meant to be. It would also make the electoral more representative. This is not to say reform of the Senate representation wouldn't also be good, but its power has been buoyed by how small the cap on House of Representatives is. Yes, it has not grown since I think it was like the early 1900s. But also, you could say the same thing about the Supreme Court. It's supposed to be 13 circuit. It's supposed to be the same number of circuit courts. Globalize the enchilada. Hey, MR crew, been a daily viewer since 2020 and want to thank you for everything you do. This is my first IIM as an MR member. I joined DSA today. We beat fascism by standing united. I'm going to give you one of these.
You use it to cover the track.
Thank you for the support.
Oh, okay, yeah.
DSA and getting involved. Very important.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Congressional baseball fan. Sam, where are the tapes of you doing sets at the Kowloon in 1989? I did those in 1992. I don't know if I recorded there. I had to make a beeline to get out of that place. And the final IM of the week. Old Chomsky, what the hell is Kirk talking about? Trump listens to the Cats soundtrack when he gets out of bed. He's more feminine than my girlfriend. Matt, Emma, in Chicago for the DSA. Good job in absentia this week. Brian, yeoman's work. Solo today.
We did it.
You haven't even been on the job for 2 months yet, have you?
No.
Jeez. Good job. Good job this week. Folks, we'll see you on Monday.
It might take all the strength I got. Hey everybody, Sarah Longwell here, publisher of The Bulwark, and today I'm joined by Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher, one of my favorite members of Congress, because not only is she a great member of Congress, but she is also an alumna of Kenyon College, the great Kenyon College. Do you see my Kenyon pillows?
I do see your Kenyon pillow. And Sarah, the other day I was watching and I saw you had a little Kenyon flag on your on the screen. That was so cool. Yep.
It is unfortunately, you can't, I was talking to Beto O'Rourke not that long ago. I was talking to him and I somehow managed to tell him I went to Kenyon within the first 30 seconds of talking to him. My colleague Sam Stein was like, I don't understand how this can be such an important part of your life. Like, you graduated 22 years ago, but it's important. It's the best place.
It's totally important. Kenyon's a special place. I was thinking about that. Somebody made this joke the other day about, how do you know someone's from Texas? And it's like, well, they'll tell you, right? That's like the long-standing joke. And I'm like, same is true for people from Kenyon.
That's right.
That's what we do.
Love to do it. Yeah, we met at Reunion. Some years ago, which is great. Okay, but we're not just here to talk about Kenyon. I mean, I would like to talk about that for 20 minutes, and I bet people would listen.
Oh,
but...
I'm sure we'd have a lot of people listening to that.
Yeah, because Kenyon's such a big powerhouse school that everybody knows about. But we're also here to talk about the Republican effort to redistrict Texas, where you are a congresswoman, which would, in their minds, their hope is that it will help them keep the House. So in 2024, Texas voters sent 25 Republicans and 13 Democrats to Congress. The proposed congressional map in Texas could bring that number as high as 30 Republican seats, 8 Democratic seats. And so Democratic legislators, they have fled the state, including to Illinois, to deny Republicans a quorum so they can't pass this. So just from your perspective, tell us what's going on there in Texas. Because this is a big story. I mean, for August, the Texas redistricting has kind of been the thing. So talk about what's happening.
Yeah, well, thanks, Sarah. And it is a big thing because it is the thing. And what we're starting to see is that it's starting in Texas, but it's not ending in Texas. And so there are a lot of stories around this, but we were hearing it pretty early on. And so we've been in conversations in our congressional delegation and with leadership in the House and with our colleagues across the country about what's happening in Texas, because I think this is really where it's starting, but not where it's ending. And you're right about the numbers, and there are a bunch of important things to say about that. But essentially, what we see is that they're trying to redraw these maps, and you have 13 Democratic seats, all the Democrats are elected by coalitions of minority voters. 12 out of the 13 seats are majority minority districts, and Texas is a majority minority state. And yet they are redrawing the maps so that now almost 80% of the seats will be Republican. And our Texas legislators are totally courageous. They have left the state to deny a quorum, which is in the Texas Constitution. There are a lot of penalties for doing that, and they're getting a lot of empty threats directed their way. But they've left to try to prevent this and to spread the word across the country that this is happening. Because I'm sure you've seen they're talking about doing it in Indiana and Ohio and Florida now, and Missouri. And so this isn't just about Texas. We like to say everything's bigger in Texas, but this is much bigger than Texas. And so our legislators are out, and it should be the story of the summer. And we've got to work together to stop it from happening.
So here's the thing. And I think this is important just as we back up to Trump wants this because he doesn't want Congress to be controlled by Democrats, because he doesn't want the oversight. And so he called up Governor Abbott and he was like, squeeze me out 5 additional seats. And of course, they want to do it in Florida, which was announced yesterday. You're right? These other red states trying to do everything they can. But how unusual is it to do this mid-decade redistricting? It doesn't happen, right?
Yeah, it's really unusual. They've done it in Texas once before. Basically, Texas was a Democratic state for a long time. And then the Republicans started winning elections in the 1990s. And in the early 2000s, the Republicans were in power. And so in 2003, they decided to try to redistrict Texas to change the balance of power, where our congressional delegation had a majority of Democrats, and they wanted to redraw the maps and make it Republican. And it was led by the infamous Tom DeLay. And he was then the whip in the House and kind of led this effort. And back then, our state House reps and then the senators broke quorum and left the state to try to prevent implementing the map. Ultimately, after I think the senators were in New Mexico for 47 days, and they came back, and eventually the maps passed, and the Republicans took control of the congressional delegation, picked up 5 seats, eliminated a lot of Democratic districts, and they have had the majority of our delegation ever since. Right now, it's really a disproportionate majority compared to the voters. And I do think it's important. I always like to tell people there are a lot of people that vote for Democrats in Texas. Consistently, Democrats get at least, 45% of the vote. So you're looking at not quite a 50-50 split, but like 45% of the vote of 30 million people is a lot of people. I was a history major. I wasn't a math major, but that's a lot of people that vote for Democrats in this state. And they're really trying to dilute the voting power of all of those people by redistricting and drawing these more Republican seats.
Yeah, so your point about this kind of just being the first, like that this is going to become a national issue because it's going to go these other places. I was listening to Governor Abbott with Eric Erickson yesterday, conservative, used to be a never Trump guy, now he's a MAGA guy. And I was struck listening to Governor Abbott by how clear he was about this is just strictly a power play. Like, we want those seats. This is going to be good for Republicans. And Eric wasn't pushing back in any way that would say, like, but is it right to do? Is it against the rules? He was just like, wait, here's my one concern. Are you sure it's not going to backfire by these other states like California and other blue states redistricting as well and going tit for tat? Are you sure this is going to redound to the benefit of Republicans? And Abbott said, absolutely. These people are ridiculous. They can't find more seats in these other states. And so he had this like strong kind of power play mentality that seemed to think they weren't going to be able to get these other seats in California and other places to match what Texas was doing. But I know that part of the theory among Democrats right now is that they're going out around the country to say, you guys got to get engaged in this too. So we're all in this fight together. How do you think that's going to play out?
That's right. Well, I think there are two things, Sarah, and there's sort of the legal and the political. And so I'll kind of take them in that order. But number one, I think one of the reasons that you hear Republicans saying over and over, this is just political, is because the Supreme Court has said that political gerrymandering is just fine, right? Mm-hmm. So they're saying, oh, it's all just political. We've got the power. And they are pretty shameless about it. I mean, most of them have been pretty quiet, right? Like you hear in the background that Republicans don't really want this to happen, but they're not speaking up. They're not testifying at these hearings that we've had across the state, hearings where they had 7 or 8 hearings on the map before they had hearings about the flooding in Central Texas, which is ostensibly the reason that they're there, right? Like they're pretty clear and transparent that this is their priority, that this is what they're doing, and they're doing it for Donald Trump. But it is also true that courts have said, well, political gerrymandering is fine. And so the more they say this is just a power play, we're not trying to discriminate against Black and Latino and Asian Texans, which is what these maps do, the more they think that they're building kind of cover to pass their maps in court. So I think that's a really important piece of this because, as I mentioned, those 13 seats currently held by Democrats all have majority, minority electorates that elect those candidates of choice. And not surprisingly, the 25 seats that are Republicans are elected by Anglo voters, even though minority communities make up more than 60% of the population of Texas, but Anglo voters control more than 65% of the seats. And with these new maps, it'll be closer to 80. So it's really, there's a huge racial dimension here that they want to overlook and build this record that that's not what they're doing when it is. So that's a really piece.
I'm sorry, that just clicked for me. And you know what? I follow this stuff, and if I follow this and I didn't quite realize that, then I guarantee you a lot of other people didn't either. Your point is, yeah, they're being super aggressive about the fact that it's politically motivated because political gerrymandering is legal. Racial gerrymandering isn't. And so even though what they're doing, and it's a funny thing actually, because that's a little bit potato, because if you say like, well, a lot of these majority minority districts are more likely to have Democratic voters, there's like a lot of overlap there, but they are, that is it. They want to avoid anybody saying, well, this is a racially motivated gerrymander.
Yeah, but they're also just shameless about it politically, right? And they're asserting their authority and they're saying, you know, I saw a state rep on TV saying, well, we're doing this because we can. And they're not asking the question that you asked and that Texas Democrats are asking, which is it the right thing to do? The answer to that is clearly no, right? So they're not doing it because they're the right thing. They're not doing it because it's what Texans want them to do. They're doing it because Donald Trump wants them to do it, and they are afraid of Donald Trump. And so, I do think the backfire question comes out a couple of different ways. One, I think it could backfire on them because I think Democrats will contest these seats if these maps are enacted. Two, I think Democrats in other states are looking at their maps in this moment. Now, some people have said we need kind of corrective and temporary measures, but whatever it is, that Democrats are looking at this too. So I don't think they can make this assumption that, they're definitely going to win, especially because their policies are so bad and the things that they're doing in Washington are hurting real people. And they're totally failing on their campaign promises. I mean, I'm an avid focus group listener, and people have been talking about costs forever. Are costs coming down? No, right? Costs are going up. Tariffs are going up. As much as Donald Trump wants to say that, we're bringing in money from tariffs, we're bringing it in from Americans, right? So people are not happy with their policies, and they shouldn't assume that they can just draw their way out of this problem. They have prioritized Donald Trump to the detriment of their constituents, and there is going to be a reckoning next November. It's important for us to be able to talk about all of those things, and the power grab piece is an important part of that too. And I don't want to just ramble on, but we have seen this incredible power grab from the White House in every context, right? They're taking power from Congress. They're taking power from the courts. They're ignoring court orders, and now they want to draw our congressional maps. I think it's important for people across the country to understand that we don't want this, right? You saw those No Kings protests. That goes back to our founding documents. We don't want a king. That's what they're trying to do. And so they really should think twice before they just do whatever Trump demands of them, because they are going to have a reckoning next November and beyond. And that's why I think, it could definitely backfire on them, and it should backfire on them.
I remember a Republican Party that this kind of executive overreach would never have been tolerated from, wouldn't even have been considered, because it's not the role of the federal government. But actually, you just said something that is interesting that I just want to drill down on for 1 second. You said we're going to contest all the seats in this new map. Does that mean that you think that even if they redraw the maps to be favorable, they don't automatically pick up those 5 seats? You think Democrats can still win those seats they think they're going to get?
I do. I mean, look, they're going to be tough races, but I've looked at the maps. That's part of my job. And right now, our fight is to prevent the maps from being enacted. And that is job number 1. But job number 2 is, if these maps do get enacted, which the governor and the legislature have not said that they won't do it yet, if these maps get enacted, I think that you see some of these districts that have been drawn, Democrats could win. And in fact, Democrats have won historically, like in 2018. The way these are configured, I think Democrats can win these seats. And so we know we have a commitment. We've had conversations at the DCCC and with others. And I think we're going to see real investment in Texas. Of course, we need to get great candidates and we need to talk to people, but we're going to have the resources, and we are not going away. We are not going to give up these seats without a fight, because it's about the seats and the balance of power, but it's about the people we represent. And it's about these fundamental principles of democracy that everybody should have a right to have a say. And when you go into the voting booth, it should matter what you do. And so we're going to keep fighting. And I think, I've said for a long time, the only way I see Republicans doing things differently is when they start losing elections. And so I'm going to be completely focused on making sure that they lose elections in as many places as possible. And we are not ceding any territory in 2026 or going forward.
Yeah, love that. So it came out yesterday that the FBI, speaking of executive overreach and other politicized institutions that we used to be able to count on to be roughly nonpartisan, the FBI approved Senator John Cornyn's request for help locating the Texas legislators who have left the state. I don't know. I guess they just mess with Texas. But what my producer put that in. He's so corny. I can't. So I apologize.
One of those things Texans say, and it annoys everyone, but it's true. It's a thing.
What do you make of this? Like, they're going to unleash the FBI to go track people down?
I mean, it's embarrassing, Sarah. It's embarrassing. I wish that Senator Cornyn had not made that ask. It's embarrassing. I think that he should show some more dignity in this moment. That is certainly something that they have fought at every turn. And don't forget, Texas rejected Medicaid expansion because they don't want the federal involvement, right? Ken Paxton and the Texas governor sued the Biden administration time after time after time because of federal overreach. And so now you see them, trying to call in the FBI, which, by the way, those legislators are not hard to find. They've been having press conferences. They've been showing up with governors. They've been advising the media where they're going to be. You don't need the FBI. And frankly, the FBI doesn't have any jurisdiction. There's nothing they can do with them because this goes back to that key point. Breaking quorum is totally legal. It's in the Texas Constitution that says you need a 2/3 majority to have a quorum. And if you don't have a quorum, a smaller number of legislators can vote on how to get them back or what to do or, deal with absences. But it's in the Constitution. So what does the FBI even have to go after them for? It's just crazy, but it's part of this bullying tactic, fear tactics that you see emanating from the White House, coming down into the legislatures and, happening across the country, just trying to scare people. And I love that our state reps are just like, bring it on, right? We're not going to take this. In fact, you probably saw, one of these other big Texas things is like the Goliath battle at Goliath and the Goliath flag and the cannon, right? And there's this flag that just says,
okay, no, now you're speaking Texas to me. And
sorry. Speaking Texas, I'm going to take it. And that was their response, right? Because that's who we are, right? Remember the Alamo, right? Like, we are going to fight. And that is very true to Texas. And so these things that, frankly, Governor Abbott, who is currently trying to remove the leader of the House Democratic Caucus from his seat. I don't know if you've seen that, but he filed a petition directly in the Texas Supreme Court to remove the caucus leader who's duly elected, who is beloved. He's my constituent. He lives in my district. We represent all the same people, and he's great. He's beloved. He gets 75% of the vote. Greg Abbott's trying to take him out of his seat. It's insane. And Texans are not going to fall for that. They're just not. But their attitude is, bring it on. We're fighting for the people and you're fighting for Donald Trump. And we know we're on the right side of history, but we know we're on the right side of every part of this. And so I'm really grateful to them and just really proud to be represented by them in this moment.
Yeah, that is Congressman Wu is his name? Yes.
Wu. Mm-hmm.
That's right. Just going back to Cornyn real quick and him unleashing the FBI, which what's he going to do? They're going to go handcuff these guys and march them back and sit them down and be like, vote now?
But for what? What could the FBI even handcuff them for?
I don't know. Just to get them back? I don't know. They're just going to start dragging people back to their state? I don't know what they do. Nothing seems great. But I love that they're being fearless about this and not letting that intimidate them, because I do think that's what this moment requires. But Cornyn, even you were saying it's embarrassing. What I love about what Cornyn's doing, and by love, I mean is terrible, but it's all political. It's all about him trying to butch up because Paxton is ahead of him in all of the polls, and he's very worried that Donald Trump is going to endorse Ken Paxton, and he's going to lose a Senate seat to an even bigger lunatic, although at this point, who can really tell the difference. But how is the local
Trump's going to endorse Paxton.
Paxton's
more corrupt.
Kind of affecting what's happening around this gerrymandering question?
Well, I do think that's a really important point, because what you're seeing is kind of the governor and the attorney general and the lieutenant governor talking tough, and then you've got Cornyn getting in on the action. And you're right. I mean, the polling is not in his favor. And I think, there are a lot of things, but you see, they're all just trying to curry favor with Trump, and it's gross. Right. And people see that on the ground here. I mean, I do think people see it. So there were field hearings on the maps, and overwhelmingly people showed up to testify against them. We did a rally beforehand. We did a day of action last weekend with my campaign group, and people are just showing up out of everywhere. In fact, with Gene Wu and this current effort to remove him from office, we're collecting thank you notes and thank you cards to deliver to him through his team. And people are knocking on the door, bringing stuff to us, signing up to just say thank you. People see it, people know it's happening, and they know who's fighting for them and who's fighting for Trump. And the Republicans need to think about that, because they will be accountable next November, and you can only draw these maps so far. So they're not really thinking about their legacy. They're thinking about their political survival in the moment. They're not thinking about what's right. Certainly, I mean, that is clearly out the window. But I think Texans expect more and better, especially from our senator. And look, we're going to have a competitive Senate race next year, no matter what happens. And so, you got to think about this and running for the primary. That's a huge part of what's wrong with politics is listening only to the primary voters. But we're going to do a lot to mobilize people across the state of 30 million people, 10 million of whom will be in new congressional districts if this map goes into effect. And like these congressmen need to worry too. And I guess I say congressmen, there are 2 women in the Republican delegation from Texas, but like they're getting a ton of new constituents that don't know them. They could be subject to primary challenges themselves. There are a lot of reasons that Republicans shouldn't be doing this that are practical, but the basic reason they shouldn't be doing it is because it's wrong.
Well, it is funny. You do now have some California Republican congressmen, some New York Republican congressmen, like Lawler's out there being like, ban it, don't do it, because they're the ones who end up going down if California and New York decide to respond in kind with that hardball. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate like the optimism and the like way you're pushing this forward, because this is all about a power grab, and I'm glad to see people are, there's an older version of Sarah Longwell that would have been like, people shouldn't flee the state, but this is...
They're not fleeing. I don't like the word flee. Just
you know what? You're right.
They left the state. They're not fleeing the state. They're leaving on principle, and they're spreading the word, and they're going out across the country because, we've discussed this. Like, this is a 5-alarm fire for democracy right now. We really are in a crisis, and they're leaving the state and demonstrating through their actions what's at stake is really important for people to see. So I don't mean to get into semantics and pick on you for using the word left, but
I love it. No, it's important. Words matter,
right? They're not fleeing. Yeah. They're leaving, and they are spreading the message, and they are trying to save our democracy. And they're trying to save people all across America. And like I said, I'm so proud to be represented by them. I'm so grateful to them. And I'm grateful to you for having me on and letting me talk about this, because I do think people should be paying attention. It's the story of August. It's going to be the story of the year and the story of 2026. But I agree with you. Like, we can't give up. We have no other options. So we're going to keep fighting. We're going to fight the maps. And then we're going to fight in the elections. And we're going to fight and fight and fight. And we're not going to give up.
Love that. That's like Kenyan spirit. Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us, and thanks to all of you for watching. Be sure to become a Bulwark Plus member at thebulwark.com.
The Deputy Attorney General of the United States going on a podcast to discuss one case, and one where his ex-criminal defense client, who's now president, is possibly implicated and possibly embarrassed by something to do with that case that involves sexual abuse of young girls? Yeah, this is unusual. It's completely insane.
Hey guys, welcome to George Conway Explains It All to Sarah Longwell. I am not Sarah Longwell. I don't think so. I'm Sam Stein. But we do have George Conway, and this is why you tuned in anyway, not to hear me, but to hear him. George, I gotta say,
well, I wanted
it's
to
a
hear
pleasure. You. No. I want to hear you. It's a pleasure to be in this seat with this exalted guest. How are you doing?
Oh my God.
You good?
I'm good. I drove by the Naval Observatory on my way home tonight.
Okay.
And the Naval Observatory is the home, as many of you probably know, the Vice President of the United States, who's having a dinner tonight.
Allegedly, he's denying it.
Allegedly, he's denying it. Well, I'm sure that they may have canceled the dinner afterward.
Well, I thought the denial was kind of interesting because they kept being like, well, we're not meeting at the vice president's. It's like there's always a qualifier. We're not talking about the Epstein cover-up. So there's like ways like they could be meeting, but not about that. Anyways, we're going to get into it.
Maybe they're meeting for dinner to talk about baseball. Yeah. And then they'll have drinks after and talk about Epstein.
Exactly. We're actually going to get into that. I have a whole list of topics I want to get you to opine on. But before we do, for everyone who's watching, please do subscribe to the podcast. Subscribe to our YouTube feed where this shows up as well. We appreciate all the support. All right. So, George, let's start with really the place we should start, which is Jeffrey Epstein. I know it's been
somehow we ended up there. I'm amazed.
Well, it's like part of me is always sort of wondering, is this story going to kind of go away? How does it go away? Surely 4 weeks in, we're not going to be talking about it. But here Trump is at an event tonight. We're taping this on Wednesday night with Tim Cook of Apple. And he's asked about, Jeffrey Epstein, and he's back at it, calling it all a hoax and saying it's all made up. And, you know, in a normal White House...
He also used the word bullshit, and he was very emphatic, I think.
And this is sort of a doth protest too much situation, but I just couldn't help but thinking like a normal president would be like, look, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the $100 billion investment Apple's going to be making, but that's not Trump. He cannot stop time. And I know you brought this up before, but like he is his own worst enemy on this situation because you just can't help it.
Right. He has single-handedly kept this whole scandal alive. And I mean, I know obviously it had its genesis in the fact that all of his people and even him were spreading conspiracy theories and backing these conspiracy theories, and Elon Musk pumped it a couple months ago. But it's been all Trump since then. No, his defensiveness and then why he started talking about firing about Epstein recruiting women from Mar-a-Lago. I mean, I can't. I mean, he should just keep his mouth shut.
Stolen. The thing that's kind of been hard for me to grapple with is what's going on with Ghislaine Maxwell and how they've approached sort of the leniency around her, the interviews with her, why they think that this is going to end up well for them to be clearly working alongside someone who is a perjurer, not to mention all the horrific things she's done with the sex trafficking. But can you explain what actually is going on here from a legal standpoint? Like what kind of, are they trying to get some sort of deal in which she exonerates Trump, and would anyone actually believe it?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, we touched upon this before, and you know, the first thought was, well, gee, maybe they're going to try to get some kind of statement from her in exchange for leniency. And they did get a statement from her. They're talking about releasing it. I mean, they basically had this interview that we now know in the week since we last talked about this. There's an audio tape of Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell.
There's an audio. I actually did not know that. There's an audio tape of that?
That's what it's been reported on, you know, no unnamed sources. And the unnamed sources are saying that the administration has or is, the Justice Department is transcribing it or has transcribed it, and they're giving consideration to releasing the transcript. And then today, the ABC News
I saw
reported,
that. Let's talk about that. That was wild.
Yeah, ABC News reported, what was the headline? Do you have it?
I'm going to get the headline. I got it right here. Ghislaine Maxwell told DOJ Trump never did anything concerning around her, sources, which I have so many questions about the decision to run the story.
Here's my comment on it. I put it on in a tweet. I put my comment in a tweet. I know that shocks people. And my tweet was, my tweet was, breaking news. I don't know if you can read this. Breaking news. Criminally adjudicated sex abuser says civilly adjudicated sex abuser never did anything causing her concern.
It's crazy. But think about it from this angle. Who could the sources? There's only two camps of sources here, right? One is the people who want Trump exonerated, the White House folks and Todd Blanche, and the other is the Maxwell people who want to get her leniency. It's like, what sources can you rely on to credibly report that conversation?
Right, and the language of the report was so vague. I don't know if it's that vague in the transcript of the interview, but it's like, oh, hey, Ghislaine, did Trump ever do anything that concerned you? Oh, no. Of course, she never did anything that concerned herself, even though she was participating in the sexual abuse, actually participating in the sexual abuse of minors over many years and procuring them. So what? I don't think her standards are really.
Yeah, what would concern Ghislaine Maxwell? Well, I just want to know at what point does Ghislaine get concerned?
That the girl was overage, maybe that she was in her 20s. I can't even. What would concern her? I don't know. It's so bizarre.
And the other thing about the story was, and Sarah pointed this out as well, which is around her in the headline. Did anything concerning around her? Around her does carry a lot of weight there. Like. Yeah, like maybe not around her bad things happen. We don't know. Ghislaine didn't see everything.
Maybe I went out to smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I mean,
who knows?
It's so weird.
It gets back to my point though. It's like if you're resting so much of Trump's exoneration on Ghislaine Maxwell, isn't that inherently a bad place to be in? I mean, I don't see how this ends particularly well.
She was basically said by the, I think it was still the maybe it was the Trump Justice Department. The Trump Justice Department was one who charged her in the case that got her 20 years, and the Justice Department took the position at sentencing. I don't remember when the sentencing was, whether it was 2020 or 2021, that basically you can't trust Ghislaine Maxwell, that she lied. In civil, they cited the fact that in civil litigation that kind of got the ball rolling into investigations and criminal investigations of Jeffrey Epstein, she perjured herself about what Epstein was doing and not doing to these women, or these girls. So she can't be trusted, and obviously she has a huge incentive to be nice to the guy who could set her free. That being said, I don't, we've gone back and forth. Everybody's gone back and forth about, is this about trying to get her, to spring her? And I am kind of leaning against that. I have been, because it's like, it would be so insane to spring her, to spring this woman.
That's where I'm
convicted. Right. But you know what I think? Right? Maybe the deal has already been done.
But what's the deal? What's the possible deal?
Maybe the deal was something kind of less ambitious, like she'll tell you what she knows, wink, wink. Just don't ask too many questions, right? And you get her into a minimum security prison, which is a big deal, actually. And she did get that. And so what adds to my skepticism that they'll spring her is that what else has she got to give them at this point? She did give them a statement of some sort, and I can't imagine she could add to that statement at this point, because presumably the Deputy Attorney General was very, very thorough and asked every question that he would ask. So I don't know how they do any more.
If that's Todd Blanche on the phone, you can take it.
Oh no, I'm no Todd. Todd, what did she really say?
Okay,
I turned the phone off. Sorry.
There's a very cynical view out there that one thing she could give them that they
Who
might
could be cynical about all this?
I know, right? Is that she might say, you know what? Bill Clinton or whatever Democratic boogeyman you want to say, I have all the goods on him, and you can take this to the bank and it'll distract from Donald Trump. That they might run with, if I'm being super cynical.
That's not crazy, but then she probably has already said that, right? Because they would have wanted to know that, whether or not she could deflect attention from Trump and onto Democrats or other famous people. So what else does she have now? I don't think she's got any more leverage. She got something already, and maybe that was the deal. Maybe that's all she's going to get. Maybe she didn't get greedy, or her lawyers didn't get greedy, because she's doing 20 years. She's served at least 4 of them. So she's got about 15 or 16 years left.
I can't believe she only got 20 years.
She was in a low security prison, but that's a prison. That's a real prison. It's got fences and wiring and stuff. What she's in now is a prison camp, which is minimum security, which is basically for people who are in for a year or two, didn't kill anybody, didn't hurt anybody. And what you do is you kind of work, and you do on work programs so that you kind of can get back on your feet when they let you out in a few months. And she's got no business being there with her long sentence, and a sentence for sexual abuse of children.
No, it's unheard of. It's unheard of. Quick commercial read, and then we'll get back to this because I have questions about your phone buddy, Todd Blanche. All right, this show is sponsored by, and I know George loves this company because I've listened to past podcasts, The Perfect Gene. We're almost back in pants season here in Washington, D.C. I happen to be in New York, but I usually am in Washington, D.C. And to be honest, our office is always in pants season, just so everyone is clear about that. I was looking to upgrade my supply of pants, and I ordered some of these Perfect Jeans. When I tried them on, I said out loud, wow, holy shit, these are the best jeans to grace my legs. That's because the Perfect Jean is actually perfect. It's real denim, but not that heavy, stiff, suffocating fabric that you're used to. It's lighter, softer, stretchier, but still durable and just better. I'm also hard to shop for because I'm usually between sizes, but not with the Perfect Jeans. They have waist sizes 26 to 52. You know me, I'm 26. Lengths 26 to 38 and 6 different fits from skinny to thick. So I was able to easily find jeans that fit my body without having to settle for a weird size or take them to the tailor. George, you wearing your perfect jeans today?
Yes. In fact, I am. Most days I am wearing them.
Yes, I was aware that
my
you
perfect
subbed
jeans.
them in.
I have always, it's my favorite product that we've advertised, without any offense to any other advertiser, and I love my perfect jeans.
Well, that's because perfect jeans are very stylish. You look great. Yeah, you look against the name. You look great cheering on your kid at their ball game or even recording a podcast episode like this one. And if I ever get the chance to attend a fancy award event, they do look fantastic on the red carpet. Alas, no one ever invites me to fancy award events, but if they do, I will wear perfect jeans. They've literally been worn at the Academy Awards. That is true. It's finally time to stop crushing your balls in uncomfortable jeans by going to theperfectjean.nyc. Our listeners get 15% off your first order, plus free shipping, free returns, and free exchanges when you use the code AskGeorge15 at checkout. That's 15% off for new customers at theperfectjean.nyc with promo code AskGeorge15. After your purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show. Tell them we sent you. Fuck your khakis and get the perfect jeans. Okay? Fuck your khakis. Who needs them? All right, George, let's talk about Todd Blanche, because he's doing things that are not normal for a deputy attorney general. The latest is, in addition to this, meeting he had with Ghislaine, it is being reported that he's contemplating going on the Joe Rogan podcast to end the fallout. That's what they want, to end the fallout over the Jeffrey Epstein saga. I want you to contextualize this for the listener. How absurd is it that the second DOJ is doing all this stuff, acting almost like a henchman for the president? I mean, this is the shit that was like problematic for Nixon and got them in real trouble. This is just happening out in the open.
This is just way beyond. I mean, remember, we haven't mentioned it, but everybody knows this, but Todd Blanche was his criminal defense attorney in the New York State criminal prosecution where Trump was found guilty of 34 counts. I mean, he is basically still acting as the personal defense lawyer of Donald Trump, except we're paying for it. And then he's going to go on a pod. I mean, whoever heard? I mean, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States going on a podcast to discuss one case, and one where his ex-criminal defense client, who's now president, is possibly implicated and possibly embarrassed by something to do with that case that involves sexual abuse of young girls. Yeah, this is unusual. It's completely insane. And these people are just flailing about, and I think they'd just be better off just shutting up about it.
Yeah,
because
I agree with that. Just shut up. Just don't say anything. Just say, look, we're not going to release the files. It's too sensitive. Ongoing stuff. We have to protect the victims. That's that. You can ask us a million questions.
And the Attorney General, you can ask the Attorney General, and then the Attorney General is going to just say, I'm busy Attorney Generaling.
Or just saying it's an ongoing matter and we're not going to get into it.
Ongoing matter, right. Ghislaine, they could make up something. Ghislaine Maxwell still has a case before the Supreme Court. She's petitioning for a review of her.
They talk about it. Sorry. They talk about it all the time. Now, this brings me back to the dinner, alleged dinner at the at J.D. Vance's residence. They're denying it, whatever. But I think, let's assume that a dinner.
It's going to be held at the Five Guys in Alexandria.
No, the Five Guys in the Ronald Reagan Airport, where right around the corner. It's very secret.
Yes. So they have to get through security.
Yeah, but they have VIP pass. Todd Blanche is supposed to be there. Pam Bondi allegedly supposed to be there. Kash Patel is supposed to be there. I was on the pod with Tim and Sarah this morning. Tim reminded me about the big scandal in the 2016 election, which was Bill Clinton getting on Loretta Lynch's plane during the campaign to talk about, we don't know, but the allegations were that he was talking about the investigation into her email usage.
And then she ended up having to recuse herself, right?
She recused herself. Yeah. Now we're at this place where they are part of a strategy meeting openly to figure out how to get through this stuff, and it's involving There's no pretense that there's independence between the Justice Department and the White House. They are in cahoots.
Yes. It's completely, absolutely insane. But again, to go back to the Rogan thing, I love the Rogan thing. That's not. How could that possibly help him? He's been. I've never watched Joe Rogan. It would be a disaster. He's been like a dog with a bone on this, and he can be pretty. He doesn't let stuff go very easily. You can fault him for some of the things he says, but he doesn't let stuff go very. He's gonna ask hard questions, and all this is going to do is just expand the problem. So holding meetings about it, there's really nothing they can do except. They should have been standing their ground. We can't produce this stuff because blah, blah, blah. Ask the Justice Department. They reviewed this stuff and they can't produce it. It's got all sorts of things about victims. Ooh, la, la, I can't do that. And then the White House's position should be ask the Justice Department.
And then they have
we've already said anything we've had to say about this. But
Trump can't stop it. Last question on this matter, and then we will, I promise, get to other topics. But this my theory. This
is too much fun.
I know. It is. Gotta be honest. But whatever. We do need to cover other things. My theory in the case is it is going to be on a low burn for a little bit. Obviously, Trump's going to keep it simmering because he can't shut up. But it will be on a low burn. But then in September, when Congress comes back, and they have to be asked about this, and those subpoenas go out and the requests for records go out, it will come back into the forefront. And the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, chair of it, has issued all these subpoenas. He notably did not issue a subpoena for Alex Acosta, and I want to get your take on that. Alex Acosta was the U.S. attorney down in Florida who tried the case, got the sweetheart deal for Epstein. But he did issue a subpoena for Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. How does that work? Well, do you imagine a world in which Bill Clinton actually sits for a subpoena? It seems almost unprecedented and unlikely.
I can't imagine that's going to happen. I mean, the Congress's record in enforcing subpoenas over the last several years, particularly after the first Trump administration, hasn't been all that great. And I think that I just don't see, I don't think these subpoenas will help them in any way because, again, it's all because they haven't produced the documents and everybody knows that. And they had to send Congress home basically so they wouldn't produce, so they wouldn't ask, people wouldn't move or file legislation or whatever, make demands for these documents. So I just don't think, I think they're kind of stuck in a box here, and the more they try to wiggle out of it, the more attention they draw to it. And about Acosta, I don't think there's anything. I don't think that Acosta would have anything to add at this point. I mean, he's already testified. He had testified at his confirmation hearings. They went over the stuff lightly there. There's already been, I think, an Inspector General's report about. Okay,
let me push back. Then why not? If he doesn't have anything to add, what's the harm in subpoenaing it, right? Like, it looks a little bit weird.
It does look weird. I just don't think any of this testimony would matter. I do think you can make a big deal out of somebody not showing up. But the documents are the thing to me. I just don't see what Alex Acosta has to ask, has to add to this. I mean, there is a weird story, and I think maybe it's been written about by journalists about how they got this, how they basically dropped the federal case in favor of a light plea deal in state court way back in the day. But I don't. That's not what people care about right now.
They want the documents, and they did subpoena for the documents. But I just, how long will that take?
Produce them. They won't produce it. They'll say this is this is investigative stuff. This is a criminal investigation, and that probably will be enough for a court.
Absolutely. So, all right, we're gonna let the Epstein matter rest there for now. Sigh. I know. I'm sorry. Our next sponsor is True Classic. True Classic, it's never just about the fit or the fabric. It's about helping guys show up with confidence and purpose every single day. Their clothes fit where they should, feel incredible, and don't cost a fortune. You get that tailored look without sacrificing comfort or blowing your budget. But what really sets True Classic apart is the mission behind it all. From uplifting men in their day-to-day lives to giving back to undeserved communities. And yes, even making you laugh with ads that don't take themselves too seriously, this brand leads with purpose. Like their shirts, True Classic's ads are not too tight or too loose. I've been wearing True Classic for a while now, and you can feel the difference the moment you throw one on. Tailored where you want it and relaxed where you need it. No bunching, no stiff fabric, no BS. Just a clean, effortless fit that actually works for real life. Forget overpriced designer brands. Skip the cheap throwaway stuff. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, and built to give back. You can find them at Target, Costco, or head to trueclassic.com/askgeorge to try them for yourself. Now I got to go to Texas redistricting, which is the other big saga in the news. So just to catch the listener up to where we are, as far as I know, Texas Dems, 57 of them, have fled the state to deny a quorum so that the Texas Republicans cannot have their special session at which they would pass this gerrymandered map. At the same time, California is starting the process to do its own redistricting, which would be to counterbalance what Texas is doing. But then on top of that, a number of Republican states have now begun entertaining the idea that they would do mid-cycle redistricting, including Missouri, and now South Carolina is potentially getting into the act. Ohio has to redistrict. We have flirtations from Indiana and potentially Florida, which raises the question of whether other Democratic-run states will do the same. And we are just in an unbelievable tit-for-tat. It's a real race to the bottom. Before we get into the micro stuff, on the macro level, George, what do you make of all this?
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, to have redistricting to create political advantage, partisan political advantage in numbers in the House of Representatives between census redistrictings is crazy. And
it is.
It's, you know, the fact that all these states are going to do it, it's going to be chaos, and they have to do it basically within a year. Because primaries are going to start happening in less than a year. It really is just it really kind of reeks, actually.
Oh, it's horrible.
And it is horrible, and it really shows you that the Republicans are quite fearful of 2026. But I don't know how, you know, it's like the genie's out of the bottle. I don't know how you put the genie back in. I mean, in prior times, there was always restraint that one party or the other would exercise. To be sure, there's gerrymandering that's gone on from probably the beginning of the nation, you know, and you can argue that there are Democratic states. I think there are Democratic states where they've taken advantage of their majorities and diluted Republican voters, and Republicans have done the same things in their state, but they've always kind of, there's a, you know, you could make, somebody said the other day, you could make Illinois an all Democratic delegation if you wanted to. It's like something like 15-3 right now, but you could get rid of the 3 Republican districts, and you could draw. And I think in theory, I mean, you think about it, if you had, with the amount of data we now have about where voters are with, you know, Grok could probably do it. Okay, Grok could probably design.
Don't give Grok ideas.
Don't give Brinny Grok any ideas. And you know, I mean, and it's hard to know. I guess it's hard. I mean, it's hard for legislators to resist the urge to do it to some extent, but to do it to an extreme extent where you're basically shutting out another party. I don't know.
It makes the primary election the only election that matters. It's going to be horrible.
Which is going to make basically the House more extreme in both directions, but in particularly in the Republican direction.
Oh, it's going to be bad. All right, I want to talk about the legal subplots that are happening here, because the governor of Texas has, you know, said, let's go arrest the lawmakers that are fleeing, and he's dispatched state resources to do so. John Cornyn, the senator from Texas, has requested that the FBI, federal resources, go and arrest the lawmakers who have fled the state. What is the legality of any of that?
I don't think there is any legality to it. I mean, obviously, if these legislators, these Democratic legislators, were hanging out in a bar in San Antonio, yeah, they could be picked up by the Texas Department of Public Safety and brought back to Austin, because they were within the jurisdiction, and the civil warrants were valid in the state of Texas. They're not valid outside the state of Texas, and these aren't criminal warrants. There are no procedures for extraditing legislators for failing to show up to make a quorum call. So and then they went to blue states, Illinois, Massachusetts. I forget what the New York. So nobody's going to help them there no matter what. So it's all futile. Now, in terms of the FBI, what's the federal interest involved? What's the federal?
I don't know.
What federal statute or law is there that permit? I mean, maybe the FBI could conduct an investigation and say, hey, yeah, they're doing karaoke on Houston Street in Manhattan, but what good does that do anybody? They got no basis the FBI has no federal basis to arrest.
I was wondering that, like,
anybody.
what kind of fig leaf can they give the FBI to be like, yeah, we're going to go and arrest that person for what?
For not being in. There's no federal.
And what are they going
crime.
to do? Like cuff the lawmakers, James Tallarico in cuffs, and bring him back to Austin?
It make just as much sense to send them to El Salvador. They've got no legal basis to do any of this stuff.
But again, just to be clear, that doesn't mean they're not going to try to do it, right?
The law never stopped this administration.
And Trump entertained it. Trump didn't commit to it, but they asked him. Well, you could basically ask Trump if he'd entertain anything, and he'd be like, "Yeah, I'll look into it."
That's something we got to think about, right? Yeah, exactly.
Trump, would you like unleash flesh-eating, dragons on the populace? Yeah, I'm going to look into it. 2 weeks, I'll be back to you. No, but in this case, he's like, he was like, yeah, it's something we may have to do. So he's not like, he doesn't close the door on anything, but even he didn't commit to using the FBI. I should note that.
The truth is, he has no idea.
Yeah, he's no clue. He's not. He's just sort of trying to get through the press conference. So that's where we're at. The lawmakers are scattered across the country. Cornyn wants them arrested. On the larger issue of redistricting, Stephen Vladeck of Georgetown University Law Center had a really notable post on this. He writes, rather, the larger issues with the Supreme Court, and specifically the 2019 ruling in, tell me if I mispronounce this, Rucho versus Common Cause, in which a 5-4 majority held that the federal courts can't entertain challenges to partisan gerrymandering on federal constitutional grounds, not because those grounds don't exist, but because such suits lack, quote, judicially manageable standards. What does that mean? Can you unpack that for me?
Okay. I think that's just a way of saying, if we were to try to figure out how to fix gerrymandering, we would have no idea how the fuck we would do it. And, Steve is skeptical of that decision and critical of that decision. I'm less so, because I have no idea what the court would be. What's the standard? The standard would be...
Yeah, what's the standard of a gerrymander?
What's the standard that what is the court? The court has to basically order a state to redraw maps. Oh, make it no dragons, no shapes, no districts shaped like dragons. They all have to be pretty squares and rectangles, and I don't know what the standard is.
Be similar demographics.
There's no constitutional description for what it should be. I mean, they'd be just making it up.
There's no constitutional provision that says anything about it, except I think the contention is that it would be a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. Well, really, is it? If I move to Houston and I get to vote for some Democrats who win stuff, okay, I don't have a claim. But if I decide to move out, 50 miles to the boondocks where all the red hats live, I don't get to vote for winning candidate. That's not an equal protection violation. Even if they redraw the maps, I mean, it's like if I live in Texas, I'm going to get outvoted some places, and I'm not going to get outvoted others. But it's like, is it really a violation of my constitutional rights that I could have been put into a district where there were more Democrats? I just find that really hard. And then how to draw these districts in a fair manner? Does it have to be if it's 60-40 R to D? Do you have to have it so that the districts are 60-40 majority R to majority D? I don't know how that works. I don't know how you would do that.
Where does the Voting Rights Act come into play here? Obviously, it's been watered
down. The Voting
Rights
Rights Act comes into play because, in a weird sort of way, and this would be contentious on my part. I think libs would flip out at my characterization of the Voting Rights Act here. But hey, it's good to show my colors every so often and get the libs to flip out. The Voting Rights Act kind of requires reverse racial gerrymandering.
Oh, boo.
It does because you have to. It requires, the effect of how it's been interpreted requires courts to maintain majority-minority districts, and I'm not sure that's required by what Section 2 says. I understand the idea behind it. It is actually problematic from, I understand why people feel like, obviously the southern states have tried to basically make sure there's no black representation, and that's bad, no question. But the thing about it is when they create these, when the Voting Rights Act creates districts that are mostly black, and sometimes they do draw funny lines to do that, like some of these lines along interstate highways in some
they could become vote sucks, right? Like they put all minority voters into one district.
Yeah, you know what that also does? That puts all the MAGA voters in the other districts. And part of the reason why, this is the reason why, it wasn't because they all believed in civil rights. One of the reasons why the Republicans were so strongly in support of this in 1982 was not only did the Voting Rights Act, as the amendments in 1982, create safe black districts, or possibly could do it, they created safe Republican districts. You could argue that, you have some of these Looney Tune Congress people, like, I don't know what, I could be wrong about Georgia, but maybe a Marjorie Taylor Greene might not exist in some other world where districts were, say, randomly drawn. But then that raises the question of, like, okay, how do you do this?
And what kind of protections do you offer? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really hard, whether you're talking about race or talking about political affiliation. The one thing you can say is when there's just outright, they're admitting they're doing it, which is what they're doing here, and which is what you have in some of these race cases,
they say they're entitled to it.
They're entitled to do it. Well, they're doing it, and they're saying they're doing it, and there is something that seems wrong about it. But then you get the problem. It's like, okay, what do you have the courts do instead? Say you send it back to them and say, okay, now do it with a clean heart.
No dragon districts.
Or does the judge do it himself or herself with computers and experts? And then you have the problem of, well, what criteria to use?
No, I think you solved it. Actually,
this is an area of the law that is just really, really hard.
You stumbled on the solution, but you didn't even recognize it, which is you just leave it to Grok. You leave it to Grok.
Grok. Well, it depends on
do we get the Hitler version of Grok? Or
That's the problem. Is Grok has Nazi days and he has non-Nazi days.
So let's hope we get Grok on the right day. All right, let me read another ad, and then we're going to get to the next topic, because that's a great segue from Nazi Grok. It's not a good segue. I just want to be true to our advertising here. So we all know it's barbecue season, and the absolute worst thing about barbecuing is chaining yourself by your grill and sweating off half your body weight while you check the temperature of your meat constantly. I actually think that's a good thing. You lose weight that way, but that's just me. But those days are gone because I got a Chef IQ sensor. Yeah, well, that is my sauna. It's a meat sauna. But those days are gone because I got a Chef IQ sensor, and I'm ready for the Food Network. Takes the stress out of not knowing if your meat will come out good. I just enter whatever I'm cooking into my Chef IQ Sense app, steaks, chicken, fish, whatever. I choose precisely how I like it cooked, well done, medium, medium rare, rare, and Chef IQ Sense continuously monitors and predicts precisely when my food will be done. No opening a hot oven, sweating over a barbecue frying pan or an air fryer. I'm free to kick back, visit with guests, or do whatever else needs doing, like sipping a cocktail. Then Chef IQ Sense sends an alert to my smartphone when my steaks, chicken, or seafood are cooked to order. It's the way I like it. No more guessing. This is the world's smartest, simple to use wireless cooking sensor. And the best news is they just announced a flash sale. You need to jump on this. Summer grilling season is here. We are in the thick of it. And the Chef IQ Sense app makes you a grill master. And during their flash sale, you will get 15% off. Visit chefiq.com and use promo code AskGeorge. Again, that's chefiq.com, promo code AskGeorge. Get 15% off your order from Chef IQ at chefiq.com with the promo code AskGeorge. I had a few more topics I want to run through with you. One is, well, you dealer's choice here. We can talk Tulsi Gabbard, or we can talk Trump weighing in on the New York City primary. Which one do you want first?
Let's do Tulsi first.
Okay, let's save the good stuff for last. I like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. The dessert should be the last one. All right, so Tulsi Gabbard is doing some crazy things. Today's Washington Post reports that she unveiled this highly classified document on Russia's interference in the 2016 election over the objections of CIA officials. The Post says it was after a, quote, intense behind-the-scenes struggle over secrecy, which ended in late July when Gabbard released a minimum redacted version of the report. According to multiple people familiar with the matter, Gabbard, with the blessing of President Donald Trump, overrode arguments from the CIA and other intelligence agencies that more of the document should remain classified to obscure U.S. spy agencies' sources and methods. Gabbard, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and Attorney General Pam Bondi have released a slew of intelligence and law enforcement reports over the last month that they claim, without evidence, prove the spy agencies' finding that Moscow intervened in the 2016 presidential contest to help Trump is a, quote, hoax, there's that word again, concocted by the Obama administration. So this one is really something. The Director of National Intelligence basically saying, fuck the intel people, we're just going to do...
Right. We're going to burn our sources. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
It's crazy.
It is completely crazy. And it's crazy because they were free, they did, right? They had released these conclusions already. The conclusions were what they were. I don't think, and the fact is they're contradicted in, I mean, this was Devin Nunes's committee, right?
It's funny because back when Nunes was taking it on, it was so backwatery, conspiratorial nonsense, and now it's mainstreamed.
Yeah, but then you have got all the positions of basically all the intelligence agencies in 2017. You've got then in, was it 2019 or 2020 when the Senate Intelligence Committee,
Rubio's committee,
led by Chairman Marco Rubio, put out, the report was humongous, right? Remember?
Yeah.
Like you couldn't read the whole thing if you know, you'd have to spend 2 weeks to read the whole thing, right? And lock yourself in a room. It was huge, and basically the conclusion was the same, that it was the same as Mueller's conclusion, which was, yes, Putin did try to meddle in the election. We don't know exactly to what extent he was successful, and there was no evidence that they were coordinating or colluding, which was the famous word, with the Trump campaign. And who would do that anyway, because they were a bunch of buffoons. The Russians didn't, that's the thing, is the collusion thing was always bullshit anyway, because they didn't need to collude with anybody, right? The Russians were perfectly good at doing what they were going to do. And then you thought that, but then not only that, right? You've got Bill Barr, to make Trump happy during Trump 1, appoints this guy John Durham, who actually I met when I was a young lawyer.
Did he have the bushy beard at the time?
I don't remember, but he was, when I was a law clerk in 1987 and 88, we had this small office building in New Haven, Connecticut. He was on the next floor, and we get in the elevator with him.
My hometown.
New Haven, Connecticut, yeah. But anyway.
Love it. Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Favorite pizza shop? You got one?
I think, I would say Pepe's.
Yeah, I'm a Pepe's guy too. That's not you. That's not the common answer.
Sally's. I like Sally's too. Sally's a little thin. I mean, the thin crust I like. I just like the thin crust journey. Yeah, I like the thin crust.
All right, back to John Durham.
So Durham, he conducted this investigation. His goal was to find this alleged hoax creating conspiracy. And he basically brought 2 chicken shit cases that didn't indict anybody.
What were the cases again?
I didn't even remember, and he lost. He lost at least one of them. I can't remember. It's like, it's so
one was I think one was an obstruction case.
It was so. It was also. Oh, and I mean, talk about a waste of money. They were talking. And then he wrote a report. There was nothing in the report.
Well, the funny thing is they've taken some of the Durham stuff, as you know, and they've completely concocted what he actually found, like this annex report where it's like, there was some George Soros guy who was trying to do the whole Russia hoax, and in fact, Durham had figured
Durham sounded like this was
fake clearly a fake email by the
Russians.
And now the Trump people are like, this is a real email, and it proves our conspiracy.
Yeah, but see, the facts don't matter to them. It's what they can say on Newsmax, what people can say on Newsmax and Fox News and on Gateway Pundit, and it's just awful.
Yeah, no, that's what they try to do. They try to drive news cycles, and people bite at it. I mean, they've gotten to a point where there's a Post piece today about how the Post credits him with successfully moving the conversation away from Epstein by throwing out all this chum around, prosecuting Barack Obama and doing X, Y, and Z, and then the second point on this topic, which is again Pam Bondi, she's ordering a grand jury investigation into Obama era intelligence officials. Which, I mean, I'm trying to figure out the seriousness of this. You and I are texting about this, but some people are like, this is a totally unprecedented decision by an Attorney General to make this type of call.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a big, I don't think they have anything on these people.
No.
But this is a federal grand jury that they're talking about. It's not going on Fox News or Joe Rogan or making noises and threatening to investigate and that kind of thing. A federal grand jury is actually, it's the most powerful investigatory tool that the Department of Justice has, and it does, it can hand up indictments. I mean, that's a real criminal. When something goes to a grand jury, it's a real criminal investigation. Now, what they could possibly charge, I mean, it's just an abuse of the process. And to say that you're doing it, and to do it for show, basically, is really, really outrageous. I mean, I do think if people I think it crosses a line. They've crossed so many lines, but this is a particularly dark line that they're crossing.
Yeah, in normal circumstances, you would never announce or leak that you're doing this, right?
No, I mean, they may leak anyway, because what happens, the way grand jury investigations get in the news is that a bunch of people get subpoenas and the lawyers start talking, and then somebody tells their favorite reporter, and then somebody has a scoop saying sources indicate that there's a grand jury probe investigating X, because the lawyers find out what's being investigated, because they end up calling up the Department of Justice and saying, well, how can we want to cooperate, but there's just so many things.
Or they'll
you're
camp out
for.
Outside the courthouse and just wait to see people.
Yeah, that's right. They used to do that with Monica Lewinsky back in the day.
Back in the good old days. But in this case, Pam Bondi is out there either directing or saying or leaking that they have done this, which is, to your point, because they want to drive news cycles. So should we expect indictments of I don't know, James Comey?
I mean, I can't imagine they have enough for that, and I think they have a statute.
Isn't the old adage that a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich? I thought that was
yes, as Chief Judge Saul Walker, who was removed, he had to resign from office because he was harassing some woman. Remember, of Saul Walker once, of the Chief Judge of the State of New York, once said that, and there's truth to that, but. I mean, if they don't have the goods, the case isn't going to last very long, and they're going to embarrass themselves. That said, they can cause a lot of heartburn and agony to people who are witnesses and ultimately targets.
Legal bills.
Because they have to spend money defending themselves. Although, I'd be happy to, contribute to somebody's legal defense fund.
Oh, I thought you were going to say pro bono defense work.
Yeah, no, maybe that. It really is just a sign of another step toward autocracy and abuse of the legal system.
George and I are going to keep this conversation going, but the rest is only for our Bulwark Plus members. If you're not a subscriber yet, now's a great time to join. You get a lot by joining Bulwark Plus.
Hello, and welcome back to Even More News, the first and only news podcast. My name is Katie Stoll.
Well, hello to you. Welcome to our listeners. Well wishes to everyone involved. Hello, I'm Cody Johnston.
And, of course, Jonathan is also here.
Hi.
There it is.
Ooh.
There's our guy.
All right.
Was that was a spicy
one?
one?
I was like, yeah. Ooh, we got a little high out
It's
of
like
there.
a little pause, and I wasn't sure if he was
Yeah.
going to say it. It's like, will he, won't he? He did, folks. He sure did.
You and the word high, you're like Ross and Rachel. Like, oh my God, is it this?
Yeah, will I? Won't. I got to. But no, but I was on a break from that word.
Like lobsters, though.
We'll do that for a couple seasons.
Friday, August 8th, National Happiness Happens Day. Smile on August 8th to share in National Happiness Happens Day. On this day, each year, just let it happen. You know, happiness. Because happiness happens. Was that your synopsis, Jonathan, or is that the website?
No, I took it from them. I'm not ready.
That you know?
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
not going to do anything original for National Happiness Happens Day.
This is a weird one. National Happiness. They're all weird.
We're at the beginning of a gerrymandering arms race. This started with Trump and the Trump administration calling up Texas and saying, hey, you should do some redistricting in the middle of the decade to give us more seats. You can carve things up so we can get 5 more seats. And then, unexpectedly, Democrats from other states are saying, well, if you do that, we're going to do it to ours. So Gavin Newsom is going to draw a new map to give Democrats 5 more seats in the House. Voters are going to have to approve it because of something I guess we'll get into. And so now it's just every state. New York wants to do it. J.D. Vance is going to Indiana to try to convince them to just throw out the rules, because who cares about the rules, and do the thing that's kind of ruleless anyway, which is the like gerrymandering of states to give the party in power an advantage. This is, I would say, overall, the concept of it for democracy and like everyone's vote getting a everyone's vote counting.
Yeah,
It's bad
like
for that.
mattering. It's terrible.
it's
it's
real
so
bad.
bad.
It's bad for them.
Yeah, we've talked about this before in other contexts. I mean, I find it obviously just so funny and also gross and annoying that all these Republicans are like, you invented gerrymandering, actually, and we're only now discovering it, and we're gonna do it because you do it all the time. It's just so ahistorical and weird, but it is so anti-democratic. It's absurd that it's been going on for so long, and I mean, the hope is that this turns into a situation where everyone's just like, you know what? Never mind. We're not doing this anymore. We're banning it. Although that was proposed by the previous Congress, and it was voted down by every single Republican in Congress.
Yeah.
So maybe they actually don't care about this at all.
It's interesting. There is a world where this works against the people in question, whomever is doing the gerrymandering. It doesn't always work out the way you want it to. You can be putting people against each other, splitting up different districts in such a way where 2 people are now in competition with each other that used to be, colleagues. It's also interesting because demographics change over time. So, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, if there's a big sweep in the midterms for Democrats, this could, it could just work not in their favor. But obviously, on its face, it is very anti-democratic. We're essentially trying to break up voting populations and spread them out so that their vote means less because it's buried in a red district or a blue district. It's bad both ways, by the way, And then now we're in a position where, yes, it's an arms race, where we have to do this just to try to nullify what they're doing, and it's absurd.
But we do have to. Like,
We do. We have to. We
I
have to.
kind of agree. They're like, it's ball game is the argument. Like, they're going to entrench themselves in permanent minority rule if we are hamstrung by our rules in California and New York by these independent commissions, and none of the red states are. That's it. They have a permanent House majority. And by the way, the census stuff that Trump is still trying to do, that he announced this morning, trying to make sure that undocumented people aren't counted in the census, which, again, I'm not sure that would be a huge game changer because Texas and Florida have a lot of undocumented people as well as California. But anyway, it's like pushing things to give yourself even a minute advantage. Apparently, the concept of dummy mandering from what I have read, is not as much of a concern anymore. That is, like, that they could cut the districts so thin that a wave election on the other side could end up, winning some of those marginal districts. I guess they think they're so good, the math is so good now that they're not really worried about it, unless it's like a D+8 election, which maybe every time we think it's going to be one of those, it's not.
This is the one.
And then there's the problem of the Supreme Court, which we have every reason to believe will say that what Texas is doing is legal and what California is doing is not.
Yeah, it's not a great situation because it is just a, on its face, undemocratic practice that they're going to do no matter what. So either you let them and then you lose and lose and lose, or you join the fight. It really does suck. We have tried. We would ban it, but they wouldn't. They don't want to. And so what can you do? They also have this weird thing. They keep posting. I keep seeing people post, like specifically like conservative pundits post like the bizarre districts that stretch from like fucking El Paso to Austin, like all these like absurd things. And they're like, oh, look what Democrats did to this district or whatever. And every time it's like, no, Republicans specifically did that. They gerrymandered that district that you are using as an example. And they seem to frame it like, look at this district that Democrats gerrymandered to give themselves like a +14 advantage or something. It's like, that's not the point of gerrymandering. It's not to give yourself +14. It's to like whittle away everything so that you have more seats. It's not like, well, we have one really, really strong seat. That's not the point, to make one really, really strong seat. It's to get a bunch of them. So it's just like this absurd sort of thing. It seems like also so many, again, specifically conservative pundits and Republican governors are just finding out about gerrymandering for the first time ever, as if it's a new practice that we just found out about, that also I assume was invented by Barack Hussein Obama, and so we're gonna do it back to them. And it's bizarre, but it's happening.
Because every time I think there's no way they can make a logical argument out of this, they just want to try to bend the rules to help themselves. The argument is that Democrats have done it so much. First, they point to Illinois, which is a gerrymandered state, but they say since they've been so overrepresenting themselves for years, we have to do this to balance out the scales, right? Because they have the majority in every branch of Congress, but they're of course the victims still.
Always.
Being outvoted by the woke left. So Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says on Fox News, "We're a red state. We deserve more representation." And like, yep, that's what they believe. They
can't be talking like that. You can't be saying that.
Because we're conservative, we should get more than the people who aren't. Like, what's the what
because
are you
of
That's not what it's
exactly.
about. I think maybe every elected official should have just like a basic crash course class on American politics and how the government works and all of these things before taking office. Maybe they wouldn't be so surprised by our system once they are in office. Some of these districts are absolutely absurd. I think, Jonathan, did you share a map with us the other day?
This is a district that runs from San Antonio to Austin, which is like 80 miles or something. It's like a 90-minute drive to get from one end of the district to the other. And this map was presented on Twitter as if like the Democrats drew it to try to give themselves an advantage, but of course Republicans drew it to cram all of the people from Austin and San Antonio in one place. Like the new map would take Dallas and carve it up into like 5 or 6 different areas and then just
based on where people
chart
live
it out into where all the rural people live.
Again, exactly. It's like they're not like, what do you like? Republicans specifically did this so that you'd pack all the Democrats into the one district,
and that's an existing district.
And this is just, again, this is one example of so many being passed around like, oh my God, look what Democrats did to get this one seat. It's like, that's not what happened.
So as of now, a bunch of Democrats in the Texas state legislature have fled the state to attempt to deny quorum to that legislature. They're hiding out in various places around the country, being funded by Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Greg Abbott has sent state troopers after them, and I think the FBI, Trump's FBI, has now agreed to like track them down and bring them back. You don't run away from the vote just when it's not going to go your way. But it is, again, like the ball game.
Yeah, you'd never not be in session for Congress if you're trying to like release like some sort of files about like if you had like the president had like a best friend through his life who was a convicted,
for example,
sex trafficker.
Hypothetically,
you know, I obviously like that's absurd, but like if that were to be true, then there would be like all these like collection of files sort of implicating him in those activities. And then maybe Congress would be like, we're not gonna help release those. We're not gonna vote on anything. We're out of here. Now, you know, just as a for instance,
as like a hypothetical, if the president had ever had a friend, we know that can't have been possible.
Yeah.
And in theory, if that had happened, and if the entire GOP had decided to avoid that issue by just going to summer break early, for example,
I don't know,
it would be like that. But it's interesting because I hadn't, in that hypothetical, I don't hear anybody threatening federal prosecution. Interesting.
Anyway, that's an ongoing thing that could determine the future of everything over the next, not that many months, right? 15 months?
15 months, yeah.
There's more elections.
Keep an eye on it.
There's always more elections, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Speaking of Congress being out of session, AOC took a break from being out of session in Congress to talk about this Sydney Sweeney controversy. And she had some strong language to share this on the floor of Congress.
Let's watch some of this. This is real footage of real AOC somehow talking to the House when the House is not in session.
I kind of can't believe this, but it's something.
Yeah, no, this is wild. Yeah. And there's like some text on screen here, so like just ignore
whatever. Don't read.
Sydney Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess, and the American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant Nazi propaganda. I mean, fuck. watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Fuhrer from his grave in Argentina.
Oh, my God.
How did
AOC,
she get away with saying these words in front of Congress?
I mean,
off
fuck.
the rails.
Why would she talk like that? I mean, that's
Yeah, why does her voice seem a little disconnected from her mouth?
I didn't even notice. I wasn't even
You didn't
looking.
notice?
No.
Well, because the words you're hearing are like so startling. You're not even looking at how her mouth is kind of moving freeform around her
It's AI,
still
guys.
face.
Now that I
It's
think
AI.
about it, oh,
is that?
I was gonna say
it's
it
AI.
sounds like something she
artificial
would say.
intelligence.
It's artificial intelligence.
Okay, but like that's like obvious, right? So no one would.
It's obvious. No one would have
fall.
possibly.
Okay.
Or
no one
talk
would fall
about
for
it.
that.
No one would fall for that.
National TV. Oh, wait.
I think national TV is being a little generous for News Nation. But
Okay, fine.
Well, first just on X the everything.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. On a program of some sort.
Okay, so disgraced newsman Chris Cuomo, brother of disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo, saw this video. We assume on his Instagram feed, so I'm very curious what the rest of his feed looks like. And he was, I'll just say it, furious because I can't believe that this real thing that happened in real life really was said and done by AOC, the far left commie who's going to destroy us in favor of Hamas. So yeah, he posted this fucking video like a dumb idiot. And I'm gonna read what he posted with the video. By the way, when he posted the video on Twitter, like captions pop up and like the source of the video pops up as well when you post it. And that reads ChatGPT memes plus AI art at Meme Runner GPT. So
pretty clear.
A hint. If you missed the Clonos.ai.io parody 100% made with AI watermark right above her fucking face, then there were other clues as well.
This is like the most transparent AI video I've ever seen. Like up front.
Right? It's not even trying to trick you.
Still can't believe that this happened. So he posted this video and he wrote, nothing about Hamas or people burning Jews' cars, but Sweeney Jeans ad deserve time on floor of Congress? What happened to this party? Fight for small business, not for small culture wars. So you first see this and you're like, well, maybe he's joking. Or like maybe he will say that he's joking at least. Maybe he'd at least like, oh, this is embarrassing. It was a joke. I'm just doing satire. I think the typo indicates that maybe he was really, really mad, actually, and it's not a joke. He brought up Hamas for some reason.
What time of day was it?
This was in the evening time.
He'd had a glass of wine or two.
Probably a glass of angry wine.
But it's before his show.
So he had
this
like
was a
4
few
or
hours
5
before he had
glasses of
time
wine.
live on television. So
he had time to go back and forth, realize the mistake, and then write about it.
yeah, this is him
very weird
prepping
way.
for the show.
Yes. I'm sorry. Like he does this all the time. He just takes these. It's very Bill Maher in this way. He sort of takes whatever and talks about Hamas, or like he takes like whatever happens. It's like the woke is the problem. He just sort of like takes words and puts them together to say the thing that he really is mad about. You're saying nothing about Hamas or people burning Jews' cars is the beginning of the tweet. Then later, fight for small business, not for small culture wars. What? Small business? You said Hamas. What are you talking about?
Well, there's things you're allowed to talk about on the floor of the House. 1, Hamas, 2, small businesses, and Sydney Sweeney is something that no politician should be weighing into. So, like, his heart's in the right place.
Except
He
for
wants to
Donald
criticize. He wants to criticize politicians who would get dragged into culture war nonsense, such as, I'm trying to think of Democratic ones specifically. I can't come up with any.
Okay, that's okay. There's another party.
Well,
There's
you're
a
on the
second party.
spot.
You can just pick the other party. Just talk about the other party.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's easy because J.D. Vance has talked about this, and the White House has tweeted about this, and it's been on Fox News every day for like a week now.
The
It's
president.
I think Media Matters did an analysis that they've mentioned Sydney Sweeney some 700, 800 times in the last week, and Epstein 53 or something like that.
That's much easier for them to talk about Sydney Sweeney than Epstein. And then what happens next, however? Did someone correct him? Did AOC specifically correct him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Publicly?
I'm sorry, just how fucking embarrassing. Like, already, this is so shameful, that this happened. You're on TV, man. You do the news. You didn't even... We'll get to his excuses. I'm still thinking about it. What did AOC say?
AOC replied to him, said, "This is a deep fake, dude. Please use your critical thinking skills. At this point, you're just reposting Facebook memes and calling it journalism." And then,
very kind, I will say. She could have gone so much harder on the most embarrassing thing this man's ever done. Like, restraint. Congratulations, AOC, on the restraint you showed, but with this reply.
And so Chris Cuomo deletes the original tweet and then posts a new tweet that doesn't like tag AOC and it doesn't quote tweet AOC, but it's
so
definitely
weird.
like a reply to AOC. This is like how
it's like she posts like a Facebook like status, but it's like it should have been an email or something.
And it's like fine for not everyone to know how Twitter works at this point, but you are not that old, and this is what you do.
It's your job, man. It's your job.
Yeah, so he deletes it, and it's just a standalone tweet saying, "You are correct. That was a deep fake, but it really does sound like you. Thank you for correcting. But now to the central claim. Show me you calling on Hamas to surrender or addressing the bombing of a car in St. Louis belonging to the IDF American soldier, dude."
It's blowing me away how some people are you're so
Stupid.
out of touch with how people feel about Israel. So out of touch with the reality. This doesn't land. This doesn't land for any of us. You are in the toilet tanking in terms of approval ratings around our involvement in Israel, and you're sitting here saying, why hasn't she condemned Hamas still?
Also,
what the fuck?
I looked into this because...
Thank you.
And he might be doing a semantic thing, because obviously she's condemned Hamas many times. I guess his thing is, well, you haven't called on Hamas to unilaterally surrender to Israel. And her position is probably like, no, we need a ceasefire. Right? Like, that.
Yeah.
It's just, that's not her position. But he's like, why haven't you done this obvious thing that everyone's doing? But I think there's a difference if that's what he's doing. If he's just saying, why have you not condemned Hamas? She's definitely done that.
Yes,
You're an
she
idiot.
has. Yes,
Right. I mean, I know I'm being flippant with my phrasing, but it's so weird to me. It's such a bizarre, fabricated outrage. It's obviously a fake video. Why are you talking about this instead of calling for the ceasefire, releasing of the hostages? It's like, what are you talking about, man? This is fucking fake.
He's also like, now to the central claim. Why aren't you doing this? The central claim was that she's talking about Sydney Sweeney ads in Congress instead of Hamas. So what are you talking about?
Yeah. No, everyone, like, if your tweet was on the SATs and it said, what's the central claim of this tweet? Be like, oh, Cuomo's upset that she said fun bags on the
I'm talking about Sydney Sweeney
floor.
instead of what he wants her to talk about.
But that's probably the first time that's ever happened. Fun bags on the
and fuck.
No, I'm sure. Okay, let's watch
real quick. Sorry, before we even start watching, I have to address the text on screen. Developing story. Chris responds to AOC. Developing story. You invented this whole cloth. This is because of your stupid fucking tweet where you believed a deep fake that had AI on her face. Developing story.
I like how the show and News Nation are in brackets, like stylistically.
Yeah.
That's how.
Seek.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sick. Seek. Okay.
You listening? I was wrong. I was tweeting today and saw a clip of AOC saying that Sydney Sweeney ad was racist. And so I replied to it and I said, why do you care about this and ignore what matters most?
Sorry, pause it. So I saw a fake clip. So I was watching this clip, he says, and then so I replied to it. No, you didn't. You posted it on your Twitter feed to everybody and asked AOC it. It's not replying to the Instagram. Like, you didn't leave a comment. And it's nitpicky, but language is important. He's just trying to weasel out of this. Anyway.
AOC tweeted back and said, dude, that's a deep fake, that Sydney Sweeney ad. You suck. in so many words. And
But that's not
she
actually
was
what
right.
she said.
They got me. AI. It was really good, and it did seem like something she would say. But it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Stop it! Stop it!
It
Stop
wasn't
Stop.
good.
Pause,
It was bad.
Pause.
It was bad AI.
Pause.
Bad
Pause. It was bad. It was a bad job. It didn't look like she was speaking. It didn't sound like her if you listened to it for about 5 seconds. It said AI parody 100%. A centimeter above her face.
And she talked like when Howard Stern used to cut up audiobooks. She's like,
Yeah.
I mean, fuck. Like
Exactly.
that's not how
yeah.
people. That's not how people talk.
Not how people talk. And also, like, his claim is also like, well, it sounded like something she would say. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't
no,
at all.
it doesn't. You just have this weird, like, everything woke is bad, and everything I don't like is woke, and it's all the same stuff, and it's just like this so out of touch, skewed way of looking at anything.
Everything some random leftist account on Twitter says is representative of what everyone in the Democratic Party does say, so they have to be accountable for it. And of course, that does not apply to the Republicans.
So I thanked AOC for correcting me. But I then reminded her, she ignored the part of the tweet that mattered, okay? Not Sweeney, which really should have never been a thing, let's be honest.
And it
Why
wasn't a
did
thing.
AOC,
It wasn't.
the most popular Democrat in the country, powerful, reportedly ignore what I asked about calling on Hamas to surrender to end the war they started? She has never said that I could find. Think about that. She also ignored my question about saying nothing about the American IDF soldier who returned home only to have his car firebombed in America by anti-Semites.
Because you shared a fake clip of her. It's AI, you stupid asshole.
Well, it's also not in her district. I mean, you know, it's a lot of times members of Congress feel compelled to speak out about acts of violence or acts of violence that, you know, hate crimes and stuff. But I don't think every member of Congress releases a statement for every hate crime.
It's a manufactured outrage, in my opinion. I think is the point of, like, this is his way in to put a target on AOC and talk about what he wants to talk about. Well, ask that about anybody in general. Ask that about the media. Why aren't you covering this? But to pretend like AOC should have, like, she really dropped the ball when she didn't mention a story amongst a lot of terrible stories happening is weird framing.
It's so embarrassing for him, and he hasn't really admitted to that, and he's pivoted to this weird thing of like, why aren't you talking about the thing that I want you to talk about? He even says in that clip that you know, she doesn't condemn Hamas, she doesn't talk about Hamas, at least not all the time. Okay.
And
that's what do you want her to talk about all the time? He talks about, like, the number of bills she's introduced. Well, are you going to do that for every member of Congress? Because she's co-sponsored more bills than a lot of other people in Congress. So what is your point? And his point is, I'm so embarrassed that I shared this obvious AI video, but I'm a journalist. He's a journalist.
It's time for cinema, the summer of. We're technically only halfway through summer calendar-wise, but if you're a kid who has to go back to school, oof, sorry, your summer's basically donezo. Let's face it, in a few weeks, you're going to be spending most of your free time having ChatGPT do your math homework poorly. Better cram in all those summer action movies on Pluto TV while you still can. Movies like Gladiator, Beverly Hills Cop, Stealth, I Will Hunt You for Sport, Chapstick the Movie, Four Brothers, Battlefield Smurf, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, Travis Kelce's Grammar starring Kelsey Grammer, Radiator Springs Racers, the real race that the ride based on the movie Cars was based on, Star Trek, R.L. Stein's The Floofenings, Muppets with Knives, Drop Dead Fud, and Good Burger. Bring the action with you and stream for free on all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Okay, let's talk about ICE some more.
Yeah, that was fun. Now it's not. Yeah, let's we're just like
we just go back
sandwiching
and
stuff.
forth.
Exactly.
And if you stick
that
out
wasn't
through the
even
fun
that
stuff.
fun.
I know.
It wasn't even
Frustrating.
that fun, to be honest. Just annoying.
Every time. This podcast sucks. Let's.
Fucking I hate this shit.
What, did you enjoy that? God, why are you listening to
That
this?
fun bit was boring as hell.
Yeah,
oh my
It
god.
wasn't
that fun thing we
boring.
did.
It's just so frustrating.
I know.
We had fun.
I know you.
Dust
I know,
wish,
I
bread
know.
and cactus, cheese sticks, water and cactus.
Let's talk about ice. We released an episode about all the lies ice tells
Damn,
a couple
70
days
nutrients.
ago, and they've told a bunch
Bread and
more,
green fruit.
or
Really?
at least they've done a bunch of stuff that's looking not great just this week. It looks like they might be having trouble recruiting
Can I do green fruit?
people, even with all this money they've brought in through the OBBBA.
Why are they
just-
posting about it constantly? Are they constantly posting begging people to sign up for ICE?
Yeah, and offering a lot of different kinds of perks. First of all, the Department of Homeland Security says it is removing its age limits for ICE agents, which Tom Homan didn't seem to know about on Wednesday when he was asked about it.
Yep.
Very strange.
Well, he's got
I
a
got a
fake
potty.
job, so why would he know a real answer to
I
a real
got a
question?
potty.
Probationary FEMA employees this week got an email saying they either can join ICE or be fired. So
Wait,
people
why?
who signed up to, help people recover from disasters now have
That's
to.
absurd.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah, I want
Go
to just highlight that for a little later. This idea that, like, oh yeah, you work at FEMA, well, surely you can just work at ICE now too. That relationship, I think, is really, really interesting. How they're trying to frame ICE.
The CBP is asking retired Border Patrol agents to come out of retirement. They're asking former federal attorneys to come back and defend ICE in court. They all received a return to mission letter. All of these people, by the way, if they come back, are eligible for bonuses of at least $10,000 and up to $50,000, depending. When a lot of I think the lawyers got an email on August 3rd or 4th that said if you sign up again by August 6th, you can get another $10,000. So just spinning the wheel on a game show now. And also, no college degree required, which they are promoting heavily on the internet. Just so everyone out there knows, you don't have to have a college degree to work for ICE. In fact,
Yeah, they even respond to you if you ask them on Twitter. They're like, you're like, well, can I join? And if I want to like bust down doors and like fucking get them, and they'll respond on their official account like, yep, no degree required. And then that person will respond back and be like, awesome, I can't wait to kick down the doors and get them. It's bleak.
do you need to have graduated high school?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Pretty sure you need to have graduated high school, but they might
check in a week,
some,
Yeah,
for the
we'll
right
see.
person.
We'll see
Well,
how
they
this
also
starts.
they announced and then they quickly took back an offer of cash bonuses for ICE agents who are able to secure swift deportations.
That
so
is so chilling.
yeah, it was like added to a list of things that they'd get cash bonuses if you're able to get to deport people really fast, and then after a few hours, they said no, we're not doing that, and we never were. But it came out 4 hours later. The agency sent an email following up on the previous email that said, "Please disregard."
Are we becoming desensitized to how clownish this administration is? I mean, just the amount of rollbacks, walkbacks. It's like, now, we're going to rehire all the people we fired. Oh, ignore that email I sent full of typos. They just fucking say whatever they want and then walk it back. It's constant. It's every day. Oh, this tariff's happening. This is not. Whatever. The Mad Men sent something that counteracts our stance, so now we're changing our stance. It's just impossible.
No disaster relief if you support BDS, and then
oh wait, never mind.
And then
Wait,
no,
3 hours later,
cartoon.
something like that. Yeah.
But they said later, 3 hours later, no, we're not doing that, but we reserve the right to, maybe.
Exactly. That's these weird little
That's
trial
the point.
balloon
Anything
errors. And
bad might happen to you, even if it's not actively happening. It's like we're in this, it's like a panopticon, really, where they could get you at any minute for something, but probably not.
Probably not, but we can.
They're
We
stretched
might.
really
We might.
thin.
Yeah.
They're even recruiting Dean Cain, former Superman actor from the 90s, to be in ICE. This is actually kind of funny because I just saw headlines. Dean Cain joining ICE. He put a video on X.
No age limits.
where he's like, hey, you guys should know that I'm like a deputy sheriff volunteer law enforcement officer, and you need to join up with ICE to help blah, blah, blah. He was just trying to encourage people to join ICE, but he wasn't saying that he himself was a part of ICE. But then Fox News saw that video and started reporting Dean Cain's all over ICE and is joining ICE. So then he did call them up, called up Tom Homan. I'm sure they had a really great conversation. And then Dean Cain was on Jesse Waters on Wednesday night saying, this is your fault, but I'm joining up. You know, I don't think they'll put me in the field or anything, but I'll do whatever they need me to do to get the job done.
Oh, you mean publicity? You'll do anything they need you to do?
It's kind of embarrassing. Can we watch the first 15 seconds of this clip on Jesse Waters just to see, I do think Waters might be having fun with him a little bit.
Man himself, Dean Cain, joins me now. All right, so this is kind of a big deal for you and your career. What are you going to be doing at ICE?
Oh, man.
Well, let me go back a minute here, Jesse. This is all your fault, by the way.
Yeah?
And I'll explain why.
Why?
Because I put out a recruitment video yesterday. I'm actually a deputy sheriff, a sworn deputy sheriff, and a reserve police officer. I wasn't part of ICE. But once I put that out there and you put a little blurb on your show, it went crazy. So now I've spoken with some officials over at ICE, and I will be sworn in as an ICE agent ASAP.
And just the first part of that clip kind of startled me when Jesse, he may have just not known how he was going to introduce the segment, but he says, well, this is a big deal for you and your career.
Fascinating.
That's not nice.
No, it's insulting.
He's just so smarmy all the time.
Right. Maybe this is just who he is, and he's trying to be nice.
I'm being charming.
I think because of his relationship with certain people on television, like Jessica Tarlov, and the rapport I guess they have, I think he thinks that if he's a piece of shit to anybody, it's fun and games. And his just mode is I'm going to kind of insult you and point out that I think you're a stupid idiot or whatever, but it's fun when we do it on our show, so I can do it to anybody or something. It's just his mode, it seems.
Yeah. I just found that very, very interesting. Also that Fox News did that annoying red and blue text on their video that they put online. I didn't like that either.
I mentioned the FEMA thing, and I wanted to highlight something that Dean Cain said on his social media post, which was not him joining ICE, but him saying that you should join ICE.
Hey everybody, Dean Cain here. And for those who don't know, I am a sworn law enforcement officer as well as being a filmmaker. I felt it was important to join with our first responders to help secure the safety of all Americans, not just talk about it. So I joined up.
And referring to ICE as first responders, I think, is really, really disgusting and wrong-headed, and does conflate this sort of if you're a female employee or somebody who's there to help people, that's what we view as first responders. When there's a disaster or a crisis and people are there to help people right away. That's not ICE. That's not people rounding others up and tossing people into vans and deporting them. That's not first responders. And I just found that very interesting and gross.
It's a lie. Well, it's just it's
how they need to frame
fabrication.
themselves to justify what they're doing.
Because that would make it so that they're responding to a crisis,
a disaster,
national
exactly.
emergency, a disaster, a natural disaster, even. No, a FEMA couldn't be further from what ICE is, and it is bizarre. But that's it's semantics. It's a language game to try. It just seeps into our collective consciousness. You say a talking point enough, then that's what people start to say, and then all of a sudden it becomes true.
Invasion, military-aged men, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
But I would urge people to think about, does it go both ways? Okay, so if your FEMA can be taken over to ICE, can your ICE agents go over to FEMA? Are those ICE agents trained in any sort of an emergency response situation?
You can't toss a hurricane.
That's not who I want to come and help me during a national disaster.
Well, it's going to be hard for them to do that from The Hague. We'd have to let them out of The Hague to go.
And we're not doing that.
This is what everyone said was going to happen when you gave ICE billions more dollars. It's scary because they can get a lot more people and widen their operations, but it's also very, very difficult to increase the staffing of a law enforcement agency and try to uphold any kinds of standards. So I will imagine that the age and the education is only going to be the first kind of standards to go away. I mean, we're going to have, then it's going to be convictions are okay, and gun convictions are okay, and drug convictions are okay, and maybe preferred.
Oh yeah, no background checks,
conviction,
no training.
Like it
you
is
don't need training anymore.
It's scary in terms of like who's going to be joining ICE these days, but it's also going to lead to a ton of corruption because there's a ton of money there, and who's doing the vetting, who's bringing everyone in. We talked about this segment they did on the Majority Report yesterday where Sam Cedar brought up that the cash bonuses are going to entice people in who maybe aren't totally sold on the mission and are either going to get quickly disillusioned or might start leaking to the press. Not that they're going to go in intending to bring it down from the inside, just that they're unemployed, as many more people will be over the next year. They're going to be enticed by the really good pay. You can make a lot of money as an ICE agent. And it's like 3 weeks on, 1 off, and all you have to do is kind of sell your soul and do some pretty horrible things. We're going to hear some stories about people who are not prepared for what kind of shit they're expected to do.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. And Sam, whether or not someone does, it's hard to imagine somebody joining just to trying to expose, because you're going to have to do something pretty horrific and against your values. But I do think you are going to entice people that are just showing up for a job and then be confronted with the reality of what that job is.
Yeah, it's just depressing. Related, I guess, to lowering the age for being an ICE agent. Other folks out there, including Janine Pirro, are calling to lower the age of responsibility to 14 in various cases, which I find interesting given that hypothetical relationship we talked about with President and his friend.
Totally hypothetical.
Where he might have had relationships with
with people
15, 16-year-olds.
Not 12, though. He said not 12.
No, 12
not
would
12.
be the...
That's still a child. But 14, I think, is pretty adult.
And this is, I don't know where it's leading, but I have seen more people in Trump's orbit talk about that, which I find a little odd.
Terrifying?
Yes, also. But that was all in relation specifically to this Big Balls story that I guess we could talk about.
My wife is very well read up on the news. She knows what's going on. She knows all the cases, all the constitutional violations. But as I've talked about on the show before, occasionally I go up to her and I say, "Would you like to hear me say some words?" And she goes, "What words? What are you talking about?" And I said, "Well, it looks like Big Balls was beaten up by a couple of 15-year-olds in D.C., and now the city's going to be federalized by Trump." And she's like, "What?" And I say, Big Balls, the Doge worker whose grandfather was a murdered KGB agent. Do I have these details right? So let me try and go through this really quickly because it's the end of the show.
Did she then go, yes, Big Balls of Doge fame?
I was going to say, did she then walk out of the room? Or
she was just like, "Oh, honey," and left?
She's like, "What are you saying to me? I don't want to hear these things. I can't hear these things." And I said, "I respect that greatly. You want to know the news. You don't want to know this shit."
Yeah.
This started on Tuesday. Well, it started before this, but the first we heard about it was on Tuesday when Donald Trump sent out this huge Truth Social post talking about how crime in D.C. is out of control. 14, 15, and 16-year-olds are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens. He says, "If this continues, I'm going to exert my powers and federalize this city," which is obviously the big headline. But within this post were a couple of sections where he seemed to be talking about something else specifically. He says, "The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by local thugs," and he says, "This incredible young man would not have had to go through the horrors of violent crime." But he doesn't specify, and he shares a photo of a kid who does look beat up, sitting on the ground with his shirt off with blood on him. Who is this? What's going on? Nobody seems to know. Then within an hour, Elon Musk posts an image of Trump's post and says, a few days ago, a gang of about a dozen young men tried to assault a woman in her car at night in D.C. A Doge team member saw what was happening, ran to defend her, and was severely beaten to the point of concussion, but he saved her. It is time to federalize D.C. Elon and Trump are talking again because they're the only two people who were talking about this thing that happened. I looked while this was going on for local news stories. There was nothing. And you'd think like something like that, the DC local news is all over it.
Yeah.
All over that, right? So within a few hours, we do finally get the details. There's a police report confirming that one of the victims in the event was a 19-year-old former Doge worker, Edward Big Balls Korestein. And what the police report says
I didn't
is
realize
that...
Big Balls was his official middle name.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, his official middle name is in quotes as well. So Elon got some details wrong, as he is wont to do. According to the police report, Korestein and his girlfriend were standing by their car. They're approached by approximately 10 juveniles who surround them and say, we're going to take the car. And Korestein apparently pushes his girlfriend into the car to shield her. And then all the suspects come and start beating him up.
Okay, so it wasn't him jumping into a random woman's defense about to be assaulted or whatever.
No, no, that was not happening.
Ever a part of it. Okay.
He still, according to this, tried to protect her and effectively did, but he did not. He was not a good Samaritan running out of nowhere to stop a woman from being assaulted. While this is happening, cops show up because there are already cops in DC, and they are already driving around in the middle of the night, stumbling upon things like this that might happen. They intervene, all the kids run away. They get two suspects, a 15-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl.
What is this gang of kids?
Well, listen, and I'm not saying this isn't true or that Korestein was lying. We really don't know all the details, but it is odd that 10 teenagers would go up to one car and say, we're carjacking this one car, the 10 of us.
Yeah,
that's
what are you going to do? Go on this joyride, all 10 of us?
Yeah, that's strange.
It
but
feels
at any
like
rate,
there's some information missing here. He obviously got beat up. Is that cause for federalizing a city?
Well, no, because as we all know, crime is down. Crime in DC is specifically down this year from last year, and it was down last year from the year before. So obviously, this is another situation where one incident is being used to do a whole awful illegal thing. I would say similar to the Lake and Riley Act. One horrible thing was used to demonize an entire group, and now those people can be...
A horrible thing that was stopped by the cops.
Yes, this is like... Right, this incident, it's unclear how a federalized National Guard in the streets kind of force would have broken this up any sooner than the two officers that were going by.
But it's their excuse. Judge Janine is in there, and she's gonna clean up D.C. She just said that about 20 minutes ago. She also was on the news recently, I guess on her interviewed by her old boss or whatever, talking about how when she started her job, she's like, all the prosecutors are gone. There's like this office is in disarray. I'm down like 90 prosecutors or something. Well, Doge fired them, and you praised them for that.
Yay, no one else joined.
You praised them when they fired all the prosecutors working on the January 6th stuff.
Had like
That's where they
80
went,
people
man.
last Saturday.
It's just
Zero
whole,
today. Oh well.
I hate all these people. I don't trust them at all.
Well.
They're so frustrating.
Yeah, she said on Fox News, like, if you want a job in the U.S. Attorney's Office for D.C., call me. Like,
It's so.
You don't need to have a college degree. $50,000 signing bonuses. If you're retired, come on back, baby.
Yeah, if you're Edward Big Balls can probably
Greenford?
start prosecuting cases pretty soon.
Or join ICE, whichever one he wants.
The world's his
it is
oyster.
It's so funny though.
Why
Like,
can't I go
we fired
grapefruit?
everybody in the first 6 months, and so the second 6 months, we'll just beg everybody to come work for us.
I mean, this is.
And you won't be fired. We won't do that again. Like,
It is again what I was saying, the utter chaos
Exactly,
of
yeah.
this administration across the board. Oh no, we're gonna hire back people. Oh, turns out we need people at the National Weather Service.
No.
Yes, man.
You thought that? Who would have thought that?
Dude. All right, guys. I think we've done it.
Oh, can we show this chart where even though crime has been consistently going down for 3 decades, Americans consistently think that crime is on the rise?
Yeah.
At least 60% of Americans for the last 25 years have thought crime is going up.
Yeah. Well, facts don't care about your feelings, or feelings don't care about your facts. How about that? I feel, based on what people have told me, people I don't know and shouldn't trust have told me that I should be very afraid. So I'm gonna go with that. And I don't give a fuck about your chart, Jonathan.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
I'm afraid of all big cities, because the TV told me to be.
So mad
and the
about my chart.
president told me to be. So, and the vice president told me to even be afraid of small towns, because they're gonna eat your pets, folks.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, we
People
gotta
are always
crack
eating
that
my
open.
pets.
No one else is talking about that right now. They should bring that back to get away from Epstein.
It's right there.
They really should.
Speaking of Epstein, we're done with the show. But like a week ago, Vance was on doing an interview, and he was like, "Yeah, during like break, when I'm not, getting the Army Corps of Engineers to raise the water level of a river so I can have a little big boy birthday
So I can
party.
float down it.
When I'm not doing that, I'm really going to look into this alien stuff, because that's what I'm really, really interested in." And then yesterday, Tulsi Gabbard was also asked about aliens. She's like, "Well, we're going to look into it. It's all just stupid distraction stuff. It's so funny. It's so transparent how much they're like, you know what actually is the most important thing is the alien question."
What do you mean look into it? Like, just type it on the computer that has all the files? Or, I mean, I guess the deep state could have destroyed or hidden all the files. I guess, is that what we're saying?
Well, they have another secret room with burn bags with all the
Right.
alien stuff in. So
Honestly,
you need to
just
find
add
all
it
the secret rooms. Come on.
Add it to whatever you're going to charge Obama with. It's got to be his fault, right? This is
Yeah,
a bit,
exactly.
This stinks of an Obama cover-up.
Aliens and pet eating. Thanks a lot, Barack Hussein Obama.
That secret room burn bag thing didn't really stick, did it?
No. But the information that we got from those many burn bags with like one sentence hidden in there that like is the smoking gun, they're still trying. We're going to dig into it in the future.
Yeah, I'd like to, on my time off, dig into that.
Great, yeah.
Okay,
That's what I'm
whatever
going
you want to do with your time off,
That,
Jonathan.
aliens, whatever it is you want.
Taking a vacation, look into the aliens in the burn bags.
Yeah, exactly. They're still working. They're still working the Obama treason angle, and they're so close. They're so close.
Watch this space. We'll
Watch
be
this
covering
space.
that. All right. Speaking of time off, this show is over.
Aw.
We've arrived at the end of the show. Now someone else is gonna go work on it. Nick is gonna go work on it. But we're gonna be done.
We're done for now.
And you're gonna listen to it tomorrow or
Yeah,
Saturday.
Which is today.
Check it out.
For you.
It's very important to always remember that the 5'10", 285-pound orange McCankles taco tits said about Ghislaine Maxwell. He said, "I wish her well." He refuses to call out her sex crimes towards children. And there's photographic evidence to support this. It's weird how we can't find any pictures of Ghislaine Maxwell with Carter, Obama, Biden, or Harris. Always Trump at the epicenter of this shit show. But in checking in with MAGA women, you guys, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been going through some things, okay? And she's starting to crack the case on some stuff. She's cracking the case a little bit about Gaza and what's going on there. And she's also cracking the case on the MAGA view and lens in which they view women. Brian Tyler Cohen put out the following tweet. Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's starting to think that the GOP is anti-women and anti-work.
Wow.
She says,
Just now
there's
figuring
women
that
in
out.
our party that are really sick and tired of the way men treat Republican women. The GOP has turned its back on the workers and just regular Americans. And, you know, these things are so obvious. We giggle at this, but there is to me, all of these things signal a warning sign to corporate Dems, because she is starting to show clarity on Gaza. She's starting to show clarity that political parties have abandoned workers. These should be core Democratic base values: anti-war, and we are for workers' rights. And when you see Marjorie Taylor Greene come out and trying to run point in the base on this, she's thinking beyond Trump, because Trump's old as shit. He's like 85 million years old. His ankles are, as wide as the Mississippi Delta, right? And he, is twitching and dementia's falling in. She is playing long-term here, surprisingly, but that's what she's doing.
Yes, she is. And I've kind of been worried about myself the last few weeks, because I look at Marjorie Taylor Greene and her statements, I agree with them. Some of them I truly agree with, like, we have got to put workers in a better position and stop enriching the oligarchy. We've got to acknowledge women as equals and not the patriarchy. Now, to say all that, I think if Donald Trump patted Marjorie Taylor Greene on the head and said, oh, come back into the fold, I want to do this, I think she'd turn on all this in a heartbeat. But I am with you. Democrats are the ones that need to be taking this lead on this message, not Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, and Democrats have historically for years and years and years. My problem is that this is what Trump did. He knew, he took an economic populist message. We have an economic populist politician right now who just won a primary in New York, Zoran Mamdani, and you see a lot of corporate Dems failing to come out and robustly support the will of the Democratic voters in New York. And I think it is a huge, huge error. And I worry that the Marjorie Taylor Greenes that are planning this economic populism into their Twitter feeds right now. I mean, I doubt she's ever going to vote on any of this stuff, but she's starting to outwardly kind of say this stuff. I'm worrisome. It leaves a vacuum for the people who are mid to low informed voters, low information voters. When you just read that by itself and you don't know about the Jewish space lasers and all this other anti-Semitic crazy ass shit that this woman says, it leaves an opening there. And the Democrats have to be very loud and vocal with no ambiguity. And I'm not really seeing that from leadership, not seeing it out of Jeffries. I don't know where Chuck Schumer is. I don't know what's going on with him. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. All right, moving along, continuing to check in on MAGA women. Jeanine Pirro was voted by the Senate as U.S. Attorney. Pop this up. Internal Fox communications show that Pirro's executive producer, describing her as a, quote, reckless maniac who is, quote, nuts and who promotes, quote, conspiracy theories and, quote, should never be on live television. Perfect. She is the perfect candidate for Donald Trump. What we all have to realize, this is intentional. This is what authoritarians do. They do stuff like this and they flex about it. They flex about corruption openly. They try to normalize it. And Jeanine Pirro is a perfect fit for this morally depraved fascist movement. And I could sit here and go, oh my God, I can't believe he appointed her. Oh my God, she's a maniac. Well, we've all known that forever, because incompetence and moral depravity trickles down. What we need to know about the MAGA movement now, and everybody needs to call out triple Trumpers in their lives. You're the party that opposes family. You're the party that opposes child safety. You're the party that is for moral depravity. You are the party that is for sexual depravity. You are the party that is anti-woman, anti-worker, anti-working class, and opposes the troops. And we need to start just pounding it and pounding it and pounding it. And also, your leader is BFFs with a pedophile and is about to probably pardon another pedophile. And it just needs to be crystal clear across the board, because what MAGA wants us to do is take the bait on this Jeanine Pirro and go, oh my God, the Senate voted to support another nut. Well, of course they did. Right. I mean, I would be shocked if he actually promoted and the Senate voted for somebody who was qualified. That would shock me more than this Jeanine Pirro thing.
Absolutely. And you look at his appointees like Jeanine Pirro, her number one qualification for this, other than being on Fox News, is that no matter what Donald Trump tells her to do and who he tells her to prosecute, regardless of evidence, she will do it. Just like Pam Bondi will, just like Kristi Noem. I mean, Pete Hegseth, go down the list. These people are not patriots because they do not care about the Constitution and law. What they care about is making their leader happy. And it is absolutely how it has looked from the jump. I used to just be, oh my gosh, like Pete Hegseth cannot run the military, he's incompetent. And now I'm like, that's why he's in there.
Yeah. Okay. And then single issue politician, genital obsessed psychopath Nancy Mace came out on Twitter this morning, and she's running for South Carolina governor.
A House Republican has drawn the ire of both Democrats and members of her own party.
She has a way of getting under their skin.
Representative Nancy Mace, firebrand Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
She's a fighter. I know about that. She's a fighter.
She learned resilience early on. Mace became the first woman to graduate from South Carolina's famed military college.
You've taken a lot of abuse for standing up for the rights of women.
But what they forget is that, Laura, I'm the first woman to graduate from the Citadel. I will not be bullied into silence.
Nancy Mace scores a huge victory in her fight to keep biological men out of women's bathrooms.
We will be courageous. We will be resilient.
When she sets her sight on something, she's tough.
And we will be prepared to take on the challenges of this historic moment.
Okay, you guys, this is great news. What I want is I want the craziest of the crazy MAGAs running for big positions. Run for governor, run for Senate, run for House seats. Let's let these nuts run. And we have to just keep putting pressure on the Democrats that we have to rid themselves of these
the best way to
donations
explain
so that we can go at these people
my
guns blazing,
positions,
because this is what Nancy
I would say I am progressive, socially progressive, but personally conservative. So that's kind of where I stand.
How gross is that?
I don't really identify with establishment Democrats because of their their loyalty to corporate and foreign interests. I definitely don't stand with Republicans because they're basically all MAGA now. It used to be that MAGA was the fringe, but they're the ones in charge now, and they're just blatant racism and lawlessness.
I looked around, and my son Roman said to me, "God, looks like there's a lot of MAGA people."
It depends on what the topic is.
MAGA people should
if you were to ask me about how I feel about gun rights, you would think that I was a conservative. If you were to ask me about what I feel about like social issues, you'd probably think I was a libtard. So there's no easy way to answer that question. But in terms of voting, there's absolutely no way that I can vote for any Republican just because of the way that they've been trying to dismantle the rule of law, Constitution, corruption. They're blatant corruption, and they're the fact that they're so willing to protect a sexual abusing pedophile just to own the libs, like I can't get behind that whatsoever.
Alligators eating people and no due process, and American citizens.
It's just absolutely disgusting to me.
ICE detention facilities, and then it's a month later before they're released.
Like it was disgusting how the New York mayor race, they put the establishment Democrats and corporate lobbyists funded Andrew Cuomo, a known sexual harasser, and responsible for hundreds, if not thousands, of COVID deaths. They gave him $25 to $30 million to run against a young brown Muslim. That's how desperate they were to keep him from taking control. And honestly, like establishment Democrats, yeah, well, they're not in power now, so
when Trump came out during this.
Should they have released it when they were in? Yeah, sure, but that's not. What's the situation now? You know.
A couple of women said to me, "Well, you know."
I completely agree that they should have released it when they were in power. Absolutely. But to be fair, when they were in power, the Republicans weren't exactly pushing for it either. So if we're going to do this whole, whataboutism thing, why didn't the Republicans push for their release when Democrats were in power? You know? They were more focused on making everybody angry about wokeism. They were more focused about, directing everybody's, frustration, economic frustration towards immigrants, that they honestly didn't care. I think every single person that associated with Epstein, I think every single person after Epstein was initially charged in the, I was thinking like the late 2000s, they knew that he was a sexual predator. So they should be held accountable. I don't care who it is. I don't care. I don't care. Like, they are responsible for the exploitation of hundreds, if not thousands, of minors and young women, and they should be held accountable. I don't care what their name is.
Let them cook.
I've always felt that way, and I'll tell you this: like, even though like Democratic politicians have made it feel different, the Democratic voters do not align with the Democratic elected officials. Just look at and the best way to prove that is look at the capitulation to Netanyahu. Like, he's legitimately starving and murdering. I crashed my car into a bridge and I don't care. Like, he's legitimately starving, murdering, dismembering, like, an entire population, and you can't. I was saying this up before. I don't know if you were on here, but you can always tell if it's a bad faith argument, because anytime you bring this up, you always hear what about Hamas? But Hamas. Well, what about it? Like, Netanyahu's still the one that's responsible for letting aid in. Okay. They accuse Hamas of taking the food, yet Israel and the U.S. are handing out the food. So if Hamas is getting the food by, a little bit of critical thinking here, if Hamas is getting the food, but Israel and the U.S. are handing out the food, that means they're handing the food to Hamas. So yeah, what about Hamas? Who cares? They're starving and blowing up people. No question about it. They're not even letting journalists in to verify what they're saying. They're just saying trust. They have a whole "trust me, bro" verification strategy. And there's the other argument where, if they wanted to wipe them out, they could have already. Israel's not left-wing, sorry, and they're not an ally. That's completely wrong. They're absolutely right-wing. They're a religious ethno-state. And even saying religious is kind of a stretch, because they don't represent what Judaism stands for. Until you can separate the government of Israel from the religion of Judaism, this is always going to be easy for them to propagandize what they're doing and make excuses for it. There's no excuse for what they're doing. I don't care. But yeah, the other argument is, they could have wiped them out if they wanted to. They're just showing restraint. So again, think about that statement. Imagine me beating up an 8-year-old as a grown man. Someone's complaining to me, like, why are you beating up this 8-year-old? Like, you should be happy. I could have killed him, but all I did was break his eye socket and rupture his spleen. You should be happy. I could have killed him if I wanted. Like, no, that's a stupid argument. But if you look at what the point I was getting at is the separation between the Democratic establishment, Democratic politicians, and the Democratic voter base. Somewhere between 85 to 95% of the Democratic voter base are completely against sending our money and our weapons to Israel to continue killing this many people, right? So, but only about 50% of the Democratic senators voted to stop that. So comparing what the Democratic officials do and putting that on the Democratic voter base, it's not true. And I would even go as far as to say that establishment Democrats like Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, the famous ones, right? The ones that are well known, Cory Booker, I would even go far as to say that they're like Republican light. Like I don't even think they're Democrats because a lot of their PAC money and campaign financing comes from the same institutions that donate to Republican candidates. So there's a sense of like hypocrisy, within the Democratic officials. And the reason Mamdani was so successful in his primary in New York is because the Democratic voters, the voter base, they didn't have to just hold their nose and vote for what they felt was the least worst option. And I don't think the Democrat candidates are gonna, or the establishment Dems in office, I don't think they're getting the idea. They think, oh, he won because of a social media campaign. Like, no, dude. Like, he's not a sellout. He's not a hypocrite. Like, he's authentic. Like, he's legitimately trying to help people. Like, you look at the establishment Dems, and yeah, they vote on stuff to help people, but only if it also helps them, and it helps helps them fundraise. So I think that the Citizens United Supreme Court decision was one of the most terrible things to happen in recent history. I don't think that PACs and super PACs should be allowed to exist. I think that campaigns should be publicly funded, and every candidate should receive the same amount of funding for their campaign. I'm okay with I'm okay with some of the requirements to become a candidate, because otherwise you would just have 100 normies, signing up to run for office. So I'm okay with that. But like the fact that once you're a candidate, the fact that you have to have a certain amount of campaign contributions to participate in the debate, it's like once you get to that point, it's like only rich people can run for office. They're so out of touch. And then you got right-wing propagandists that are they just feed off of like anger, hysteria, emotions. Like their goal is to make you angry so that you will vote for candidates that try to harm you. Like that stupid big booty cheeks bill that passed. Like they're going to kick millions of people off Medicaid, and they're going to relieve the tax burden on wealthy people, and they're doing this, but the people are still supportive of them because they think that a few trans athletes are going to destroy society. It's I don't know. I understand why they use emotion, but it really makes me upset to see that so many people are susceptible to that type of propaganda. So yeah, I guess that was a long way of answering your question, but in terms of voting, yeah, you could say I'm a Democrat. You could say I'm left wing, but the fact is I have a lot of personal, like, conservative values.
So I want to talk about what's happening in your state of Texas, because these Texas
And plus, like, the reason I listen to and I replay a bunch of left-wing videos is because the right-wing, ecosystem online is significantly geared towards, or I should say the media, the online media ecosystem, social media, is geared towards right-wing messaging anyway. So there's really no reason for me to keep playing right-wing messaging when it's the dominant source of information online. It just there's no reason for me to further that. It doesn't help anyone. Besides, I'd rather learn about the gerrymandering process in California instead of watching, Fox News that's trying to make me angry at California for gerrymandering, even though the Republicans are doing it in Texas. So I'd rather learn something, and if the issue causes me to become frustrated, disappointed, whatever, that's fine. But I don't want to watch a media outlet whose goal is just to make me angry. I'd prefer to not do that.
Texas Republicans have targeted you among other of your colleagues that are in the House right now. Your reaction, first and foremost, to folks like Greg Abbott, John Cornyn, Ken Paxton.
Yeah, like I said before, Israel's not an ally. Like they're forcing us to
so that was a long list of losers that
participate in wiping out starving millions of people. Like an ally wouldn't do that. An ally wouldn't.
And that's exactly what we
wouldn't expect you to follow them in a manner that degraded your reputation. Sorry, I've got really good friends, and I know that they wouldn't do that. Israel's not an ally. Sorry.
So Congressional District 30, while they drew me out of my seat, they drew me actually into Mark Vesey's seat. What is most alarming, though, is we have three Democratic reps in North Texas. And that's myself, it's Mark Vesey, and it's Julie Johnson.
Dismembered them? I've taken their clothes. Just die, man.
Super Blue, Dallas, Texas, in Super Blue, not only just Super Blue, Dallas, Texas, but Super Blue, like DFW area, as well as super diverse. Like, let's talk about the diversity. There's so much diversity in this area. They have decided that
what's the story behind
these districts to the extent
you ending a lot of your messages with "Thank you for your service" and the salute? I'm kind of curious what prompted you to start doing that. I've seen you do that a lot.
And Texas has more African Americans than any other state. Then your vote only counts 1/5 as much as an Anglo in the state of Texas. Yeah. You are Latino. Your voting strength is only 1/3 that of an Anglo in the state of Texas. And that is what we are talking about. We are talking about the fact that Republicans are now saying, you know what? We don't trust those diverse voices because we know we have a white supremacy agenda. So therefore, we are going to make sure that they don't participate because they are not going to go along with this anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda that we have
getting away,
that is defunding healthcare, that is defunding access to capital for small
I will
businesses,
catch you.
that is defunding education. That is why they don't want us
not
to be able
escaping.
to speak up and have our own voices.
Do you have any confidence that other Democratic governors, like Governor Newsom in California, Governor Pritzker in Illinois, that them pushing back might have something of a deterrent effect? Or do you think that these guys are just, blinders on, continue going and there's nothing that's going to stop them at this point because Trump said jump, they say how high?
I think if they were reasonable, I think that if they cared about the work, I think if they listened to the people, then yeah, they would care. But that's not who these people are. They could care less. All they do is they take the power and then they ignore the people that put them in power. What they do instead is they pledge their fealty to some idiot who obviously is struggling mentally, whether it is mental decline or whether it's not he's ever had the capacity. They have decided that they are going to do whatever it is that he wants them to do instead of doing what's right for Texas. One of my colleagues, Sylvia Garcia, continues to say, I never thought I'd see the day that a Texan would bow down to a New Yorker, right? Like, we know how Texas has this
it's funny how
pride,
Texas was like
New York does,
its whole reputation is about fighting against the overreach of the federal government, maintaining its state's independence, and yet they're completely bending over the table to take it from Donald Trump and his administration.
There is a fight that is being waged, and while we didn't start it, we will finish it and make sure that we finish it on behalf of the American people and democracy.
What's your message to those state reps who've fled the state and look, who are getting fined $500 a day, even though their salary is $600 a month, who are right now living in not exactly optimal conditions and contending with bomb threats right now as this last line of defense to stop this special legislative session from moving forward?
I think that this is indicative of where we are in this country.
Man,
I first
this guy
want to
doesn't
say
even
to
have
my
like
former
freaking
colleagues
first aid. How's
in
he
the
healing
State House,
himself?
you are the real superheroes. I will never stop championing what you're doing because I understand what that sacrifice looks like. I obviously broke quorum in 21. But when we broke quorum in 21, it was definitely about kind of ringing the alarms, specifically on things like this. We were trying to signal to the rest of the country that it was so important that we get engaged. And so we went to DC. We wanted them to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, which if the Freedom to Vote Act had passed, then Elon Musk couldn't have bought the presidency. We were trying to push them to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which if it passed, then we wouldn't be in this situation as it relates to redistricting right now. We would have squashed all of that because those bills deal with these issues, right? And so we were trying to ring the alarms at that moment. But for a lot of people, I think that they saw the fight as like, oh, this is over voting rights and it's a Texas issue and that kind of stuff and whatever. But the fact that these Texans decided that they were going to leave their homes, that they were going to be bullied by cowards who want to arrest them. I mean, they are going harder on elected officials that are simply trying to make sure that their constituents' voices are not minimized. Then they're going on, say, getting the Epstein files. Like, we know that y'all know how to move, clearly, because y'all done called in the FBI and everybody else trying to go after not pedophiles, right? Because we know that seemingly the commander-in-chief has a soft spot for pedophiles. Because next thing you know, we know that Ms. Maxwell was transferred to a cushier existence in a federal system, penitentiary system, right? But now you want to go after lawfully elected people whose constituents are not upset with them at all because they dared to do what democracy says we should do, which is to represent. So for those that don't understand, in our Texas Constitution, it specifically provides for breaking quorum. And this is one of those circumstances. And they're not doing it because they are the ones whose districts are on the chopping block. They're not doing it because they're concerned per se about individual congressional members. They're doing it because this country is on fire and it is time for people to see that we have a fire in our belly. There are Democrats that are willing to wage a ridiculous
healing
fight
yourself.
if it means that we're going to protect democracy. So I love them, I thank them, and I stand with them.
Perfectly put. You know, I think what you said about the fact that these Republicans are showing us that if they want to get something done, they can. You've got the Speaker of the State House issuing civil arrest warrants. You've got John Cornyn going to the FBI. You've got Kash Patel saying, yeah, the FBI is at your disposal. You've got Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton going to the courts to try and deprive these people of their seats, to vacate their seats. And so if there's a will to get something done in the GOP, clearly these people are showing that they are not, that there's no stone that they won't leave unturned. And yet when it comes to the Epstein files, something that they themselves have been barking about for years and years and years, when they finally have the chance to substantiate what they themselves have been saying, their hands are tied. There's nothing they can do. They're not even willing to hold Pam Bondi to account, even though she said the files were on her desk. And so it goes to show when they want to get something done, they can, and when they don't, that's a conscious decision that they're making too. Which I guess leads me to this question here. The Oversight Committee has compelled the release of the Epstein files, and that should be done within 2 weeks. How confident are you that they're going to comply and that these files will be in your hands by the time that deadline approaches?
I'm pretty confident. I mean, this is a subpoena that came from the Republican chair. There was a bipartisan vote in one of our subcommittees on oversight that is led by the amazing Summer Lee out of the state of Pennsylvania. And so when they thought they were getting everybody out of DC in time, again, I tell people all the time that they may have the muscle, meaning that they have the numbers, but we definitely have the brains. So they are all brawn and we are all brains on this side. And so we were able to outmaneuver them because that's what we do. We actually think. And so, you know, this is a subpoena that then the chair
You still there, Tony?
of the entire oversight committee then had to send out because there was you know, the vote. And so this is coming from Comer. So this is coming from another Republican. Now, you know, whether or not
I was gonna build something else.
DOJ,
Forgot.
gives us a trickle
Oh,
down
lights.
or, how they treat it and that kind of stuff, who knows? We know that they are spending so many man hours on redacting Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with some trumped up reason to explain why any of the documents that have anything to do with him cannot come out. I mean, they will make up law. They will go to the courts that belong to them. Like, they will do a lot of things. So I think that we'll get something, but I think that, they will only give us what they want us to have versus fully complying with the subpoena itself.
What's your message to those Trump supporters who stake so much of their support for Donald Trump on this idea that he's going to finally do what so many other politicians wouldn't do, which is to expose this deep state cabal of elites who are above the law, who can operate with impunity and do heinous, vile things, who now very much seems to be entrenching the very system that he promised to expose?
What I really want people, whether they're a Trumper, MAGA, Republican, independent, or former Democrat, right? Like, what I want them to do is evaluate, number one, what is government for, right? And evaluate how it is that we are choosing our elected officials. Government is not for enriching the people that are elected, right? This is why it is wildly popular to stop members from trading stocks. This is why, there should be more outrage at the fact that, probably at this point, at least 50% of Donald Trump's wealth has come just since he's gotten into office. Like, we should all be disgusted because we should have a government that has transparent and honest leaders that are strictly focused on us and nothing else. But honestly, when you have someone that consistently shows you that he has no relationship
This is your
whatsoever
second visit
with
today.
the truth, you got to start calling him out. You got to start understanding that there is a reason that he is constantly lying to your face. You've got to say, we deserve better. This is more so about what we deserve. We are supposed to be a government for and by and of the people. And let me tell you right now, from all of the foreign government interference that we've got going on ever since his first administration, from all the intermingling that he does with his businesses, with foreign governments and his family, from the crypto schemes, like, we should be concerned because it is clear that he is not putting America first. It is clear that he's not putting Americans first. The fact that we're in this crazy tariff war that is only hurting us domestically, like, this is a problem. Like, I don't want, what I would wish, if I could, like, wave a magic wand, is if people would literally not look at the R or the D in front of somebody's name. Yeah. They would just look and have, like, a little snippet, a little paragraph of what the people have done. Tell me about the bills they filed. Tell me about how those bills impacted people. I can tell you that I have worked on things such as the Democracy Restoration Act. I can tell you that I've worked on bills around protecting reproductive access. I can tell you that I have filed criminal justice reform bills that would make sure that we never had to worry about the crack cocaine disparities. Like, I can tell you things that people can look at and say, you know what, I agree with this or I disagree with this. And then you can look at somebody who says, I wanted to make sure that I gave tax cuts to billionaires at the expense of healthcare to people that needed
more
it.
pets, of course.
I can say, you know what, this person decided they wanted a $200 million ballroom, and this is at the expense of USAID and impacting our soft power around the world. Like, I just need people to look at the substance of who people are instead of consistently following anybody, Democrat, Republican, or independent, blindly. That is why democracy is supposed to be so great, is because we are supposed to be the voices. We are supposed to be the ones that are running it. And right now, we've got a minutia of people. I mean, it's such a tiny group of people that are controlling all of us instead of the majority of us controlling our elected officials.
Yeah, and that was perfectly put. And I think the most egregious part of all of that is that this guy ran on a populist platform. He ran dangling promises, all the way going back to his first term of infrastructure, of middle-class tax cut, of a jobs boom, of a manufacturing renaissance, a healthcare plan that was cheaper and more comprehensive, of cheaper groceries and eggs and housing and rent, of free IVF. He hasn't delivered any of that. The only thing he's expended his political capital on is a tax cut for millionaires and billionaires, both times. And now he's looking out for himself to the tune of $200 billion for a ballroom. He gave himself a $1 billion retrofitted jet that not a single one of these feckless Republicans could lift a finger to say, hey, maybe you don't get to keep a jet that costs $1 billion to the taxpayer, while you have Carolyn Levitt applauding the fact that he's donating his paycheck. So I think his paycheck would be like $33,000 gross. So the guy donates a $33,000 paycheck and hands himself a $1 billion jet paid for by American taxpayers. This guy is so clearly not looking out for any of the people who he conned into voting for him. All of the rubes that he conned into voting for him, while he continues to heap more benefits, more wealth onto himself. The guy doubled his net worth in like 6 months. I don't know how many people watching out there have gone from $2.5 billion to $5.1 billion in the last 6 months, but I presume it's not most people. And finally, let's finish off with this. Donald Trump's DOJ just announced that it's going after New York Attorney General Letitia James, and so we're seeing one more instance of the weaponization of the federal government at the hands of Donald Trump, going after his political opponent.
Help.
So can I have your reaction to that move?
Yeah, I mean, you could see this a mile away, right? Like, even a blind man could see it coming, because we know that this is a guy that campaigned and said, I will be your retribution, and that really
let me look something up.
him seeking his
You can choose your email instead.
It's so frustrating.
You can use your email instead. But let me go ahead and do that. Let me find out more about that phone number information.
The most lawless person that we have ever had, and this is not by any stretch of the imagination, considering the fact that he is the only president we've ever had that has been convicted of 34 felony convictions, on top of the fact that he had so many other outstanding cases. So to have the audacity to believe that he should go after someone who is duly elected, who has never been accused of a crime, who truly you are trying to trump up charges on, that's all we're seeing. The same thing with going after Jack Smith, right? The same thing with firing all of those that participated in the legal and lawful investigation of his wrongdoing while they were at the DOJ. Like, people that are following the law, they're following the evidence, they're following the paper trail of documents that you took and stuffed into your gaudy bathroom and ugly ballroom, okay? Like, that's what they're following. Like, they didn't make this up out of thin air, and so it is frustrating, but I absolutely knew this was coming. I absolutely see that there will be other opponents that he will go after, because this is the only reason he wanted to be in
average
office,
Joe
was
PG.
to, number one, stay out of
Did
prison,
it let you do it?
and number two, do his best to try to muddy the water and pretend like the real lawless people were the people that were actually doing what their oath prescribed, versus him, who basically
You'll know it because it's
a sexual
it's the derpy cat.
Yeah. I'm gonna call him, who is obviously been found liable for being a little less than truthful more than once in civil context as well as criminal.
Yeah. Well, as always, I appreciate your fight and you taking the time today.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Hello everyone, and welcome again to another Zateo Conversation. Today we have a very, very important topic at hand. In recent weeks, Palestinians, multiple US contractors, and Israeli soldiers have all said it quite clearly.
What's your favorite subreddit, Kat?
One Orange Brain Cell. I post heater pictures there sometimes. I've done AMAs on my personal Reddit. I'm not scared of it, but if you find it, it's just kind of like a fun little little Easter egg.
Hello everyone, and welcome again to another Zateo Conversation. Today we have a very, very important topic at hand. In recent weeks, Palestinians, multiple US contractors, and Israeli soldiers have all said it quite clearly. Israeli forces are deliberately shooting aid seekers. The concerns revolve around a US-Israeli initiative called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a chaotic, supposed aid project pitched after weeks and weeks and weeks of a horrific Israeli blockade. The results are clear. Far fewer meals delivered to Gazans than before, when other humanitarian agencies were allowed to enter Gaza and to operate. more than 1,000 aid seekers have been killed, and some contractors have gone as far as to say that these aid sites are killing fields, death traps. Global pressure has intensified. More and more Western nations are feeling compelled to speak out in somewhat stronger terms. More than half the Democratic caucus voted just this week to stop weapon sales, some weapon sales, I might add, to Israel. Amid the pressure, Israel has instituted what they're calling humanitarian pauses, which we have seen in the past. And just like in the past, we are seeing how much efficacy these have. In recent days, the Israeli military has killed hundreds of Palestinians, including many aid seekers, despite these supposed humanitarian pauses. Joining me now is someone who has a very intimate knowledge with much of these horrors and much of these contradictions. He was veteran and Gaza Humanitarian Foundation contractor, Anthony Aguilar. Anthony, thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
Thank you for having me.
So Anthony, perhaps we could start if you could just tell us a bit about you, your background, and what brought you to take this contract to work in the so-called
just die,
Gaza
dude.
Humanitarian Foundation.
Well, I spent a career in the United States Army, serving 25 years on active duty. I recently retired this year, and I spent that career in infantry and special operations, quite a few deployments, and have experienced quite a few things, both in leadership positions and in staff positions.
Pretty crazy how
And
U.S.
I
Army
originally
infantry
received a phone
with
call,
multiple deployments said
from
even what
UG Solutions.
said what
UG
Israel's doing is
Solutions
too
the
much.
Subcontract to Safe Reach Solutions, which is the contract mechanism under the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The contract that brings it all together. I received a phone call May 13th. UG Solutions was specifically seeking retired or recently out of the service special operations, particularly with that type of background. So I was called and proposed if I'd be interested in working with them. I had not heard of UG Solutions at that point, so I asked, hey, give me your 30-minute pitch. Let me hear, what it's about. And in that first interaction, I didn't really have any concerns. They explained to me that they had been the contract that was chosen to conduct security at Checkpoint 4 in Netzarim during the ceasefire, January through mid-March. So I saw that they had experience in this. They had done this before, or something to this liking, not to this magnitude, but they had been to Gaza before. So I asked him, give me the afternoon, allow me to read up a little bit, and I did. And I thought that, I couldn't find anything on the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. I looked, no website, no information out there. It was very hard to find any information on them. Very little information on Safe Reach Solutions. But I realized that I was going to work for UG Solutions, so I looked up as much as I could on them. And initially,
I don't know how to make these guys go away.
Any great concerns in that initial phone call, and I agreed to an interview. So from the interview on, my concerns started to mount, the red flags, if you will.
And so, when did you first start to feel that things were not as they seemed? When did you feel that things were sort of detracting from what you thought you were signing up for?
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
The first feelings in terms of detracting from what I felt we were signing up for didn't really hit me until the first time we were on one of the sites, or going to one of the sites in Gaza. Prior to that, in the interview, the deployment process, the entry into Israel process, I started to have some concerns that I was concerned, but I didn't have the context in terms yet of how that would play out in actual execution. For example, during the interview process and the hiring process, at no time was I ever asked for any credentials, my military record, my record brief, my DD-214, any type of resume, any type of credentials that verified who I was and what skill set I may or may not have had. So that was kind of an indicator that, are they just hiring everybody? Once we got into Israel, another red flag, probably one of the the first big red flag was that we entered Israel on a tourist visa. So when we were told, hey, go onto the e-visa website for Israel, fill out the tourist form, type in this information, pick the 90-day option, pay the $25. Well, what comes out the other end of that is a B2 visa, B2 entry visa, which is a tourist visa. So when I got that, I thought, okay, when we get into country, is there going to be some kind of amendment or particular diplomatic caveat? I don't know. But that seemed odd to me because I've deployed a lot in various capacities, and being in a country where supposedly we're going to be carrying weapons and supposedly having the authority to use lethal force to defend our lives, I felt being on a tourist visa is probably a risk legally, diplomatically. Like it's just didn't seem right. But we went forward. Spent a night in Dallas, Virginia, where the headquarters brought all of the contractors together before we got on a plane. And then by the next day, I was in Israel, and we were boots on the ground, so to speak.
Got it. And you talk about the sense of as you were applying that they didn't really ask for that much. Upon your arrival, and even when you guys all gathered beforehand, as they were giving you weapons, equipment, materials, and so on, was there any sense that you had to be qualified to use the weapons? Any sense of you needing to be trained with the weapons that you were given? What was that like?
So when we were in Dallas, Virginia, we were given this overview brief of how the how the onboarding would be, getting into country and preparing for the mission. And it was laid out to us that when we get into country, you're going to get issued your hotel room, you're going to get issued your uniforms, you're going to get issued your armored plates, your weapon, your rifle, your pistol, all these things, and then we're going to go into zeroing. So whenever you're issued a weapon for the first time that you haven't fired that weapon, you calibrate it. It's called zeroing. Basically, take it to the range, fire a certain amount of bullets at a target to calibrate the weapon to you individually. So where you're looking and where you're shooting is aligned, and everybody needs to do that. Whether you're the most advanced special operations or a private coming out of basic training, everybody zeros their weapon. Also, everybody qualifies on their weapon. They explained to us that the assignment of your team. So if you were going to be a mobile team operator or a static team operator, that your performance and qualification would dictate which element you were assigned to, because that was also associated with pay. Mobile team being paid more. So it was more of a performance objective. So when we first got to Israel, the rifles, the pistols, the uniforms, the plates, nothing had arrived yet. So we're here in Israel days to execution with limited time, and none of the things that we were supposed to be issued had arrived. So that was kind of a head scratcher, like what are we getting ourselves into? In terms of the weapons qualification, when we finally had the opportunity to get our weapons, our rifles, I was taken aback because they were fully automatic. Most people would look at a assault rifle and just assume that they're all fully automatic, and that would be a false assumption.
What's up?
The United States Army Infantry uses an assault rifle that has a safe single and 3-round burst, not fully automatic. So I was taken aback by that. I was like, why do I need a fully automatic assault rifle to go and protect humanitarian aid when all I'm supposed to be doing is defending my life? No, I'm not conducting offensive operations. I'm not in the military. I'm not doing security operations. I'm securing the aid, but the only time that I'm utilizing force is if I'm protecting my life. So when I was given a fully automatic assault rifle and a combat pistol with a combat optic and an advanced combat optic for the rifle, and then issued M855 armor piercing or armor penetrator ammunition, which is typically only provided by NATO for combat troops, I started to kind of think, like, what are we getting into here? Like, this is like, I'm more decked out to go into Gaza to deliver aid than I have been for any time I've deployed to war. So I kind of had some concerns, and others were talking about it. We were kind of like, okay, maybe it's just overkill here with how much they're giving us. We did zero our weapons, so we managed to do that, but not one single contractor, not one, qualified on their weapon system before we went into Gaza. So every
You don't need to
contractor
aim when you're shooting into a
with
crowd.
their assigned rifle did not qualify on their weapon. What that means is that no way to verify whether an individual was proficient in the use of that weapon at the range that we would be shooting. So if you were assigned to a mobile team or to a static team, you didn't qualify on your weapon. So the assignment to the teams basically was broken down to whether or not the head contractor was your buddy or not, because it was based on pay. There was no means to determine who was going to be assigned to which element, because we never qualified on the weapon to have this performance measure. So not qualifying on your weapon system before you go into an environment such as that would be like if a doctor didn't sanitize before he went into surgery. It's unheard of. You don't do that. And those alarms were raised. People at that point, other contractors were saying like, hey, this is like something ain't right here. This ain't. Other people started to notice it, and we continued on. And at that point,
One of them
I felt
escaped.
all right, this is not necessarily a mission failure, but these are things that we have to fix. So initial concerns before we even went into Gaza.
Wow. And as you or any of your fellow contractors
die,
had
dude.
these kinds of concerns, was there any mechanism to express that to anyone?
Die.
No, it was very unclear to us how the chain of command, so to speak, or the reporting chain, the employment chain, the management chain, was arrayed. I knew who the contract leader was. I know who the assistant contract leader was, but it was very unclear in terms of how that chain of command reported and worked. There were other employees from UG Solutions that were in Israel, in Gaza, that were part of the headquarters, not part of the contract component, but they kind of had authority within it too. It was a very obscure chain of command structure, which to me, when you have a very poor structure of command in terms of leadership, direction, who's the person that's responsible? Who's the person that's giving the order, so to speak? That wasn't clear, and to me, that's a recipe for confusion, lack of discipline, trailing down a road of being less professional when you don't have a clear leader.
Yeah.
No
and so
way.
on the operational aspect, of course, you had your fellow contractors, and as much as you could to try to identify who was in charge. How much, if at all, were you guys interacting with, working with the Israeli military?
So our working with the Israeli military was very integrated, and I will make it clear that I was told directly by Safe Reach Solutions was the higher headquarters, if you will. The prime contract was Safe Reach Solutions. UG Solutions was a component under Safe Reach Solutions. So they were the boss, so to speak. There was an incident in the main control center, the operations center near Karim Shalom, where I was told very direct that the IDF are our client. We work for the IDF. Going into this operation, that was not what I assumed. I thought we were working, that the contract was through the government of Israel, but through the mechanism of humanitarian assistance, humanitarian aid. We were told clearly that the IDF are our client. We work for them. So the IDF had liaison officers. So Southern Command of the Israeli Defense Force was in the south where 3 sites were. So there were liaison officers from the IDF in the control center that were there 24/7 on a rotation. So they were in the operations center. We were integrated with the IDF all the time, and that wasn't a relationship of exchanging of information or working together. It was very much a directed relationship where the IDF were, you will do this, you will not do this, you may do this, you may not do that. This is how you will do this. It was very directive. On the sites themselves, the 3 sites in the south, all 4 sites were located within operational combat areas, co-located with an Israeli combat operational outpost. Again, Operation Gideon's Chariots, which started days before we began our operation and is still ongoing, is a wide-scale offensive in the central part of Gaza. So where the secure distribution sites are located are within the operational combat area of where this major offensive operation is going on. So at each location, co-located with each location, was an IDF unit, either a battalion headquarters up in the north at the Netzarim corridor. There was a tank company, so Merkava tanks. There was a tank company co-located with that position. So the relationship, the integration between UG Solutions and SRS in Gaza was what I would call one and the same. It was the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation through the SRS and UG was simply an appendage, an augmentation of the IDF in the conduct of its combat operations. Now, in a military operation, you would think, well, yeah, having close coordination and working with your ally in war and having an ally that you're working with, that's great. Well, the United States is not a belligerent in this war. The United States and the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation went in specifically to conduct humanitarian assistance operations.
No, they didn't.
For a humanitarian assistance element, delivering humanitarian aid to be directly under the control or coordinating with an army, a combat force, is a recipe for disaster. There's a reason organizations like the United Nations and other organizations do humanitarian assistance, humanitarian aid. The United States military is capable, or any military, I would say, is capable of doing it, but it's not how it should be done. It's definitely not for long-term sustainment or something to this magnitude. So it was very odd to me that if the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was supposed to be going into Gaza to replace the entire aid mechanism that existed prior under the United Nations, and that we were doing it in coordination with, at the order of, the IDF,
Who's this?
that we were treading into pretty
Oh, where do you
dangerous
think you're
area when
going?
it comes to international humanitarian law and international law.
What you say affirms the crumbs of what we've already heard up to this point, that shatters this myth that there wasn't this close coordination and integration and even directive from the IDF and between the GHF. Another myth that you seem to be challenging is this sense that there has not been deliberate killing as a result of the GHF of hundreds, if not more than 1,000 people seeking aid. This is a line that has been maintained by the U.S. government, both in the White House and the State Department. And I wonder if you could tell us exactly what you saw that dispels this myth that there was not deliberate killing at these aid sites.
So in terms of Palestinians that were killed, I would look at it in terms of there's deliberate, there's negligent, and then there's accidental. Shooting someone accidentally would be, I'm on a patrol, I trip, I drop my weapon, it goes off. That's an accident. Negligent would be, I'm on a patrol, I'm with my weapon, not really paying attention, but it's my pull the trigger. That would be negligent. Then you have deliberate, where you're actually looking down the barrel of your rifle, you're taking aim at somebody, and you're pulling the trigger. So what I witnessed was, what I would say was probably the majority of that was in the band of negligent. Also because of that negligence, and because of how long that negligence has been going on, it's now clear to me that that's deliberate. And where that negligence, to me, crossed the threshold into deliberate was that all 4 of the distribution sites were built by the IDF. All 4 of the distribution sites were built specifically in active combat zones. The IDF chose where they would go, and they built them in an active combat zone of the greater war zone of Gaza. That's deliberate. That wasn't an accident. So when you do that, and you have a distribution site that's intended to service the civilian population, much like a water site or a medical site or the like, such as a distribution site for humanitarian aid, by building it in an active war zone where the people to receive that service, in this case the Palestinians, have to walk through the active war zone to get to it. Not to the side of it, not before it, through it. You have to walk through active combat operations to get to it. That's deliberate. That is deliberate baiting. It's using food as bait to
What a
draw
surprise.
the population of Palestine, to draw the Gazans from central Gaza to the south. And it doesn't take a genius to look at the map and say 4 sites, only 4 sites in the entirety of Gaza now under Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Nothing north of the Netzarim corridor. Nothing. So the entire northern portion of the Gaza enclave between Gaza City and Jabalia is completely isolated from the rest of the population. And there are no aid sites there. No aid sites. So the 4 aid sites that are south of the Netzarim, 3 of those 4 are all the way down in the southern corner.
How are you
It'd be like if we all lived in Florida and someone said, if you want food, you got to go down to Key West. It's intentional displacement. Those sites could have been built anywhere. Where they were chosen to be built was deliberate. Deliberate in a war zone. So to me, the shootings where you have thousands of Palestinians queuing in these holding areas before a site opens up. So imagine if you're at Black Friday at Walmart and the entire store is cleared out, it's empty, and in the very middle of it they just put a stack of $1 million cash. And out at the front door, thousands of people are queuing at this tiny entrance. And then at 9 o'clock sharp, the door guy leaves the door and boom, through the door, massive rush. I mean, we've even seen that in America at Walmarts on a Black Friday with people getting trampled to death. Magnify that by the 10th degree. So when the massive crowd is being held at this point to then move down to the site, the IDF used shooting, tank rounds, machine gun rounds, small arms fire, to shoot at the crowd to control the crowd. Other IDF soldiers have come forward with this, and I have seen it. They admit to it. In many times when the IDF are questioned about incidents like that, they say, well, yeah, we shoot at the crowd to control the crowd, but I mean, we're not trying to kill them. Well, when you're shooting at a crowd to try to control them, and you're doing it with a crew-served machine gun or a tank round, shooting at them along their feet or over their head, there's bullets going everywhere. It only takes 1 bullet to kill somebody. So it's deliberate in the sense is that we set that up. It's like if I set a trap to catch an animal, and an animal comes in and I catch it, it's not the animal that I intended to catch, but that trap is still deliberate. These sites haven't become, these death traps. They were built as death traps. Their design, their location, the inflow and outflow, they were designed that way. And that's concerning to me. And that's not something that you have to be this engineering mind to see. It's pretty obvious that when you look at it and you're like, 4 sites in all of Gaza, 3 of those 4 are co-located with each other within 100 to 200 meters of each other, and all of them are co-located with an IDF base in a combat area. It's not hard to figure that out. It's deliberate.
And so while you were at these sites witnessing this, you saw people being killed.
Individual dead guy.
I witnessed on more than one occasion.
Hey, look who's awake.
Yes, not always by the IDF. I assert and I maintain and I will say that on at least 2 occasions, until proven otherwise, from me being there. So when the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, public relations, or the lawyers at Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and the spokesman talk about this didn't happen, cite your source. Because I was there. They weren't there. I was there on the ground. So when the Palestinians are moving to the site and bullets are flying overhead, shooting at their feet, shooting over their heads, and then after a distribution, you see what you've seen in a lot of the videos when the Palestinians are carrying dead bodies on pallets or carrying dead bodies in their arms.
What's up?
The majority of that you see, that's not up in Gaza.
With your what?
There's no film crews up in Gaza. That's down by our sites, by the 3 secure distribution sites, and that area that you often see people running.
That's weird that they used your.
Dead body is to the Nasser Hospital.
They showed your phone number already on there. That's pretty weird.
Just north of sites 1, 2, and 3. So when you see that on that footage, camera footage from either Palestinians have shot it, others people have seen it, various agencies have shot it, and you see that, those are coming from the sites. Maybe not from the actual site on the site itself, but from near or around the sites. So with all of this indiscriminate shooting at their feet, shooting over their heads, shooting in their direction, and at the end of that, there are dead people. Fact, there are dead Palestinians. So that when you look at that equation, and now the people that report that a number of Palestinians have come into the hospital, that's not just the Gaza health ministry. That's not just propaganda. We have doctors, surgeons, nurses, attendees, Westerners, Americans. I mean, just people from all over the world that are educated, that don't have an agenda in this. That report like, yeah, we got 27 dead Palestinians came in today, right after site closure at site number 2. That's not propaganda. That's the truth. And if we, as a society, as an international community, start saying that doctors, lawyers, aid workers, nurses, teachers, volunteers that are going in there and risking their lives to volunteer in Gaza,
PG.
military veterans such as myself, the IDF themselves, if the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation...
You'll know it because of the picture.
All of us are wrong, and all of us are lying.
Hey!
None of us know what we're talking about.
Got another addition. Woohoo!
And the world buys that. I would please ask to reconsider that position. Because there's people like me that saw it, that have a vast amount of experience and know what I saw, with no agenda. I'm not doing this to make money. I'm not here for profit. I'm not here for any type of gain. I'm not getting paid to do this. I actually had to pay to come up here. I'm losing money by doing this. But on the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, they've got spokesmen that get paid to say that. They get lawyers that get paid to say that. So the next time the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or anyone within the organization wants to say that others have this motive or others have this agenda, I think you got to take an honest look in the mirror and ask yourself who really has the agenda. I think most Americans and most of the international community can answer that.
These 2 incidents that you mentioned, could you tell me a bit more about what you saw in those instances?
The first instance I'll share is on the 29th of May. The 29th of May was our overall 4th day of distribution. We started on the 26th. We did distribution on the 27th and 28th. Particularly on the 29th
4 viewers.
We did distribution at site
watching me
number 4.
nerd out.
Site number 4 is the site that's central Gaza near the Netzarim corridor. It's a few kilometers south of the Netzarim corridor at the intersection of where the Salah ad-Din Road and the Wadi Gaza intersect. It's right there on that intersection. There's a bridge that crosses that from the south. So it's right there. And again, co-located with an IDF unit in a combat area where they're conducting combat operations. We had not distributed from Site 4 yet. That was the first time we distributed Site 4. And what we had experienced in the previous distributions with the rush and the rushing through and the 8 minutes of madness when 25,000 boxes of aid are gone in 8 minutes, we experienced that. The typical, what I would say the adopted practice of the UG Solutions contractors would then be to move forward, use pepper spray, move forward, use pepper spray, use stun grenades, throwing them into the crowd, pushing forward, stun grenades and tear gas or pepper spray.
Which
and then once they were moved
you're not
out of
supposed
the gate,
to be allowed to do, according to international law,
and then as the Palestinians
and the
are moving
manufacturers
out,
of the stun
they would-
grenades.
Not just often, every time, because the IDF's procedure for crowd control or communication with the crowd, as they call it, and they're very open about this, they don't deny it, they would shoot at the crowd behind them, at their feet, or over their heads to get them to continue to go that direction. And UG Solutions personnel soon started to take suit because we had no rules of engagement. We had no standard operating procedures. We had no status or escalation of force procedures that were ever briefed or trained to us. So we're just out there on our own. So most just adapted that of what the IDF do. And on this particular day, on this particular occasion, after all of the Palestinians had moved out of the site, they're moving south. Their backs are to us. They're moving to the south, their backs are to us, they're carrying the bags of aid, or carrying boxes. And this isn't just my eyewitness testimony, take my word for it, it's on video that I shot and took on location. high definition video, sound. It's been geolocated and confirmed that that's where it was. So in the video you hear a gunfire, machine gun fire in the distance, and that's the IDF shooting at the crowd as they're leaving. You then hear very close to the camera and very clearly from the
Oh, are you talking about the like establishment Democrats, like the elected officials, or are you referring to like the voter base?
The IDF are too far away from the site to have heard the rifle that loudly and that clear. The only people on the site that have weapons are UG Solutions contractors, and there are no IDF on the site.
The officials? Oh yeah, elected officials. The establishment Democrats are huge hypocrites. They're disgusting, and this whole Israel-Gaza issue proves it. They have spent years trying to be the defender of like human and civil rights, and instead of actually defending human and civil rights, they capitulate to a government that is perpetuating the mass slaughter of civilians. So, yeah, I would agree that they are.
Hitting into the ground, into the unarmed civilians that are leaving.
Would you agree that that Republicans are hypocrites and that they have claimed to want to help people? They claim to have wanted to fight corruption, but have engaged blatantly in corruption themselves, as well as passing laws that are going to kick millions of people off of Medicare, while at the same time enriching millionaires. And I don't mean regular millionaires, I'm talking about the ultra wealthy. So would you agree that they are also hypocrites?
And then in the next piece they'll say, oh, well, we investigated and we fired the guy, but he didn't do anything. Well, then why'd you fire him? What'd you investigate? So yes, I observed UG Solutions American contractors shooting at, near, over the heads, at the feet of civilians. And when you're doing that, so when UG Solutions say, we don't shoot at them, we shoot over their heads, at their feet, and into the air. We don't shoot at them. Well, that's shooting at them. That is targeting a civilian. Back to the point I made in the very beginning.
I say that most of all U.S. politics is hypocrites. That's fair. It's almost never about the people. They say one thing and are toying with God knows what with their yeah. I would agree with that. But I would.
And it's criminal. On a second occasion at site number 2,
I'd also ask this question.
Site number 1, which
even
is
if
in the south, it's one of the far southern, it's the furthest southern site.
You know, most politicians you can say are hypocrites. Which one of the two parties, in terms of legislation, makes a greater effort towards helping, like working class people, regardless of whatever their race is? That's the way I would. That's the question I'd be interested in your answer to.
Of, hey, push forward, pepper spray, stun grenades, push forward, pepper spray, stun grenades, push to the gate. During that pepper spray, stun grenade march, as I call it, a UG Solutions contractor threw a G303 is what it's called. It's a stun grenade that also has tear gas in it. So when you throw it, explodes, it emits pellets, but it also emits tear gas. This thing comes flying over my left shoulder.
And also, as a follow-up question,
going through their items.
Knowing how many, like the high percentage of, the politicians that take, corporate and foreign interest money, does it make it more appealing to vote for someone that does not participate in those the same financing tactics that politicians typically engage in? For instance, like if a candidate refuses to take corporate and PAC money and relies on small donations from constituents, would that be a candidate that sounds appealing to you instead of like? I believe both of them are hypocrites. Well, what I'm asking is like, if there's a candidate that refuses to take corporate and PAC money, which you can go to opensecrets.org, and you can see where they get money from. So, wouldn't it be more appealing to have a candidate that does not accept like corporate money, PAC money, and foreign interest money,
The donkey cart comes in.
You know,
stops,
that campaigns on a
the gentleman that
platform
helped me goes to help this woman pick
of
this
trying
woman right up.
to,
She was
you know,
motionless, lifeless, not moving at all,
make life
and sets her on
better
this
for
cart.
working class people.
And
Like, would
I
you think
walked
that
up
that
there
would be
to
an
thank
appealing
the
candidate
gentleman
to
that
support?
helped pick me up, and just thank him. And I placed my hand on this woman's shoulder, kind of as a condolence, and there was no sign of life. There was no breathing, no movement. I've seen death many times in my career in combat. It's not pretty, and I've seen it. And on this woman's face was death. And when I reported that to UG Solutions, to the leadership, with evidence of a photograph, like here's the photo, here it is. I took this photo. I was there. I'm witnessing this for you. Oh, we thought that she just had a heat injury. Really? So those are the two incidents that I saw, particularly on sites by UG Solutions personnel.
Just die.
And how about, were there other instances by the IDF of clear or apparent violence towards Palestinians or aid seekers?
So as I mentioned before,
Oh, Liberty, since you're here. So,
the aid seekers
what we were
coming into
talking
the site and
about
going out of the site, it's
yesterday,
one way exit and another.
or hear me
This
out, we got the
particular incident
money
was on the
business
28th
from the
of May.
election system and forced
So again,
parties to
this
foot
was-
the bill
this
for all
was
the stuff
not
without
shooting by
investment
the UG
besides
Solutions on this day. This was the
donations
IDF.
from their
But we were
constituents.
on site number 2
So
on the 28th
I'm
of
definitely
May.
with you
Similar to
that
what
we should
experienced in
remove
all of the distributions, the mass
outside
crowd, and usually afterwards
like
there's
corporate
those that are picking up
PAC
donations.
and foreign money. We should
Myself
that should
and another
not be
contractor, we were standing next to each other.
part of our campaigns
And
because
a young boy later
it's just
found out as he talked to us.
it just puts too many of these politicians in a position where they feel like they owe somebody. They become
and he comes up,
indebted to
he
their
extends his right hand to
donors
us.
instead of their constituents.
And at first I
Leftist
thought
most
maybe
off
he
showed
was
is better
asking
for
for
equal
more
rights.
food because he just had remnants of things that he picked up
But at
from
the
the
same
ground.
time, they're
Or
still,
maybe
of
he was
course, interested
hurt,
in
or
foreign
maybe he was trying
affairs
to
that are
communicate
money
something
driven
to
to
us.
benefit themselves
So
and any
this
friends.
this
Yeah,
contractor and I were standing next to each other, who's
that's
also
one of the
a
things that
special
I've
operations veteran,
I've said.
mature,
Like you're definitely not
professional.
wrong about that. I don't disagree with that whatsoever. The only argument that I can make is if there is a candidate that does not take this money, then that should be somebody that should have the support of the voters. They would for myself. That is more common to see from left-leaning candidates. I can't think of any Republicans off the top of my head that does not accept money from any one of those special interest groups. However, I can think of several on the left side of the political spectrum off the top of my head, like right off the bat. So that right there should kind of be a red flag, in my opinion. And then regarding human rights, you're right that they are, hypocritical, and that, only it wasn't until recently that they had a vote about, sending weapons to Israel, even though they are doing what they're doing, which is for everyone to see. Like, we've all seen the images, like they're still trying to gaslight us by saying they're not doing it. But the most recent vote, it was still like 50% of Senate Democrats voted to approve it, and every single Republican voted for it. So it's obvious to me which one of the two parties actually has an incentive to help people, whether it's whether it's genuine or not. But I'd also say, I would say it's better to do the right thing for the wrong reason than it is to do the wrong thing for the wrong reason. So even if they are enriching themselves and at the same time helping people, that's not necessarily a deal breaker in my book. It does raise questions, it does raise flags, absolutely. I would rather have a candidate that is not beholden to special interests. But on the other side, you have, people who are enriching themselves at the expense of people, and I can't get on board with that whatsoever. Oh yeah. So Liberty, I'm glad you're back. So I did look at the whole. I did read through that the Federalist paper, right? And yeah, obviously you're right about Madison saying the general welfare is in regard to the powers of the Congress, not welfare as we see it in terms of like the health of its citizens. But also, what caught my attention is that there were a lot of things in the Constitution that he disagreed with. So, even though that was his opinion on that wording, I can't, I, I'm reluctant to lead it much credence because of how opposed he was to multiple aspects of the Constitution, you know? So, I don't think that his specific opinion on that wording should be taken as gospel. You know what I mean? And again, like this is a whole like philosophical thing. So like, you know, I think I told you towards the end of my stream yesterday where like the legal specifics of the Constitution and court cases, like that's not my forte. I have taken a few courses, but veto message on the clause. I mean, if you let me know what it is, sure, I'll take your word for it. I don't, you haven't lied to me yet, so um, if I'm sure I'll check it later at some point anyway. But I don't think that I don't think that any one opinion from any author of the Constitution should be taken as gospel, whether we agree with that opinion or not. And I think that it has to be. You can say what the Constitution, like the intention, you can make rulings based on the intention, but the intention of the Constitution was also to only allow rich white landowners to vote. Like that was the intention. But we grew as a society and we saw that, hey, that's fucked up. And, we moved on from that. And I think that same principle, again, I'm more of a politically philosophical mind. I think that we need to approach phrases like general welfare in the same way. And that's my opinion. I don't have legal justification for that. And, it's not an opinion that I'm going to like take much time to defend because it is what it is. But that's my opinion on it. But I think yesterday I said something along the lines of like there's no way that you can convince me that general welfare doesn't mean like the health of its citizens in terms of like medical health. And I concede that Madison did not mean what I meant, but at the same time, I'm still going to hold on to my opinion that times change, society changes, and therefore the meaning should also change as well. We shouldn't be beholden to an opinion of one single author of the Constitution from 250 years ago. I think that's just gonna hold society back from growing. That's how I feel about it.
He and I are standing there, and we kind of call him over, and this little boy comes over, and at first he extends his hand to the gentleman standing next to me, the contractor standing next to me, and this contractor extends his hand in a very warm and cordial way, and the boy kisses his hand, and he says, "Shukran." Then he steps to me and he kisses my hand.
That was a big message. Hold on. I can't see all of it.
In the Arab culture, and kissing the hand
as a non-American,
is a sign of
don't know much
respect.
about
It's a sign
politicians. It's
of
specific, but I can
respect
definitely
for
see that
gratitude
there
and
would be
thankfulness.
people taking money from strange
It's a
places, to say the
significant
least.
gesture. It's not
And I
just
wouldn't put it
for-
past
it's
the
not just
right
like a,
to
"Hey,
be on a
how are
regimen
you?"
like that,
It's
but I am
significant.
not ruling it out for the
And
left.
this
I
boy,
sometimes wonder. So I think the trap that
maybe 6 or 7 years
you're
old,
falling
hard to
into
tell with
is the concept of what's called false equivalency. And you see that common when somebody presents a what's called a both sides argument.
You could tell that he's
And
dehydrated from his lips.
I've used an analogy before. I'm sure Liberty's heard me say this before, but what happens when you present a both sides argument is you'll have somebody that kills somebody when they're like mugging them in the street. They're taking their money, their purse, their wallet, whatever, and they kill them. And you have another person that
you're not alone.
Somebody's breaking into his home and he's defending his family, and he shoots and kills the person breaking into his home. A both sides argument would be they're both killers. They're both killers. And if you don't zoom out and look at the situation, you would think, yeah, that's true, they're both killers. But that's what a both sides argument does. It creates a false equivalency. So they're not equivalent in that one is in in furtherance of a crime, and the other one is in self-defense. They're completely different, and that is the same. That is the same viewpoint that you should take if you're going to look at politics. And I would say politicians specifically. If you are going to, don't fall into the trap of this both sides false equivalency stuff. Like, look at the politicians themselves. Look who they take money from. Look at their voting record. Look at how they have, look at their policy agenda. Like, what are their intentions? And go off of that. If you go into this with the idea that both sides are corrupt, which means every politician is in on the take, then you're going to be like completely jaded from the whole process. And then what happens is if you have that mindset where everyone's corrupt, there's nothing I can do to help, then that mindset becomes infectious, and it keeps people from wanting to make a positive change. And that's why it's so frustrating, because when you have millions of people in a country, they all believe that anything they do doesn't matter. The fact that they don't act, the fact that they don't participate, and the fact that those millions of people don't vote because of that, that does change the results of the election. Because had they voted, like, not just in the general election, but in a primary election, had they decided to vote, they could have had a bigger say in who became their elected officials. So, careful not to fall into this false equivalency and both sides trap. Keep an eye out for when pundits, like political pundits, do that, because they're trying to get you to basically not participate because they don't want you to make a difference. Was just Madison, James Monroe, Vito, yeah, like I said, like,
and Amir was amongst them. So this young boy that traveled 8 kilometers from his home to get aid.
It's unreasonable to
thanks us.
Literally translate the words from 250 years ago, regardless. Like, I'll grant it to you. Like, they specified what they meant in that language. I get it.
37, 40, 50,
but the fact that society has changed so much in the last 250 years, it doesn't. It's just not beneficial to take it literally today. That's my point.
And they say that, like, hey,
and you see that with the Second Amendment, right? Let's take the Second Amendment literally. If that's going to be the thought experiment here. If we're going to take the Second Amendment literally, then it should be specific to the arms that were available at that time. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think I know what you meant, Andy. I just want to make sure you're aware of, like, propaganda tactics that will cause you to fall into these, like, detrimental thinking traps where you feel, like, you just become
I've asked this
completely,
numerous times on here when they say,
disconnected
hey,
from
look out for Hamas.
any
What am I looking
potential,
for? A T-shirt, a hat,
positive
a name tag that says Hamas. Like,
progression.
what does that even mean? So this is a very complex.
Well, Liberty, that is how it works. Like, if you're going to look at the Bill of Rights or the original Constitution and you want to take it literally based on what they said, then that needs to be applied. It's hypocritical to not apply it to every other amendment after that. So look at the situation in when the Second Amendment, right to bear arms. So that should be specific to the arms of that time.
And you're just thrown to the wild.
Because otherwise, you're just picking and choosing.
Too complex and too complicated for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to have any business doing it.
I think
it's too big.
I think that
there's too many aspects. There's no
the meanings.
Aid workers within the entire
it should be more fluid.
2 or 3 that have
as time goes on.
Humanitarian experience at the SRS level, and they're few and far between. So if the primary mission of this foundation is the delivery of humanitarian aid, and the fewest people they have on the staff to do humanitarian aid are the humanitarian aid workers, but they have
that's exactly what I'm saying. It shouldn't. It should be fluid.
Where's the
priority? That's the point I'm trying to make with the general welfare. The definition of general welfare, regardless of what they intended, has changed over time. In the same way that arms, the definition of arms, has changed over time. And our courts have been acceptance of the fluidity of the definition of arms. And so therefore, regardless of what the intention was, and therefore they should also use the same justification for a phrase such as general welfare.
It's kind of like this agreed upon cognitive dissonance of, I didn't see anything. You see that? Okay, everything's fine. Like, it's like this, we don't talk about it, because if you talk about it, then you have to accept it. And everybody just kind of turns an eye to it. And from the IDF perspective, I think that the IDF that are deployed to the south are in an environment, a situation that is untenable. It shouldn't be that way. The United States Army would have.
My base is open. Come in and shop, you weirdos.
You don't establish distribution sites to give food to people in the magnitude of thousands right in the middle of your combat operations. So the IDF.
Okay, I guess they don't want to come in and talk.
A dilemma of like, to protect myself, but like, what do I do? It's untenable. That's the leadership's fault. That's the Israeli.
Oh, he doesn't have anything. Okay, cool.
For the UG
that makes no sense because attributing the way contract law works to trap every aspect and time period. It shouldn't. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't trap every aspect into. You shouldn't trap any aspect into a time period.
I was disturbed by this, which is
why meaning is different than application. So what did they mean when they said the right to bear arms?
That have spoken out anonymously.
They didn't mean, heavy weapons. They didn't mean the weapons we had today. So there's no way that the general welfare, he could have predicted what that would mean today, even though it was clear what he meant back then.
Then it's the right thing to do. It's not pro-Palestine, anti-Palestine, pro-Israel, anti-Israel, any of this political bipolarization. It's human beings.
Oh, it's this guy. I talked to the wrong boss.
Let's just act like human beings. Can we do that?
As you look at the GHF and
I need this.
If we accept the things that you're saying, the things that other Israeli soldiers have said, the things that other contractors have told us, the things that Palestinians themselves are telling us, of course, they themselves, the victims who have been speaking on this for months and months, what do you think the GHF is for? If it is so unsuccessful at its supposed humanitarian objectives.
Imagine trying to kill someone with a gun from the time the Constitution was written. Yeah, they're not. It's not equal.
That's a great question.
And
that's something that I would like Congress to ask.
That's all I'm trying to say is that times change, meanings change. Even if you can still
30
it is
million
still
plus
entirely
going on
possible
U.S.
to
tax dollars into this program. We need
accept that the
transparency.
meanings
There's none.
of
We need
something from
accountability.
200 years ago
There's
can
none.
change
When
without
Congress
changing the
asks
intention.
The Gaza
Is what I'm saying.
Humanitarian Foundation, open the books, show us what you're spending money on, and they say no, that should concern every American. This isn't North Korea. When a Swiss bank account.
But again, I mean, it really doesn't matter because our government doesn't even follow their own laws. So
As GHF applied for Swiss
until
bank accounts and the Swiss said no, that should give us pause. Like
the two major parties are able
that's a
to,
great question.
agree
hope
to
someone will
actually
look into why does
follow
Gaza
the
Humanitarian
Constitution
Foundation
instead of trying to,
because it's not a
dismantle it or
It's not
ignore it,
humanitarian,
just
they
for the sake
certainly
of
don't care
maintaining
about
power.
Finally,
It really
I just
doesn't matter
want
what we
to-
think
to
about
give
any of this.
a moment to just, if there
It's just
was
they're just words
anything
on
else that
paper.
You believe, if the public already doesn't know yet, that you think they absolutely should.
And the only
about
people
how
that
the
are going to be held
foundation has
accountable
operated in Gaza,
for violating those
what
laws
you've seen
are people like
from
me
the
and
Israeli
you.
military and the Israeli government, what you've seen from the interaction between the two on the ground, anything else that you really want to hit home to the public that they might not know yet?
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has U.S. veterans, military veterans, on the ground in Gaza under very flimsy legal protections. The people of America, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation doesn't care about its people. If they cared about their people, they wouldn't have the largest portion of their company
Someone has to
in
remember,
Gaza with
because
tourist
if no one
visas and
does,
no legal
then
protection.
we truly will
That's
be.
not
Yeah.
caring about them. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation
I think I can buy one
needs
online.
to be shut down,
Black powder and other
set
things.
aside, and allow the United Nations to come in and do its job. A job that, frankly, it can do far,
Yeah, like
far better.
I think we should be allowed to own,
needs to happen, and the American people
you know,
need to know
at the very minimum,
so they can
a
get
pistol,
involved. Your
a shotgun,
your tax dollars are going to
and a rifle.
You want your tax dollars
At the very
going to be
minimum.
complicit in being the
I would like
client
to see,
of a combatant in
you know,
warfare? I don't think we do.
more
We'll leave it there, Anthony. Thank you so
stricter
much
requirements
all the time you've
for the
shared with
purchase
us,
of
all
those,
that insight and
because
perspective that you've shared
there's
with
really
us
no
that
reason to be in a rush to
we're
purchase
unfortunately
them
not getting
unless you're
elsewhere
trying to use
as
them
of yet.
super quickly,
We
which should
appreciate
be a
you
red
speaking
flag.
out, and we appreciate your colleagues that have chosen to speak out to us and to others,
I don't
and
think the
we
mass
welcome
sale
them
of
to
firearms should
continue
be
to reach out to
allowed
us,
in the
and
forms of like gun
just as
shows.
well, if
The number one,
leadership of the GHF would like to come on and contest any of your
the number
plans,
one
we'd be
importer
welcome
to
have them
the
join too and to see if
the
they can
gangs and drug cartels in
defend,
Central and
help
South
us
America
understand
is the United
their
States.
mission too. So thank you, Anthony, for joining us. We appreciate it very much.
So there should be stricter regulations on those, in my opinion. But it's not something that we should outright.
And turn on notifications for exclusive content and to support independent, unfiltered journalism. Head over
it's
to
definitely worth noting that
zateo.com.
Democrats do not want to take people's firearms. I mean, I'm sure there's some that do, but
and you
they're
know her,
on the
you love
extreme.
her, you should follow
and I would
her.
never vote for
she
that.
is a contributing op-ed writer for the New York Times. She's also the author of the fantastic and terrifying book.
It's just like common sense.
Which
like
is a deep
people,
dive into the villainy of
people who
Stephen
are
Miller.
under
I
investigation
refer to
for a
Stephen
violent
Miller as the
crime,
shadow president for
whether
the
it's
sake of today's
domestic
conversation,
violence
because
or
I
robbery.
believe, well, we're
They
gonna
should
talk
not
about it,
be
that Stephen
allowed
Miller
to
is the
own
engineer
or have
behind
possession
some
of a
the most
firearm whatsoever.
cruel,
It's just common sense.
And I would say illegal aspects of this current Trump administration, especially when it comes to the attacks on immigrant communities, especially when it comes to the attack on Los Angeles.
The Constitution has to be fixed in meaning and fluid in application.
Yeah,
I agree with that, 100%.
Enemies Act, which has only been
100% agree with that.
Stephen Miller
couldn't have
says
said it
we're
better
at war.
myself.
He says we're being invaded. Also, his attempts to undo birthright citizenship, and that's just me from the top of my head. But Jean Guerrero was a massive.
What drives me crazy is like
and she did a deep
the state
dive
of Texas has
into
long
Stephen
had
Miller
this
and wrote
reputation
about it and has
of
been trying to warn people about it. So today's framing is
has long had this reputation of like being a staunch opposition for federal overreach. But yet now they just bend over and take it from the orange clown. When he says jump, they say how high. So it's clear that their opposition to federal overreach was just a lie. rules for thee, but not for me, kind of thing. I think partisan gerrymandering should be illegal. You have if you look at the ratio of nonpartisan gerrymandering compared to partisan gerrymandering, more Republican states have partisan gerrymandering. There are some that have nonpartisan, but the ratio is red states have more partisan gerrymandering it's to nonpartisan ratio than blue states. Because the meaning is fixed at ratification, but you can reset those interpretation meaning if you repass. Yeah, that would be nice, but I'd say, one step at a time. I think the trust, we have to work on rebuilding like trust in our judicial system in order for that to even work. Like the last 8 years, I don't want to say the Republican Party because they didn't capitulate right away. Even after January 6th, there were many Republicans that came out and said that this was an insurrection and this was abhorrent what happened. So it's been like 8 years of progress, but their focus has been undermining trust in our systems and institutions. And it's gotten to the point where like every single Republican, with the exception of like one or two on a couple of like one or two minor policies, just completely go along with whatever the executive branch wants.
Is the white nationalist endgame of our shadow president, Stephen Miller. And Gene,
yeah, they're not. They're MAGA. It's MAGA now. Like, if you look at it, I would say after the 2020 election, I would have said that it was a Republican Party with a MAGA fringe. But now, it's the MAGA Party with Republican fringe. And any like legitimate, like constitutional Republicans that were left in the party, they're what's known as the Never Trumpers, and they align with they don't even align with Democratic policies, but just the fact that the Democratic Party is not actively trying to dismantle our system of government to stay in power means that they are going to vote for Democrats now. They haven't been in a long time. Yeah, there's a lot of key points. I'll say the key starting point for where we are today was the Nixon impeachment, because he was like pretty much disgraced by both parties. But there was the Ailes memo, which I'm sure you've heard of. I didn't read specifically, but the basic concept was Rupert Murdoch, Roger Ailes, two billionaires. They were determined to never let a Republican politician be like humiliated like that again. And so, shortly after that, I don't know if it was them specifically, but you saw like nonprofit organizations like the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society pop up, and they focused solely on recruiting law students that had Republican leanings that would be loyal to the party instead of democracy and the rule of law. So they focused on basically that's what I'm looking for. When you like oh man, what's groom? They basically groomed him. Yeah. So these two institutions were grooming law students to take positions of authority, like elected judges, district attorneys, so on and so forth. And we see that, like, I think four of the justices that were appointed by Republicans on the Supreme Court came up through either the Heritage Foundation or the Federalist Society. They were these two organizations were the ones that gave Donald Trump the Supreme Court recommendations when he was in his first term. And you can see now that, especially Alito and Thomas, they are completely loyal to the party. They are not loyal to the government. So yeah, it started with Nixon, Murdoch and Ailes, the Heritage Foundation, Federalist Society, and then you get into the 80s with Reagan. By then, keep in mind this is like 20 years after Nixon. By now, they had established enough of influence to where they had his ear, where Reagan was pretty much just a character. He was a mouthpiece, like he was the one that looked good in front of the camera, while his administration made the decisions for him, which I'm not against. It happens. Like like you're not going to know the details to everything. That's the important part of being a leader. You find out who's good at what, and you delegate them for that responsibility. So I'm not even against that. It's just who was doing it. And then around this time, you start to see a greater effort to dismantle like worker protections. You see unions start to lose their power. You start to see a drastic increase in wealth inequality. Oh yeah, yeah, he does. It's disgusting. So corrupt, and like, isn't it weird that they won't institute a like a code of ethics on their own? Freaking weird. So, actually, it's not that weird. But I think we know why. But so you get the Reagan era where you start to see. He did things like I think he had the Republicans had control of the legislative branch for, I want to say, like 4 of his 8 years. And one of the things that they did during this time was they eliminated the fairness doctrine, which required media up until that point to basically state the facts. That's all they as members of the media transmitting on airwaves that were regulated by the government, they had to adhere to government regulations, which meant they had to present the facts as a news organization. Well, once that was dismantled, you saw what we now see as like cable news pop up. That's not really news; it's propaganda, where it's more opinion based. So they're able to reword things to spin the focus, whatnot. But basically, the point is they no longer have to have objective truth. They're supposed to have a code of ethics. They're supposed to have will, but merely decide the questions. Well, now they can do whatever. No, I'd say they should have a code of ethics, but who's going to enforce it? I think there just needs to be more like transparency overall in terms of finances. I think it's ridiculous that a Supreme Court justice is allowed to accept a cruise on a yacht from someone that has a case before the Supreme Court. It feels hypocritical to me. So yeah, so you get rid of the fairness doctrine. You have all this media popped up, like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, whatever. And that's when you start to see the erosion of trust, and you start to see it starts to divide. There's less overlap within the Democrat-Republican policies, because you start to see them becoming more extreme as they erode the like the willingness to engage in bipartisanship. And you know, like that gets us to today, where there's just like there's no zero overlap between the two parties, zero chance of bipartisanship, and one party so desperate to retain power that they are willing to trick people into hating large groups of minorities, regardless of what group who you're thinking of, in order to distract people from policies that are actively harmful to their voters. And I mean, if it wasn't Donald Trump, it would have been someone else. It would have been someone that's a little less orange, but it would have gotten to this point eventually. What the fuck? Are the Democrat Republicans when you need them? Oh wait, they died to Andrew Jackson. Yeah, honestly, like I'm of the opinion that during the Reconstruction era, I forget which president came in, but basically ended the Reconstruction effort. Maybe, I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. Oh no, super racist douchebag, but I don't think that the Reconstruction effort lasted long enough, in my opinion, because it wasn't long enough to like in order for there to be an ideological shift in a society, it takes like a whole generation. Like you have to wait until the older generation phases out of power in order to recognize whether there's an ideological shift within that society or not. And when you only spend like 4 or 5 years, you know, trying to reshape the whole ideology of the South, and then you're like, "Ha, JK, we're good. We're heading out now." What do you expect is going to happen? They're just going to stick with their ideology. The Second War would have broke out as military occupation was still a thing. Well, I mean, it didn't. What I'm saying is like it didn't have to continue in the way that it did. It could have been slowly phased out. Which, you know, uh, as pro-slavery ideology dissipated, then you could have slowly phased out some of those some of the policies, the Reconstruction policies, but just to like, boom, just pull everything out at once, just because you're pro-slavery, or you're whatever his policy, basically he was pro-slavery. He was sympathetic to the South, and he just like brought everything out at once. Like then, you can't expect their ideology to change if that's the case. Show the common people that slave owners didn't care about them. Yeah, and that's something that would have taken time. Again, that's what I'd like. That's something that would have taken a generational change. You can't expect to just beat somebody in a war and then just expect their whole ideology to change overnight. You know what I mean? Because that's what happened after World War One. You know, Germany got crushed, and everyone just left and like, oh, sucks to suck, guys. And what happened? Like, eventually Nazis came in and took over. But after World War II, people actually, you know, want to say people like other nations actually made an effort to help them rebuild, and you know, demonstrated that you know cooperation was more beneficial than fascism, and they're less fascist than we are now. So that's the point I'm trying to make. If you have to dedicate at least a full generation. What I mean by a generation is like 20 years, because typically that's like a generation is about 20 years. It takes 20 years, in my opinion, to shift the ideology of a population. Put halfway through boarding school before getting the no more spankings treatment. Yeah, it's just a lot of it's just the philosophy of fuck you, I got mine. That only leads to more disaster later on down the road. Maybe not immediately. Maybe maybe in the short term it benefits you. you know, you can keep building your wealth, but in the long term, it's detrimental. It's gonna lead back to regression of some kind, whether it's regression back to a more militaristic state, a more racist state. And I don't mean like state as in like a government entity. I mean state as in like a mental a mental state of being, like your mental what you're thinking at that time. That's what I mean by state. But yeah, it takes like 20 years of effort, and not many countries are willing to make that effort. You have cycle of racism where the dominant race changes that lead to endless suffering. Yeah, again, like it takes an effort to shift the ideology. Like just because the racial makeup of a country changes, there's going to be rifts. But when you have one side who is completely dedicated towards making people angry by saying they're destroying your culture, like that is their goal. Victim depressive, yeah, yeah. When you have one, when the propaganda of they're destroying your culture is just being cycled like grievance, grievance politics, just to make people angry. They're they're feeding into it. Like it doesn't have to be like I think if they actually made an effort to better people's lives, like the working class people, and to resolve this wealth gap issue and to make it so that it's not so ridiculously hard to raise a family, then I don't think we would have I don't think we would have a situation where it's a majority minority population. I think more white people would be having babies. you know, it's just people aren't willing to do that. Like if you can't, if you're struggling affording your own place to live, your own car insurance, your own groceries, your own electricity, there's no incentive to, expand a family because of that. Well, you would be forced to address the service economy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's why there needs to be, like, I'm all for capitalism, but it definitely needs to be regulated. It can't be, like, just the idea of, like, I just want you to imagine, you know for a fact that you have $999,999,999 worth of wealth. Like, are you going to be less, are you going to be suffering if you don't earn that next dollar? Like, does that really hurt? You know what I mean? Like, there is absolutely no reason for someone to have $400 billion worth of wealth. It's ridiculous. There's no reason for it. It's absolutely absurd. Like, if you make it to, like, seriously, every time you talk about billionaires, just say out the whole thing. They have $999,999,999. It's too easy to say a billion. It feels like less than what I just said. Like, I don't even want to repeat it. There's too many syllables. I would say my opinion would be, I think the tax brackets, there needs to be more tax brackets, and it needs to be parabolic. So the closer you get to a billion, the higher the percentage it is. Like I don't like this like up 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 up, like it jumps from like 20% to around the 30,000 range, to 40% between, like I think it's 100 and 250,000 range, something like that. Regulation isn't the issue. So what I mean by regulation is I'm talking about like tax regulation. And to a lesser extent, like environmental regulation and stuff like that. And how easy it is for them to take advantage of workers. Like I don't think healthcare should be tied to work. Just because it creates it's basically indentured servitude. If the majority of jobs are low-paying service jobs where you are nothing but a machine, then you will not get good results. Yeah, and then only the lucky ones get the education and the connection. Yeah, it's like even at the very least, even if like even if you're against wealth redistribution in any form, then at the very least, higher education should be drastically more affordable. The tuition rates should not outpace inflation rates by a double amount. But the fact that they don't push for a more affordable education means that they don't want a smarter population. That's what I'm getting from it. Like even if you're a diehard capitalist and you don't want any form of wealth distribution and like unfettered, like I made this money, I earned it, no one's taxing me, I shouldn't be taxed. Well, that is apparently natural according to economists. Yeah, at the very least, like I think higher education should be free. But for the sake of making progress, I would be very happy for any type of like incremental change towards that. Otherwise, we are just gonna like less people will be able to afford it. There's going to be fewer and fewer higher paying jobs. Fewer people are going to be able to afford healthcare. You're basically going to have 4 people in every house that has to have like 2 jobs, because the healthcare industry is taking like 30% of your paycheck. And they'll refuse your claims just because they're a for-profit business and they make more money by refusing it. I think it's important to acknowledge what led us here for the purpose of learning from it. But I don't think it should have an influence in how we move forward from here. Like, we see that there's a problem. We see there's a ridiculous wealth gap. We see that there's education's too expensive, healthcare's too expensive, so what's the answer? Like, dude, we could seriously take 100 billion of Elon Musk's wealth. What destroyed the middle class? Oh, the implementation of trickle-down economics, where they greatly diminished the tax rates on the wealthy. So what they did is they started hoarding that wealth instead of it trickling down. If trickle-down economics would have worked, the pay rates would have increased at the rate of their profits increasing, or the workers' pay. But no. Minimum wage, still federal minimum wage, $7. Since I want to say like the early 90s or early 2000s, I mean, something like that. Like, how do billionaires become billionaires? Because they hoard wealth. And it's either ridiculously naive or blatantly malicious to assume that by lowering corporate tax rates that they were going to pass the money down onto the workers. It's one of those two. Either ridiculously naive or blatantly malicious. One or the other. Also, they allowed them to invest in cheaper labor and facility. Yeah. Why would they need to reinvest when you just use cheap labor? Yeah. But I mean, that's kind of where like I hate saying this because that's where tariffs come in. Yeah, it's a tax on us. I was just getting ready to say tariffs. I hate saying it because that stupid orange clown says it all the time, and he tries to get people to believe that they're something that they're not. And a lot of people actually believe him, and that's so I freaking hate that word because of him. I never had any opinion on that word, but yeah, that's where they would come in. Like if especially like automobile manufacturers, for instance. Sure, Ford, you want to go ahead and send your factory over there, then we are going to place a tariff on the vehicles that you ship from there. The materials that whatever it is you're shipping from your new place of location, so it won't be profitable for you to move. But that requires targeted tariffs, not across the board tariffs. That's just irresponsible. Again, either naive or blatantly malicious. Pick one. Either one is not a good look. Okay, so we know for a fact that companies in response to such a tax simply raise their prices. If the corporate tax rates increase, they will likely increase their prices if we only raise the tax rate. That is a valid argument. So what's the solution? What can we do to convince companies to pay their workers a living wage? Because apparently, even though that is a valid argument, basically what you're saying is like no matter what we do, any attempt to help the lower class and is going to result in these companies moving overseas. And I don't know. I'm not willing to accept it. It is greed out of control. The culture might be too. Yeah, that's fair. So again, this would go back to what I was saying before. It takes a generational shift. Like there has to be, like we have to at least try. Like just saying, well, we can't do what you say because it'll cause this. Like, okay, well let's try. So for example, the Mamdani, the candidate for New York mayor, he's talking about having city-run grocery stores, right? If you watch Fox News, it would sound like he wants to take over every grocery store in New York and have them run by the government. Not true. Like, it's just an experiment. Like, he wants to open 5 grocery stores in areas that are food deserts, in areas that don't have easy access to a grocery store. That's it. Just 5. So, what happens is, it might not work, right? But what do we do? What do we do? Like, we just say, oh, we're just going to have to keep things shitty because, like, we have to try something, whether it works or not, And I'd look at it as an investment, If you invest in the people, like, look at how well our economy and like the middle class was doing up until the 80s. Because after World War II, in the New Deal era, our government invested in bettering education, bettering the infrastructure, taxing wealthy. So we already know that even if we raise the tax on corporations, if the people are making more money, then they will spend more money. So even if we raise the taxes, the increased spending from the middle class will mitigate those additional taxes. You know what I mean? We should have been undershoring tight incentive programs on production companies to tie all their protection and benefits to their production. Yeah. Like, and well, actually, one thing I was thinking of, something that I would like to see implemented, would be, what's it called? What's it called when subsidies, corporate subsidies. Like, I want to see a restriction on corporate subsidies. Like, there is absolutely no reason for our government to be giving hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars to a company like Walmart to expand when they are paying their workers like minimum wage. So they're double dipping. They're getting corporate subsidies to expand their businesses, and they're subsidizing their labor payments, because now these underpaid workers have to try to get, government assistance because their pay is so terrible. So what I would like to see is like, okay, you want subsidies, we'll give it to you. However, you have to pay your workers enough to be able to afford the bare minimum in that area, If you have a Walmart in LA, then you need to pay them enough to afford a place to live, whatever that may be for that area. A place to live, food, electric bills and whatnot. You know what? And I'm not even going to go like full socialist and say that they should be able to, have money to like take vacations and stuff too. Like, I'm not even going to go that far. Like, I'm just saying the bare minimum, like a studio apartment, with a stand-up shower. Like, if a company is not able to pay their workers enough to do that, they do not deserve any subsidies from the U.S. government. I think that'd be a good place to start, because that would incentivize them. Like, yeah, they would lose a little bit on the pay, but they'd still be getting the subsidies to expand, which would still expand their sales, which would still create more profit. We need to get rid of the... Oh, yeah, the too big to... Yeah, for sure. Like, what, the too big to fail. Man, that brings me back to the housing crisis in 2008. When they bailed out the banks instead of the homeowners who were defrauded, And that's another thing that gets me. Like, they gave this bailout money directly to the banks, but the people who were defrauded, they were still on the hook. They either lost their homes. Well, no, they lost their homes. Like, there's no either. They lost their homes. However, if they had given this bailout money, they still... So here's the thing. They still could have given it to the banks, but they could have said, okay, here's the money, but you have to use it to compensate the homeowners that were defrauded. The ones... I shouldn't even say defrauded, because the people signed the contracts and they weren't illegal, but they were, at the very least, deceptive, at the very least. Like, all these people that lost their homes because of your deceptive loan practices, the money we're giving you has to go towards the payment of their mortgages. So the banks still would have gotten their money, but now the people wouldn't have had to lose the equity they had gained on their home in the process, So I think that was like, that's one of the big things I have against what Obama did. I think that was stupid. They could have helped the banks by helping the homeowners. But no. They had to capitulate to their donors. Earlier on in the 20s, but we saw that in it. Yeah. Good old, like, we didn't even get out of, we weren't even able to shake most of the racist stuff until the early 80s. And even then, we just tried to arrest everyone in a black neighborhood. like redlining. I'm sure you're familiar with redlining. Man, all right. Too busy talking. You got me talking.
Hyperbolic with the words that I'm using.
I mean,
I completely forgot what this
Folks,
video was
I'm
about.
with Jean Guerrero, and you know her, you love her, you should follow her. She is a contributing op-ed writer for the New York Times. She's also the author of the fantastic and terrifying book, Hate Monger, which is a deep dive into the villainy of Stephen Miller. I have referred to Stephen Miller as the shadow president for the sake of today's conversation, because I believe, well, we're going to talk about it, that Stephen Miller is the engineer behind some of the most cruel and I would say illegal aspects of this current Trump administration, especially when it comes to
and
the attacks on immigrants.
As a veteran myself and a recipient of the GI Bill, like I find it's absolutely abhorrent that after World War II, when the GI Bill was instituted to help returning veterans further their education, the fact that the GI Bill was not granted to the black veterans is something that angers me greatly every single time I think about it. Like, they went over there, fought, and died. They come back like, just kidding. Like, sucks to suck.
Communities, especially when it comes to the attack on Los Angeles, especially when it comes to him saying that we
like,
need
good
to
luck playing catch up.
Enemies Act, which has only been invoked during wartime, but Stephen Miller says we're in war. He says we're being invaded. Also, his attempts to a new birthright citizenship, and that's just me.
I heard someone follow me a second ago.
But
Who
Jean
was that?
Guerrero was a masochist, so none
Heard
of
a
us
ding.
had to be.
I was talking.
And she did a deep dive into Stephen Miller and wrote about it, and has been trying to warn people about it. So today's framing is the white nationalist endgame of our shadow president, Stephen Miller. And Jean, am I being too hyperbolic with the words that I'm using?
I mean, the title of my book, Hate Monger,
cannot
Stephen
see
Miller,
who the
Donald
most
Trump, and the
recent
White Nationalist Agenda.
follower was. I don't know where to find it.
It reinforces this idea that for Stephen Miller, it's never been about cracking down on criminals, even though a lot of
Also,
Trump
we didn't
supporters
do
see
any
their
transition for the black community during
operations
desegregation. True.
They're prioritizing serious criminals.
Oh, it was an unfortunate parallel.
But when you look at Stephen Miller,
actually, look into something I learned recently. It was a few months ago. Prior to forced desegregation, I want to say it was Nebraska. They were already in the process, of desegregation, and the forced, like the forced busing, like it completely like jacked up their system and made things so much worse. I can't look into it'll be interesting. I think you might be interested in learning about it. I do remember that at the time of the forced desegregation, Nebraska had already been working on it, and the way the federal government just kind of like punched it down their throats. Again, like I said, instead of incremental change, they just tried to boom. That's why I prefer federalism. It sucks because like my opinion on the importance of federalism changes depending on the topic, with oversight rather than punch in the face. Yeah. Because like I wouldn't have trusted the southern states to allow black people the right to vote after at any point. It's something you would have had to force them to do. So on some aspects I see the need for it, and other aspects I understand why federalism is overreach. Again, it just depends on the situation for me. Again, like I said, I'm more of a philosophical, not of a legal mindset. Unless they try to violate the Republican form of government clause, of which punch in the face all the way. Yeah, so like voter suppression laws, I think states should get punched in the face. Like, it's clearly obvious what their intentions are when they make all these requirements for voting. Like, we saw it. So when Reconstruction started, there was like so many like black people got elected to state and local, state, and even federal positions. But again, once they just completely abandoned the Reconstruction, then we saw them implementing so many voter suppression laws, like what was it, literacy tests? You know what I mean? That was the big one. So when you have an entire demographic that was never given an education, and then now you say, oh well, yeah, you can vote, but you have to take a literacy test. Like, you can't sit there and say that this is a good faith decision. And I see that the same way with today's voter suppression laws. Like they're innocently saying like, oh, you have to have an ID to vote. Like, no, you have to have an ID to register to vote. Like, it's freaking ridiculous. Like you can't like what's the phrase, like don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Like gerrymandering, where the Supreme Court ruled that it's okay to politically gerrymander, not racially. But every single political gerrymander hurts racial minorities. So, sure, they're doing it for political reasons, but it directly affects the representation of minorities. So again, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. I think that I think it should be a federal law that every state has a non-partisan gerrymander committee of some sort. I don't think that a I don't think that any state with a supermajority of any specific party should be allowed to dictate the districts, the voter districts, because it's going to inevitably result in a power shift, an unrepresentative power shift. Mainly referring to the clause itself and its operative meaning, which means that no state cannot implement any other form of government. Then no state is allowed to implement any other form of government other than a republic. Maybe that's what you meant. Which Madison defined. That definition was adopted during ratification. Yeah, yeah. You can't have like as much as they want to. Like, well, who knows? It might happen. Having one state being like, I am the supreme overlord of the state. We're not having we're no longer having governors. You know, that seems ridiculous when you think about it. But this is why I think that like, well, that is simply solved by proper apportionment. Oh wait, they removed that. This is what angers me about, you know, strictly adhering to the letter of the law without allowing for the without allowing for the, you know, without allowing for context, you know. Textualism traps. Yeah, there's got to be common sense at some point. Like the whole gerrymandering thing, you know, when they ruled that they're allowed to gerrymander for political reasons, but not racial ones. Like, at somewhere in their head, they had to know. Like, maybe they're legally smarter, and I want to assume that they are, like, critically thinking smarter as well. Like, I want to assume that, but there's got to be some way that we can institute a common sense approach to some of these judicial rulings, like as a justice. You rule and say you can gerrymander, but only for political reasons. They had to know that they would racially gerrymander and use the excuse of it being a political gerrymander. They had to know that. So That's why I could never be like a full-on letter of the law kind of person. Intent of the framers, purpose of the clause, meaning of the words, the time of the ratification, the public understanding of the phrase by at least 3/4 of the nation is how I'd like to determine. That's a reasonable point of view. I would agree.
It's clear that this is not about law and order. This is about re-engineering the racial demographics of this country. I write in my book about how, for Stephen Miller, it's not illegal immigration, but rather legal immigration that provokes his greatest animosity. And it's precisely because of this worldview that sees brown and black immigrants as an existential threat to the United States.
On like the recent shadow docket ruling where there was on like injunctions, or no, it wasn't shadow docket ruling, but they basically like eliminated widespread injunctions. It's like, come on, like you knew exactly what was going to happen when you did that. So either you wanted it, or you're an idiot. Either way doesn't look good.
Get citizenship if they're born in this country.
Like it's clear that the current administration wants to kick out as many brown people as humanly possible,
criminals, but to go after people at home,
whether they're actually criminals or not.
And the low-hanging fruit, just
and they're getting so desperate they're floating the idea of denaturalizing people.
And why you saw the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals put a temporary restraining order on these operations because they were racially profiling people. They were stopping people. They've been stopping people simply based on the color of their skin and the way that they speak.
Like if the majority of the population can look at something and be like, this is kind of ridiculous.
Stephen
like
Miller's dreams
we know that this injunction argument is meant to expand on the executive powers for the purpose, specifically for the purpose, and others, with others, for the purpose of, violating the civil rights of immigrants.
The answer is, I'm curious if you do.
Like the majority of people can see that. I'd say everyone can see it, but
seems lovely. His family's
I'd say 30% of the population agree with it.
Upper middle class. And
then
high school,
it's ridiculous that the Supreme Court
Can you talk to us about that as a
is going to like play this.
Yeah, so his
radicalization
game really happened as a teenager growing up in Santa Monica, which is perceived as this kind of liberal city, which it's a lot more
language of free whites is still discussed. Well, what language specifically?
His family was experiencing financial difficulties related to their real estate business.
Wait, language of free whites. So you're talking about like the fact that white people wrote the naturalization law? That's what I'm taking from it.
And this is when Stephen Miller starts going to
explain like I'm 5,
which is a very diverse public high school. And at this school is when he begins
and the naturalization of act, it says free.
What?
Oh, really? Ugh, gross. Yeah, that needs to go.
He would go to school board meetings to complain about measures that the school was taking to uplift his black and brown classmates, to complain about celebrations, Cinco de Mayo. He didn't understand why the school was choosing to celebrate, Mexican holidays, or why the school had Spanish language announcements. And he would go to his classmates, his immigrant classmates, and he would tell them to go back to their countries or to stop speaking Spanish. This is all according to interviews that I did with his old classmates.
That sounds like something Stephen Miller would do.
And my understanding
I think a simple amendment to the law will fix it. Even if procedural, it is still a nice thing to do. Yeah, absolutely.
Feel a sense of power,
because eventually the judicial system will, adjust accordingly. Well, unless unless the judges are making ideological based decisions instead of legal ones.
During the 90s and early 2000s to cultivate a new generation of far-right conservative ideologues. And so he would groom young conservative men like Stephen Miller to use the tactics of the civil rights movement to attack the gains of the civil rights movement, and they would invert, deflect, and project all of those same the same language.
Man.
So people who
It's freaking getting
were
toasty in here.
against racism are racist under this rule. People who are against oppression are oppressors. And
Oh man,
he took Stephen Miller
all
under
that
his wing
oppression
and
of the
really
white people.
entrenched these ideas that Stephen Miller was embracing in
That
high
is freaking
school,
ridiculous.
and then gave him a platform.
People think that expanding
op-eds,
the civil rights and
in high school,
criticizing and punishing racists and people who
also,
are
connected
oppressive,
with Larry Elder,
that
right-wing talk show
they claim,
host.
oh, you're oppressing me by not allowing me to be oppressive. It's so ridiculous.
Interviewing with him on his show and gave him a kind of notoriety at a very early age. These two
Yeah, so
central
freaking
figures
ridiculous.
I interviewed for my book, and I also obtained years of correspondence between them and
It's like
Stephen
you're
Miller,
oppressing
showing
me
their
by
central
not
role in
allowing me to be oppressive.
radicalizing
That's their argument.
him and continuing to impact his choices.
I mean,
and
I'm sure
Trump's
oppression
rhetoric
exists
and
everywhere in
Trump's
some form or
policies
fashion.
through
I'm
the
not
first administration.
naive enough to think that we will be able to get rid of global oppression.
I was just gonna
But,
finish by saying
you know,
that,
if I can just convince a few people in my lifetime to not be as big of a douchebag, then I'll consider that a success in my book.
University, and he stayed in touch with David Horowitz, and he led some campaigns for David Horowitz. Horowitz continued to help him network, connect, and rise in the conservative movement, and then got him his first jobs in Congress. And it's impossible to overstate the role of these figures, particularly David Horowitz.
A couple of these guys escaped. Where'd they go?
Had this, what he called school
Can't let
for
these guys
political
escape.
warfare, and really espoused this view that
Holy
the
nation
Republican Party
douchebags.
needed to reinvent
Speaking of
itself
racists,
around fear. And
this
using
faction in this game, this
fear,
Holy Nation, they're super racist
to rally
and
people.
misogynist.
So fear mongering specifically. And,
Like if you have a, if they come up on your base and they see that there's like a, if you answer, if you let them in and there's like a, they're greeted by a female character, they'll like,
we're going to talk about them in a second.
they'll come back with like an invasion force.
I want to ask you about the reporting that I've also seen.
So stupid.
Where it was like a summer. The transformation happened in a
So I'm
summer
trying to
where
like,
some of his friends who were Latino,
they just won't die.
Steven, as
So
he comes back,
resilient.
like in about a week or two, kids are going to go back to school, and Steven says, "I can no longer talk to you. You're Latino." And they're like,
oh yeah, it makes you feel better at the other. Yeah.
Radicalization period happened over the
Yeah, that's why
that's
why like grievance-based propaganda works so well. Like if you don't have the capability of bringing yourself up, then it is emotionally satisfying to bring other people down to you, to where you're at.
DC and unleash the National Guard because Big Balls.
It's like a drug, basically.
Considine, I don't care about his shitty name.
That's why grievance-based propaganda works so well.
That 10 young people assailed him and the girl he was with, right? And that's why we need to now like make DC safe. So I feel like there's so much projection, so much insecurity.
I had 4 of these guys
so
up here.
Loathing.
Basically just like keeping them up here so I can kill them without letting them escape, but 2 of them got away.
A Muslim girl or Latino girl.
So I don't want them coming back.
The Latinos and the women, they wanted to be the cool kids, and they weren't. Anything in your reporting that shows that this in part helped him along the radicalization, where he felt, like you said, like he needed a place of belonging, and he was just basically a loser or weak.
Well, so Stephen Miller refers to his years at Santa Monica High School as the worst years of his life. Like it was just this.
Oh, poor Stephen Miller had to go to school with Mexicans, probably.
Withstand the criticism that he was getting from
poor guy.
his Latina classmates who would tell him to stop bullying people, essentially, because he faced a lot of pushback in high school for his
looks like a freaking cartoon character.
Overtly,
he looks like that
deliberately
buzzard from Stephen Miller. He looks like the buzzard from Looney Tunes.
To me, it seems particularly what's happening.
Well, wouldn't
in
that
Los
bring
Angeles
us up compared to the richest people on Earth trying to bring us down?
And how extreme they've been and continue to be, with people being.
There's. It depends on if you're talking about wealth or if you're talking about like
I see it as
racial
as
prejudices.
A form of revenge.
I'm talking about
like
wealth, like
him and his
I don't have an
in
issue bringing someone's wealth down because they have hundreds of billions of dollars. but
rejected me, and now
bringing
I
someone
get to
down
punish
simply
you.
because
It's such a consistent through line of all
you
these
don't think
MAGA
they should
folks,
be in this
Donald
country,
Trump, felt
or
humiliated,
because their skin color is
felt
different.
rejected,
That's unacceptable
and
to me.
then you see Stephen Miller, who's rejected, and then David Mamet, the playwright, just mentioned in an
You're talking
interview
about.
that the reason he turned MAGA
My
was that
wife's
Terry
naturalized.
Gross of
She had to
NPR
take the
wouldn't
oath.
interview him. Like these fickle men with these weak egos and these deep, deep holes in their
It's
center,
probably
and they need to fill it with hate and
my
rage. And
guess
still,
is
it's never enough. It's
if
endless
you've
festers.
experienced that
One of those
personally,
individuals, like
then
David
it was
Horowitz. And
situational.
let's go back to David Horowitz. For those who don't know, David
Oh, okay.
Horowitz, as Gene mentioned, was
Well, I mean,
a leftist Marxist who then turned
country
right-wing
isn't
firebrand,
very.
was funded to the tune of millions
I
by
think the
right-wing
country should
groups
have
and
to pledge
pro-Zionist
allegiance to
groups.
us.
David
If you know the
Horowitz
truth.
Freedom Center used to publish the front page magazine. The
That's
reason
what
they
I'd
don't do
counter
so
with.
well is I called
Why
them
am I
out
going to pledge?
in my
I shouldn't have to
investigative
pledge
report,
allegiance
Fear
to a country
Incorporated,
that
the Roots of the Islamophobia
makes
Network in
zero
America.
effort
And they
to
had very colorful profiles on me, Gene. But David
make
Horowitz had a reputation
make
of
our
being
lives better.
anti-black, anti-immigrant, and especially anti-Muslim and anti-Palestinian.
The Constitution?
In colleges, when I was in college, we used to do something called Islam
Yeah,
Awareness
well,
Week.
if you look
And
at it, the
David
president has
Horowitz
to
used to do something called
take an oath to the
Islamofascism
Constitution
Awareness
as well,
Week.
and we see how well that's going.
Thank you for your reporting, and so many people
We see how
on YouTube,
meaningful that really
appreciate
is.
the work that you've done. Stephen Miller gets groomed by David Horowitz as this young crusader warrior in high school. Now let's get to Duke University. What's happening at Duke?
Yeah, so at Duke University, Stephen Miller, first of all, he got a column in the campus newspaper using these arguments of the importance of intellectual diversity. So he represented a, quote unquote,
I will
minority
be
viewpoint
as
on the
loyal
campus, and so he was able to
and
get this column where
as
he
allied
was
to my
talking
country
about, racism
as I feel that they are allied to its
just
people.
constantly publishing things that were
I think it's the Constitution, not the, yeah, that was that make people not. Yeah,
conservative
yeah,
men
because
as
you
the real
shouldn't.
victims of
We didn't
society.
want a. That makes
And then
sense.
the
If
other
you don't
thing
want
he
a
was
dictatorship,
doing, which
that makes
goes to your
perfect
point,
sense.
is he
Because
was
it's too easy
the
for
head
an
of
authoritarian figure
Horowitz's,
to become the
Terrorism
face of the
Awareness
country.
Project, which falls under
So,
this project that you
even if you
were
pledge your
describing,
loyalty to a
and
country,
essentially
if you have a
just trying
country like
to
North
equate
Korea, you know
all
exactly what that means.
Palestinians, all
So yeah,
Arabs
that makes
with
sense.
terrorists.
And I would agree with it, but it's got to be
Going
reciprocated.
around
You know,
and spreading propaganda that framed any
like
kind
I'm not
of
gonna be
support
friends with somebody that doesn't show me the
Palestine
same respect in
as
return. You
being
know.
aligned with terrorists. And so a lot of the attacks that we're seeing now on universities, on funding for universities, it's just so it's so clear. This is like a fulfillment of David Horowitz's dreams and
No, but
speaks
the
to
people
Stephen Miller's
responsible
outsized
for
role in this
enforcing
administration,
and
not just on
interpreting it can.
immigration policy, but
That's
on
what
the
I
attacks
mean.
on DEI that we're seeing, on the attacks
You know,
on
instead of
higher education and this
turning back, you know, like
extremely, racist
what's it
and
called?
one-sided, approach to what's happening in
What's
Gaza.
the
This is David
federal
Horowitz's wet
responsible
dream.
for
And even though he had the funding, he just never had the type
whatever
of
the
political
agency
power
is
to
that's
effectuate
responsible for
his
keeping
policies against
companies from dumping waste into
colleges,
our
college students,
drinking water.
pro-Palestinian activists,
Like,
Muslims,
I can't even think of it now.
And David Horowitz,
Yeah,
folks
so
who
if
don't know, it's
if the
I know some
government
people
isn't
in the
going
smart
to
crowd.
enforce
He's
companies,
the father of
yeah,
Ben
EPA. There you
Horowitz,
go.
Ben
Thanks.
Horowitz and Andreessen. Andreessen, Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz are part of
If
the
they're going to roll
Coalition,
back
who also now are
restrictions
part of the
on
techno-fascist
dumping, you know,
utopia,
poisons
the
into
followers of
like drinking
of
water,
Curtis Yarvin and Elon
it's clear
Musk
they
and
have
Peter Thiel.
absolutely
Who's the person who groomed
no
J.D.
vested
Vance
interest
and
in our
delivered
well-being.
him
So
to be the vice president? Peter Thiel. So it's all
I don't think we should be
connected, right? It's
expected
all
to.
connected, and which is why people like Gene are so
It
important,
shouldn't be
because they
a.
help us connect the dots with all their work. In Duke University,
It's like
because I keep the
what do
receipts,
you
Gene,
call it?
there
A
was
relationship.
also another
It's just an
Nazi,
unequal
or I should
relationship.
say Nazi-adjacent
Don't the
person
states have
that
duplicate
mentored
regulations?
Stephen Miller. Can you tell us about that person?
Maybe
who,
they're duplicate, but
popped up in
it
the
doesn't
first
mean they're
Trump
doubly
administration
enforced.
and
Like
kind of been quiet?
they might
Well,
have
so he actually,
additions.
I'm not sure
Like
if we're
each
talking about the
state
same
might have
person,
their
but
own
Stephen
additions to
Miller,
EPA regulations.
he worked with the open
Uh,
white supremacist Richard Spencer
but you
to
can't
bring
like.
Peter Brimlow,
I guess you could.
Peter
You
Brimlow
can't double
onto
enforce.
campus and to speak. Peter Brimlow is the author of Alien Nation
Yeah,
and
because that would.
you
Oh,
know,
there's no way.
creator of VDare, which
I know what
is
I'm trying to say, but
a
I don't know how to say it.
very sort of virulently
We're arresting you twice for
white
the same crime.
nationalist or white nationalist aligned renowned website that constantly publishes views that espouse the idea of white genocide, this idea that white people are being replaced.
My guess would be
ideas of white supremacy.
I don't think the EPA can just call up a local police local police department and say you need to arrest this CEO for dumping
and I think
dumping concrete mix into the into this protected forest. I don't think they could do that. They would have to be enforced through fines.
Because it's diluting the white
Alex Trebek, I miss that dude.
core of this country that they see
He was a good one.
as ideal.
Yeah, so they would file their lawsuit in local local court.
Forget Richard Spencer in 2016.
Or no, they'd federate it. No, they if it's a federal offense, they would have to file it in federal court, whatever district they're in.
Doing the Nazi salute, and then in 2016. Much like, I don't know, 2024. When
I'd be interested to find out for sure.
They said it was done in the spirit of irony.
I can't imagine. I think it wouldn't it be like the FBI or something?
Said,
if it were a federal investigation, I don't think that they would have any legal authority. Like, I don't think the EPA would have any legal authority to go to a local police department and say, like, I need you to stake this out. Like, even if they're enforcing a search warrant, it would be with federal agents. They might ask for assistance, but they would be under the local police would be under no obligation to do it.
Tell us why he chose Jeff Sessions, who was Donald Trump's first attorney general.
It'd pretty much be like, if you're going to arrest somebody in my district, then I want our officers to be there, kind of thing.
That came to take over the Republican Party. And when he was working for Jeff Sessions, he was also working with Breitbart to mainstream these views of people like
trying to make money.
Spencer. This is
to buy research books.
Something that working with Jeff Sessions kind of provided him with an ally in
I need to sell stuff.
But
I want to know where those other two guys went. That is infuriating.
And other right-wing media and encourage them to publish views that came straight out of publications like We Dare, American Renaissance. There was this book called The Camp of the Saints, which
maybe they died.
Played a big role.
I bet you that's what happened. They probably got died and incinerated.
Encouraged Breitbart.
They probably died and got incinerated.
Likening what was happening at the border to
what
had happened in the book, and this book basically depicts the destruction of the white world.
Legislative branch is fucking slimy with those.
In animalistic terms.
Oh, loopholes. Insulate themselves from executive checks, judicial checks. Yeah.
Can I? I mean, just to give context and not to interrupt your flow, but I'm so glad you mentioned Camp of the Saints because I keep bringing it up that Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller repeatedly tell people their
about the separation of powers.
Camp of the Saints. It's this 1973 dystopian novel written by a French white nationalist that, like you said, warns of a brown horde that overrides France and Europe.
I'd even go so far as to
it is one of the preeminent texts of white nationalists. It's Turner Diaries.
I think I'd even go so far as to say that the
to commit terrorism and Camp of the Saints.
The fact that our voting system,
Stephen Miller and Stephen Bannon, that they promote, folks. Continue, Jeet. Sorry, just
encourages
one thing I would add about that book is
a two-party system.
Pro-violence
is one of the biggest reasons we're in the position we are today. The threat, the fact that there's such capitulation to one single branch of our government.
Indiscriminately at the refugees and. Ultimately, the decision not to leads to the destruction of the white world. So when you read this book, it's very obvious that the book is sympathetic towards violence and even just overt homicide, assassination of immigrants and immigration. So it's quite disturbing to think that one of the top, if not the most powerful advisors in the administration has been in favor of promoting the views of this book.
So they like to create a corporation or agency which is effectively controlled by Congress, but wraps that leadership and whatnot up in so many hoops that the president and the courts cannot stop that agency. And only Congress has authority over them through funding. I'm actually okay with that. I don't think you want like what we see now, where a president has.
The Republican Party really.
I don't like the idea of the president having authority over these various agencies, FBI, DOJ. Like why don't they fall under the judicial branch?
Push the party in the opposite direction based
on
this.
I am okay with the president having appointment powers like they currently do for these agencies.
Missing white voter. And so
Um,
they wanted to double
I'm
down
not okay with them
on
having
courting
blanket
white
firing
rage
powers.
and
Yeah, they
white
should fall under the
fear
judicial.
through
Well,
the immigration issue.
I mean, I will
And that
say
was
that
a
the
decision
current
that they
judicial
made
branch
through
would be just as
partnerships with
capitulating.
right-wing media,
Yeah, okay.
through aligning themselves with the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
And this is the vision that they made a reality at a time
Yeah,
when
if
Americans were
Congress
actually quite sympathetic
approves,
and
like, if the president wants to,
pro-immigrant and understood the benefits of
create
immigration,
an agency or
they
whatever,
were able to move
cool.
the public
And then it's up to
opinion in a
Congress whether they
complete
fund it or
opposite
not, you know?
direction, because of this
I am perfectly
fanaticism
okay with that.
Stephen Miller brought to the table and the connections that he had
Like,
made through David Horowitz.
And I think that the appointments,
and
what am I going to say?
shape.
I think that the presidential appointments for the agencies, like, was it they typically appoint, you know, the head of the agency and then like maybe like the deputy, you know? Like, I think that those appointments should be longer than 4 years. I'd say even say 6. I think Jerome Powell is a perfect example of that. And I don't think that the president should have firing powers. And I think it should be on like a rotating system. So, for example, in one 4-year term, I don't think that the president should have the capability of firing and reappointing the head of every single agency. It's just absurd. Only reason why the president's termination power is such an issue is because of how much power the executive branch has. Because yeah, when he has that power, well, you fire who? Yeah, there was there's a term for it. Oh, it's not maybe it is nepotism. No, it's not nepotism. Maybe. Man, I just freaking. If I talk too much, I lose my vocabulary. It's when they only appoint loyalists, which is what we see. Which was the reason for all of these protections in various different categories of federal workers, so that they couldn't just straight up and down appoint loyalists to every single position within that agency. Like, I don't know how many federal agencies there are. But I don't think a president should have the capability of appointing more than, say, 55 to 60% of the heads of those agencies. And then the next president comes in, and then they appoint, 50 to 60% of the heads of the agencies, and so on and so forth. Contiguous branch, that's why you could rule with an iron fist, as was intended for an energetic executive who can handle a crisis. Yeah, but when you have an energetic executive like George Bush that appoints the head of FEMA when his only previous experience is working at like as a horse trainer or something, you tend to not get really good results. And that's the thing, like, you don't I hate seeing like all these agencies fail simultaneously. And yeah, I'd say, yeah, you know what? I'm going to stick with it. I think the appointments for federal agencies should be 6-year terms, not presidential terms. And a president should not be allowed to make more than 60% appointments for, or he shouldn't be able to make appointments for more than 60% of the total federal agencies. Isn't the issue the power is? Yeah, because if you want the president to be just a figurehead, then just remove the position in office. No, I mean, they still have, executive decisions. They still have to make, decisions in terms of, like, foreign policy. And to be honest, like, even if they are a figurehead and with executive foreign policy decision-making capabilities, that's still pretty freaking powerful. And like, the Congress, trying to think of how the funding works. Like the Congress can approve the funding, but the president still has some authority surrounding it. I can't remember specifically what it is. If appointing executive orders that the agencies can disobey if Congress so wishes, that's just a symbolic position, which the commander-in-chief position. No, we'll see. Okay, in my hypothetical proposition, they would still have the power of appointing up to 60% of the heads of these agencies. So those, say, 60% of the agencies would still be the, at the whims of the current president. So they wouldn't just be, a figurehead, but do they run the executive branch? How they see? Or is that completely up to Congress? No, that would be part of running the executive branch, making these appointments. That's the Supreme Court appointments, the foreign policy decisions. Like, I don't see any reason for any of that to change. I don't think that they should have the ability to, I don't like the fact that Congress allows the president to make unilateral military decisions on a long-term basis. I understand the need for, some quick reaction. But the fact that we were in Afghanistan for 20 years without an actual declaration of war feels disgusting. Like it's clear to me that like I don't know where that happy medium is. But I know that like today the executive branch has too much power. And that would be my proposed first step to try to rein that in a little bit. You know what I mean?
The discourse of the first Trump campaign and eventually the first and second Trump administrations, as well as their policies.
I mean, I was covering it.
I feel like you should change your username to Master Contrarian.
Individuals overlap. People like David Horowitz
because
others,
it's supposed
Steve
to be
Bannon
a
and Steve
sandbox,
Miller,
but
about
that
10
sandbox
years
can't
ago.
be used to
And I
fling
think it's
sand over
important
the
what you mentioned,
people
that
on the
Republican
swings and the
Party
digital.
tried to
Over
vomit
at the
out
people
this element,
on the
this
swings
extremist element, the
in the
Islamophobic
digital.
element.
Yeah.
At least the mainstream folks did, and they're like, all right, well, we've lost 8 years in a row,
And
and now there's
I would say that would also
and,
apply
okay,
to
let
the
us try to court the Latinos. And meanwhile, Steve Bannon,
the heads
was
of
during
the
CPAC,
agencies that
annual
maybe
conference, right?
like
Where all these
so
freaks were
I guess like
disinvited.
imagine
He
if
decides to platform the allies.
president gets in and by law they are only allowed to reappoint 60% of the heads of the agencies. Then they would have to be very selective about which agencies are chosen. Obviously, there's going to be like they're going to have like a top 10 that every president's going to swap out. But as far as the other ones, you would have more stability. You wouldn't have like a complete shift in like the goals every 4 years. The agencies are supposed to have rulemaking powers that have the force of law. It's big. Oh, you're talking about like the EPA stuff? No, fuck that, dude. Like, they absolutely should. If the EPA finds that companies are destroying entire ecosystems, and so maybe what you mean is this, like the EPA shouldn't be able to charge those companies with a crime. However, and that's a reasonable thing to do. That's a reasonable argument to make, and I would actually agree with that. But if they turn over this evidence to the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice says, we're filing this based on evidence from the EPA, then yeah, that is 100% a legitimate course of action, in my opinion.
Of David Horowitz, people like Steve Emerson, Pam Geller, Frank Gaffney, all these people that you probably don't know, folks, but were promoting.
No, I think the Chevron thing
shit
is
against Muslims and Arabs and
thing was terrible.
Obama and Sharia and the Muslim.
Oh, you're talking about creating? Oh,
that's who Steve Bannon went out of his way to promote.
Well, they don't create law; they create policy. And if there's no if these agencies are an arm of the executive branch and they make policies based on the wishes of the executive branch, and the agencies discover violations of those policies, but they have no capability of punishing those that violate the policies, then what's the point of having the agencies? Like, let's just disband the EPA. You know, fuck it. Let's set the Ohio River on fire again. You know, let's just go ahead and do that. Screw it. No more Department of Justice. We'll just let everyone convicted of a federal crime go free. Screw it. YOLO. By Congress with their laws, so why would the executive branch? The executive branch is responsible for the enforcement of the laws. And if Congress says, now I don't know specifically what Congress says, but if the implementation of the agency is capable of creating policies, then those I think that the president should be able to enforce those policies. But if they're not law, then you can't enforce them? It just, I don't know. It's like, what's the point of the agency then? There isn't. If like, you know, if an agency like FEMA says, hey, you know, Louisiana, you should probably like, you know, take care of the, what are they called? The whole Hurricane Katrina stuff. If FEMA tells, you know, New Orleans that you have to, you know, improve your water retention system, or to keep the, oh my gosh, the hurricane flood waters from coming in and overflowing the city. And they're like, nah, make me. Like, what's the point of the agency then? Like, because then by that measure, there would be no method of actually getting anyone to follow like regulations whatsoever. There would be no incentive. So no, I think the Chevron thing was like a terrible, again, another, like, not as terrible as some of the other stuff of this Roberts Court, but all, in my opinion, all it did was it just further deregulated corporate entities. That's all it did. All the agencies just create laws, and that Congress hasn't created that, and that Congress created the agencies to create said policies. No, what I'm saying, I don't know. What I'm saying is that if a federal agency that whose policies are dictated by the appointment of the president, then I'm of the opinion that those policies should be adhered to. And if there are entities that do not adhere to it, then there should be legal repercussions for that. And yes, I know what that means considering today's environment. You know, like if RFK says it's our policy that we are no longer allowing, you know, selling of vaccines, as disgusting that is, I recognize that would also mean that any doctor giving a vaccine could face, you know, some type of prosecution for violating that. I recognize that. That is the executive branch on its face creating law. So okay, so what would be the medium, the happy medium, to where, because you can't have you cannot have the legislative branch. You can't expect the legislative branch to rewrite the law every 4 years based on the whims of a presidential appointment. You can't do that. That's absurd. But you have to have some means of enforcing regulations and policies that are, you know, implemented by these agencies. There has to be somewhere that meets both of those, that's somewhere in between that. A way of enforcing these regulations while at the same time not expecting Congress to completely institute brand new legislation every 4 years. There has to be something in between. Because otherwise, like, you never would have gotten these like major pollutants to via the you never would have gotten like the major polluters to, you know, stop destroying, you know, water systems and ecosystems. They just would have had like a make me bro mentality. You know? Like that can't be. That's, again, it goes back to the whole my whole opposition to, you know, deregulated or unregulated capitalism, because that's eventually what happens. They just use and abuse the system, whether it's people or the environment, without any regard to like long-term detriments.
Mode in a parallel session to CPAC, because these people were no longer invited in CPAC. So you had Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller kind of running this parallel right-wing narrative saying, okay, we don't believe in what the mainstream establishment is doing, which, by the way, got essentially overthrown by the Tea Party. You know, Eric Cantor was overthrown by David Brett, and they were tapping into
The
the
existing
politics
delegation
of
power is seen
resentment
with the militia act
that
of
Steve
79 is
Bannon and
sufficient to give
others
them
were like,
underground
this is
law.
where the base is actually going. And you saw the inklings of it around the same time.
I'll write
in
that down.
2014.
I'll look into
Eric
that later.
Cantor, supposed to be the leader of the party, loses this election right here in Virginia to this like right-wing extreme
I am
guy,
not familiar
David
with that.
Brett. And then you see 2 years later, Donald Trump. And I always try to remind people the establishment hated Donald Trump. They still hate Donald Trump. They wanted to get rid of Donald Trump.
I need to find. I don't have enough stuff to sell.
Instead of
Damn
Donald
it.
Trump, but Donald Trump
Guess I'm selling
represented the
copper.
base, right? So now Donald Trump wins. And Jeff Sessions is his attorney general.
Damn
and
it.
with Jeff Sessions comes along Stephen Miller.
Whatever.
Talk to us about that first administration and Stephen's role in it.
Yeah, so Stephen Miller was a speechwriter as well as senior advisor to Donald Trump. And during that first administration, he really was laser focused on the immigration issue. So he was instrumental in slashing refugee admissions to record lows and dismantling the asylum system as we know it. In the family separation policy, which I covered extensively at the time, where they were deliberately tearing babies out of the
I
arms
guarantee
of
you, like, all of these like super racist people in the Trump administrations,
not want to come here, just
I guarantee you that they were like, they did something during their adolescent years that was like so ridiculously socially unacceptable that they were shunned, and they have held on to that grievance their entire lives. That is, I'm willing to bet that the majority of them had that happen.
In making sure that,
like, they just felt like they were completely wrong. They were probably made fun of by like by a brown person in some way because they did something stupid or said something stupid.
Specifically with Dreamers,
and then the fact that they were shunned from that social group meant that they had to take it out on everyone for the rest of their life.
Provided with DACA status, so deferred deportation under the Obama administration. But Stephen Miller convinced him to revoke that.
Because I can easily see someone like Stephen Miller, with the way he talks and the way he looks, I can easily see him being ridiculed, shunned, and bullied in his like high school years.
And this is why during the second campaign you really
delegation power to Congress delegate certain Article 1 powers to executive with statutory limitations, so long as it doesn't give them anything open-ended.
Ramping up everything that they had done on immigration to the next level. But yeah, so that's what you did during the first administration.
Is a thing which meant yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's what
And
That's
also,
why
I
we
mean,
see a
because
problem with tariffs now, because I don't remember when, but at some point Congress voted through legislation to give tariff power to the president, and that's why he's doing the things he's doing today. Yeah, it's like if there's any delegation of power, it should come with like a time limit, no matter what it is.
In Breitbart, like not just like right-wing content, like straight up white supremacist, white nationalist, racist shit.
Yeah, exactly. So continuing to work with Breitbart and other right-wing media to uplift openly white supremacist or white supremacist aligned websites like American Renaissance and VDare.
Yeah.
And also this reminds me, they created this office, the Victims of Immigration Crime Enforcement Office.
I don't know how to solve the issue that we're seeing today. Like I honestly have no idea. Without without like 60% of the population voting not Republican, like I don't see a way to stop what we see today, where we have an overreaching executive branch, an authoritarian executive branch, the capitulation of the legislative branch, and the misinterpretation of the judicial branch.
Really violent, really detailed anecdotes
because
of immigrants,
they weren't supposed to work together like that. They were supposed to want to do their jobs in a way to maintain their own hold on their own specific portion of power.
The idea to which he subscribes.
And they did the Muslim ban. They failed, but then they got the trap.
And I would be just as angry
they did the
if it was the other
policy,
party doing this.
And we saw a taste of the cruelty. But there were some guardrails.
I don't want. I don't care who the authoritarian is. Like I don't want it.
And ridiculed. Now Trump loses. How does he gear up for the second Trump administration, Gene?
So Stephen Miller, he launched what he calls the conservative version of the ACLU.
I would actually like another thing that I would do. I would push for.
And during these years
like,
that Biden was in office, Stephen Miller was really
in terms of the Supreme Court.
America First Legal to,
I am okay with a Supreme Court leaning, one way or the other politically, in terms of ideology. But I don't think it should ever be allowed, like, to be, like 6-3 or 7-2.
The influence of David Horowitz, who wrote this book called Hating Whitey.
Like, for example, if like I think it should be like a 5-4 at all times, like in terms of Republican Democrat appointees. And I'm okay with one side favoring 5-4 in terms of employees, appointees, but not 6-3 and 7-2.
Their rhetoric and their policies. The only victim that they're willing to recognize and uplift.
I think if that were implemented, I think we would see more more constitutionally based decisions
during the Biden administration, and then when the second Trump administration started. This is how you saw Stephen Miller's portfolio expand beyond immigration to include the attacks on DEI, the attacks on transgender individuals.
But see, I'd say again, there's a
Stephen Miller now has.
And
there's
Miller, I call him the shadow president. I'm not the only.
I would argue that it's easier. It's easier to rein in federal expansion than it is to rein in corporate expansion.
Falls asleep. Signalgate, which I've
because with corporate expansion, you also have the problem of financial interest, financial influence in government, where expansion of federal power is just for, authority-based decisions itself. I don't think there's as much. Of course, there is going to be a financial interest in expanding federal powers for those that are currently in power. But I think the financial. I would say that the financial benefit for expanding corporate power is greatly higher.
So he's the longest running advisor. He's been with him since the first campaign.
I would agree if the states. See, I thought they did. Like, I legitimately thought, up until a couple months ago, that the governor was the one that had to you know,
so many of
federalize
his
the
colleagues, and
National Guard
you know, I
and the
interviewed people for
reserves,
my first
or
book, and
National
talked
Guard, I
about
mean,
how
whatever that
it
state
appeared
is.
that he didn't sleep. Like, he
Like,
was
I
just
legitimately thought that that's
awake late
how it
into the
worked.
night to sending
Like the
diatribes
president's
against
like,
immigration to people in
hey,
Congress,
you know, we
to
need,
journalists,
you know, this,
to
we
anyone
need
he
that your
could reach with
state's the state
with
unit
his hostile
to be
viewpoints.
deployed, and the governor's like, sure, I got you,
really
fam.
do believe that Stephen Miller thinks that
I
he
honestly
is,
had no idea that the president could just be like,
quote,
I'm
saving the
gonna do it
United
anyway, whether you
States
say so or
from
not,
this,
Gov.
like, he really believes that immigrants are the enemy, and that he needs
That
to
was something I
preserve
learned
this,
this year.
this this so-called purity that he sees related to you know, the white nationalist heritage that this country has had. And so I think it's just this obsessive zeal that he brings to the table, and
Oh, I knew it long before and was screaming about it, but nobody listened. Yeah.
And wishy-washy as Trump, having someone who is
That's kind of what I was. That's how I felt about
who works the way
about
that
civil
Miller
rights
works,
and
it's
like
just I
the
see it
the Bill of
as
Rights
very
and so on.
reflective of his oversized influence.
And the tragedy of it all, he's a Jewish man, and white nationalists and white supremacists hate Jews and use terms like Zog, Zionist occupied government, and he thinks he'll be safe. Well, let's see. But Stephen Miller also, with his obsession, right, against immigrants, I mean, this obsession, I'm glad you mentioned the word obsession. He's a true believer, folks. I mean, he's so committed. He doesn't sleep. He is dyed-in-the-wool true believer. He believes people like me and Gene are like the enemies, the invaders, his words, not mine. Can you tell us about how he says that the worst thing that
Isn't a bad
happened to
framework
America
as many
was the
portray
1965
it
Immigration
as
Nationality Act, and why does he
once
say
you
that?
actually learn and see within the.
Well,
Yeah,
he
I agree with
believes
that.
it's the worst thing because it removed the racist.
Yeah, that was when
the racist tendencies of
that
the
was when
immigration system
people
and
knew what compromise
opened
was.
up immigration to
You know,
be
I forget where I heard this, but
and then so he
the way
removed all the quotas
the
that
way
were put in place
compromise is seen as today
exactly
is like
so, and he
you have
saw
one
this
side that's
as
proposing
sort
like,
of
hey, let me
this
cut off your hand,
existential threat to the
and the
United
other
States,
side is like,
having,
no, I don't want you to cut off my hand.
people like his
And
classmates, his
the
black and
side
brown classmates
the side that made the
in
proposition is
Santa
like,
Monica
okay,
who
we'll compromise.
were
I'll just cut off your
very
pinky.
smart and
Like, no,
going
dude.
places,
Like,
and he,
you're not cutting off my pinky. Like, that's not a
stand
compromise,
this.
you
He
know?
couldn't stand the richness of the diversity
And I think
that
that's
he
what
grew up
people
with and
today
how it
see as a
posed
compromise.
a competitive,
And they
you know,
criticize one
he
side or the
couldn't
other
compete
for
with us,
refusing
and
to
so
do
he
that,
decided
which,
to
if I'm being honest,
spend his life
I see the violation
trying
of civil
to
rights as being the cutting off of the hand
punish
by the
these
Republicans.
communities that
And
he saw as
when the Democrats are like, no, I don't want you to cut off my hand. Like, we want people to keep their civil rights.
Asians,
And the Republicans are like, okay, we'll just
so a lot of brown
we'll just
folks,
violate a
even
little bit of
Latinos, were
civil
the ones
rights.
who took advantage
Like, no,
of,
dude, that's not a
the
compromise.
1965
Get out of
Immigration
here.
Nationality Act. A whole bunch of us came through. I just love it. And there were white nationalists even at that time who put in these restrictions, right? Of
Uses
family
human ambition
reunification
to check
and,
human ambition,
those
forming weird
skilled
yeah,
workers
collective
and,
mentality, but also
students. And
strong
the
local
people,
loyalty that
for
prevents the
just a little
collective
bit
from
of nerd
destroying.
history,
Yeah,
for those in 1965, the people who advanced it,
yeah.
and
You definitely don't want a simple majority or even a minority to make the decisions for everyone else, like we're currently seeing.
Lyndon B. Johnson kind of had to do it. They put in those if you will, those restrictions or those preferences, assuming that white people would come, that white Europeans would come, but it was Asians and Latinos.
See,
like me and Gene's families who took
a
advantage
compromise
of it.
is
So what we're trying
intended
see right now in
to
real time
address
is
the
Stephen
issue,
Miller re-engineer history,
not
right? He's trying to take the DeLorean
implement
back.
implement a
But Gene,
process.
it seems like he's overplaying his hand, because in his desperate attempt to recreate America into this romanticized myth that never existed, he wants to get rid of birthright citizenship. He wants to somehow
It's good
reverse
for
the Immigration Nationality Act. I'm
deciding
not making this up,
what
folks. He wants
process
to
to
end birthright
use
citizenship.
in order to
But it seems
meet
that
a
there's
common
too
objective.
many of us here, Gene. And now you're witnessing that the strong suit of Donald Trump, which was immigration, now
But
he's negative
that's the
5
best
on
way
it,
I can think of explaining
because
it.
people did not vote
That's
for
why the federal government was limited to power,
mass-armed
that the only way to affect
terrorizing
the
Home
majority of the
Depots,
nation is via
schools,
supermajority, yeah.
7-Elevens,
And states are just
and
simple
LA,
majorities, so it prevents those 2
literally the
minutes.
city of LA. And everyone is saying that this is Stephen Miller unleashing mass-armed agents
Yeah, it could
on
be,
LA,
you know,
telling Donald Trump to unleash the National Guard, and
was it
giving
like,
them
let's
a
say
quota.
you know,
But it seems that already we've seen in
these
7
guys are
months
talking
he's
about Stephen Miller's
overreached.
his
Your
immigration
take on
garbage.
this?
Yeah,
So,
the
I mean,
average
look at
American.
the immigration issue. Like, a compromise is like, you got the Republican Party, like, we want to kick out, every brown person, and the Democratic Party is like, no, like, you're violating people's due process rights. And then the Republicans Party is like, okay, 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 we're only going to violate the rights of some of the immigrants. Like, no, it needs to be, let's see what's wrong with the system. Let's, address what's causing the illegal immigration. And then, in a bipartisan fashion, we will we will decide on what to do moving forward. But it's just there's too much unilateral decision making and there's too much capitulation. That's basically it.
Does not take pleasure the
Led by a
pleasure, the
bunch of
pleasure in immigrant
grievance
suffering that Steve Miller appears to take.
grievance-based politicians.
The fact that people are
Anti-woke
filming
warriors.
and gathering evidence and spreading it online of what they're actually doing, which is that they're not going after seasoned criminals and gangsters the way that Steve Miller pretends. They're going after moms. They're going after dads, valued community members, people who've been embedded in their neighborhoods.
Oh
for
yeah,
years,
Kit Kats.
decades. They're being taken from their workplaces. They're being snatched off of the streets or in front of their homes, in front of their crying children.
Work my slaves.
And these videos are reaching people, and people are like, wait, hold on a second. This is not what I voted for. I thought Trump was going to be focused on serious criminals. Which, if you were
For an earned citizenship program where they calculate the debts,
you would have known that was
flat fee for criminal conduct or some community service.
People are genuinely surprised, and they're speaking out. And
something that's comprehensive
really
gives a chance for people
believe
without
that
legal
this
status to get legal
could
status,
be
form an actual
a
loyalty
turning
and
point
attachment.
if people continue to expose
what
is happening, because
So,
the thing that has
I would argue that they already have a loyalty and an attachment. Just like, think about this. Like, their situation is so bad that they are willing to risk imprisonment to come over here. They are willing to financially contribute in the form of, like sales taxes, stuff like that. Just for a chance of not having to live in the environment that they were living before. I would say just in that act alone, even though it's illegal, them coming over here without permission, I would say they already have an attachment to this country. Just the fact that they're willing to do that. They're willing to risk that.
the most power to change people's minds on
To be honest with you, like,
issue
I think
is the human story.
I would bet money. I don't have any evidence of this, but I would bet money if I were a gambling person that
human stories of the small
illegal immigrants that have been here for a significant amount of time, like over, I'll say, like 5 years or more, are more loyal to the norms of this country than most like naturally born citizens.
By both liberals and conservative voters alike.
Yeah, and what means more, like something that you've worked hard to earn on your own, at risk to your own safety,
that's actually what they're prioritizing,
or something that you just inherited from your parents because they happened to buy a house, 40 years ago when it cost like $2,000.
People think about him in a way that Stephen Miller does not. And so I think that tension is going to be really interesting to follow and to see how it plays out based on the ongoing reaction to the videos and the stories that we're seeing.
Yeah, this tension is building, folks, because I agree. Stephen Miller does not give an F. He's perfectly fine, willing.
But
to
at the base of it all,
shoot immigrants if it is.
The solution is definitely not just to be rounding up people at Home Depots by jumping out of Penske trucks. That's not the solution.
He's a crusader who's on a mission from God to make America
And instead
white
of
again,
spending
and he has
$400
the
million
power and he's willing
or
to
whatever
abuse
the
it.
amount is on
Donald
expanding
Trump does
ICE
care about the ratings,
and giving them
and
$50,000
he's
signing
-19
bonuses
on
and
Rodrigo Garcia.
paying off their school
He's now
debts, you know,
negative on
instead of
immigration. It's no longer
because
his
it's
strong suit
weird.
because, like I said, people
Biden
didn't
tried to
vote
pay off
for
school
inner
debts, and that was
cities to be
illegal
terrorized by
or
masked armed
unconstitutional.
agents.
But
ICE
join
has been
ICE.
given $180 billion
Good to go.
budget thanks to this big, beautiful
School debts are
bill from
covered.
HELP. And
That's
the
okay, I
Gestapo will
guess.
be unleashed in mass now, so
No,
we'll
it should
see what
be like an
happens.
expansion
And
of
ICE
the immigration court
now
system.
has the budget
More
that is
immigration
greater than
attorneys,
the entire budgets
more,
that countries spend on
you know,
their
legal
militaries,
aides, more
detention
judges, so on
centers,
and so forth.
more prisons.
More
Tell us about the
courthouses.
end game for Stephen, because I don't think
Like,
I agree with you.
I don't think
I
that that's
don't
an
think this guy's
unreasonable
gonna
ask.
stop. I think he's like, I'm on a mission from
And
God.
then,
I have the power.
you know,
It's
once
now
like
or
an effort
never,
is made
and
to
I'm gonna get this
expand
done no matter what happens.
the court system to create a more stable flow through the court system, then you can actually legitimately at that point then you can legitimately assess which of these policies, what immigration policy is unreasonable or not. Otherwise, like,
But the thing is, they're willing
until
to work with
until this bottleneck
people
of
color,
like asylum seekers is resolved,
communities, if they
you
are
don't
in
know
favor of this
what immigration policy is bad or not, because you won't be able to separate it from
rejecting compassion
the issue of the bottleneck versus the policy.
ultimately, I think this is about creating a nation
They aren't judges, they are
where
article.
you are
Yeah,
American only if
you know what I mean.
choose hate
If you go to
and
an immigration
exclusion
court
for the
and there's a dude in a black robe sitting on a raised
that is
a raised
ultimately,
seat,
I think the
you know what I
country
mean?
that Stephen Miller wants to create.
If the
one that
military
is
told you when you
based
serve to
on
follow orders and do what
exclusion,
ICE.
you can be here as a person of color if you embrace this idea of exclusion and having a country
I'm trying to
that
think.
is,
That's actually a
majority white
difficult
and that
question because
believes that the ideals that we
so
have as Americans.
there's I don't know if I could honestly answer that yes or no. I'm ashamed. Like, I want to say like no, I'd you know, fight it. I'd rather get dishonorably discharged. But the fact is, the reason I joined the military was to, you know, provide a better quality of life for my family. So that would be weighing in my head, like, at what expense, you know? If I was guaranteed like some sort of safety net, you know, employment safety net, then I would be more willing to just straight up stand up against it, you know? But if not, then it's highly likely I would, you know, as disgusting as it is for me, it's like, ugh, puts like a bad taste in my mouth. But luckily I don't have to make that choice. I did my 10 years, got out. Well, I had to get out for medical reasons, but I was no longer physically capable of meeting the qualifications. Just following orders. Yeah, we actually see that today within the Trump administration. Quite a bit, actually.
Americans are thanks to the accomplishments of white men, which is one of the ideas that David Horowitz put into Stephen Miller's brain. This idea that freedom and
actually,
justice and equality, all of these notions.
I don't, even if I did,
of white men,
you know,
in the history of America,
if I was in the
which
military and they said I had to help
the
ICE,
whole reality of the civil rights.
I am willing to say that I would not have made it easy
that's
for
what
them.
It's about hate
Like,
and having a country that is based on
what?
hate
There's a
and
term
exclusion.
for it,
And
where
he's willing to burn the country down in order to get it, folks.
like,
Gene, thank you so much for your
like
time.
a what's it called?
That was fantastic work. The
It's like a
800 people
silent
or so are watching
boycott or
right
silent
now. I'm gonna
protest
have
or
it up later
something,
today.
where you just
Strongly
feel like you
recommend
become
listening to
so
Gene, who
inept at your job. Yeah,
allowed
there it
me
is,
to
malicious
take,
compliance.
the
So,
DeLorean all the
that's
way from
basically.
his, Stephen Miller's supervillain
I can
origin
say
story to
with
where we are
100%
right now, where
certainty
masked
that if I was in the
armed
military
agents,
and they
along
said
with
I
the
had to do what
military
ICE
and National
told me to
Guard,
do,
are terrorizing not just immigrants but Americans.
that's
And
that's
we
the route I
literally
would
in
have
the United
taken.
States of America now
I
have
would
a
have
concentration
become.
camp called Alligator
I would have
Alcatraz,
become
and
incompetent
we
enough
have ICE
to make
agents who
it
have a budget
working
of
with me a
$180
hassle,
billion, even
but
though people are
not
about to
enough
lose
to
Medicaid.
where
And this is all part
I
and
got
parcel
kicked
of
out
the
and
long-term
lost, you
vision
know,
and goal
my
of Stephen Miller. Hate Monger. Hate Monger is the name
benefits.
of Gene Guerrero's book. It's a definitive
Because the
book on
benefits weren't
Stephen
for me,
Miller. I
is,
strongly
you know,
think people
so
need
I
to
could,
understand his ideology,
so I didn't,
his end game, his
so I hadn't
worldview,
actually
so
had an
you
education, so I could
understand
provide for my family,
the
you know.
Trump administration and what's coming down the pipeline. This is what we're facing, folks. You have to understand it. You have to know it. You have to name it. And Gene is also an opinion writer for the New York Times. Gene, I know you're terrible at this, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Shamelessly promote yourself.
Yeah, so I'm a contributing opinion writer at the New York Times. So you can find my work, or you can follow me on Instagram at Jean Guerre, so JeanGuerre. I'm the author of Hatemonger, which you can get at any bookstore, as well as Crux, a cross-border
These
memoir.
don't sell for crap.
And Jean's Instagram is awesome because in addition to like all this smart stuff, she does all these cool things that I can do, like longboarding and like dancing. And then she goes to raves, and I'm like, I want to be Jean's friend. And then so I just live vicariously through her life because if I did any of this stuff, I would like. I would break my neck or something. Like,
good, he's dead.
I can't dance. I have like 2 left feet, but I'm like,
Oh,
at
good,
least
they're
there's
dead.
some journalists and writers doing
Finally.
cool things. So I live
Why isn't he
vicariously
picking him
through
up?
Jean's Instagram, which is always awesome. And also, more importantly, her books, her 2 books, Crux, a memoir.
He's supposed to be picking up dead bodies, and he's not.
This has been The Left Hook. I'm a terrible capitalist. I have no paywalls, much to the pain and sadness of my parents, immigrant parents. Everything is free. If you have a few bucks, become a paid subscriber. I have like 800 kids. It goes a long way. I've had 3 interviews today, one with Michael Wolff, another one with Barry Levine, who did a really great, again, just like Gene, he connects the dots. He's been following Trump, Epstein, and Maxwell for 2 decades. I'm gonna have it
Bloodbath up here. What
probably
the hell
5
happened?
minutes, and then today in the afternoon, I'm going to have Gene's interview up. For those who have joined us late, don't worry, there'll be a transcript and you can follow it. Everyone, be kind, be empathetic, and know that none of us are going back. Our futures are intertwined and shared. So everyone needs to speak up, and democracy is an active sport. We're dealing with fascists. I think Gene will agree with my assessment. And you have to take on fascists.
I just saw the question. Would you follow George Washington into battle?
Down, protect yourself, your neighbors, and your family members.
I have no idea.
Oh, please, folks.
You know,
do not.
Everyone had their own reasons.
Thank you all. Thank you, Gene. Thanks for taking the time.
I think there was more unity of purpose. At least that's my interpretation. So I honestly don't know. You know, it's impossible to say because everyone's life is different.
And welcome back to Mea Culpa, my friend Norm Eisen. You know, just as a quick note, do you realize, my friend, it's been almost 10 months since I've had you on Mea Culpa. It's shocking. Shocking.
Unbelievable.
I haven't seen you in a while.
It's nice to be back.
It's great to have you because there's so much crazy going on. Going to jump straight into it. Hey, Norm, 6 years since Jeffrey Epstein's death.
Yeah, I want to say that I would, you know, just for the sake of independence. But the fact that they were only fighting because they were sick of being taxed, it would probably depend on how much the taxes affected my life. You know, I wish I could answer definitively yes or no, but I really can't. You know, I think independence for independence' sake is a good cause. Just it's impossible to tell.
And his files are not being released, and of course, I'm speaking about the Trump Epstein files. Shortly after we at the Democracy Defenders Fund filed our FOIA requests, someone told the newspapers, the Wall Street Journal, yes, there are Trump Epstein files. So that's been publicly confirmed now. Let's start by seeing every mention of Donald Trump in the Epstein files. We have heard reporting that Pam Bondi told Donald Trump that material is there. He's named. Every American deserves to see it. And until we get that Trump Epstein material, these questions are going to continue to swirl. So we have to start there. But of course, we need a much broader set of information. Anybody who's mentioned in there.
Camel Tony, since you're back, I meant to ask you earlier. Why do you end your statements with "Thank you for your service"? I feel like you're a scripted bot.
That's why we've filed FOIA requests, 7 of them, for all of that. And you know what? If they don't turn over the information under the Freedom of Information Act, It allows you to litigate, and we've opened over 100 legal matters at Democracy Defenders Fund.
But so Norm,
we're ready to go back to court to get the answer to your question.
Well, I'm sure you will. But here's the funny thing. You know, I have no faith in FOIA. I filed over 5 years ago regarding my own personal documents in regard to the Russia hoax, in regard to the unconstitutional remand of me, which you assisted in the amicus on.
The Olive Branch petition. Read it.
And I appreciate
maybe
that
one day. Maybe
thanks
one day.
to you, I got out.
Remind me another day.
Was granted. But my point is, 5 years, I have not gotten a single document, despite the fact that the judge gave me expedited discovery on the documents. 0.
Well, the FOIA does not always do justice, but Michael, there's something different here that we did not have in your case, and it's something that gives us an extra weapon.
Oh, did you? I forget what I was going to make.
As you know, one of the tests the court has to answer is releasing this information in the public interest, and the government has given you the runaround. I will say both administrations.
Oh, green fruit. Need to figure out how to grow green fruit.
Administrations, presidents of both parties, because we know, they.
Weird.
The Department of Justice doesn't always live up
Can't
to
construct a green fruit farm.
The Trump administration is seeking to unseal grand jury
Doesn't
materials.
show
and
up
arguing
for research
the
either.
Public interest exception applies to Jeffrey Epstein materials. They've shot themselves in the foot, Michael. So we have
No
an
green fruit.
extra weapon that we can use here. We'll say, hey,
What am I
they
missing?
admitted it, Judge. I wish we
It's weird.
had that in your case.
In my case, I didn't need
I got a potty.
the government coming in and
I got a
saying
potty.
it. The judge himself said it was
True.
retaliatory.
True.
It was
But
a
that-
violation of my First Amendment constitutional right.
But that handling of your FOIA was not right. The handling of your FOIA was not right.
Yep. So, Norm, let me ask this, because we're talking about Pam Bondi, Trump's current attorney general and newly elected Bill Barr fixer. She had ties to the Epstein, Florida legal defense team. Now, basically, she's gone radio silent on every open lead tied to Epstein's trafficking ring. So the question that I really want to know, that my listeners want to know, by the way, we turned over 500 million downloads since starting.
Amazing.
My question,
Congratulations.
Thank you. How deep does the institutional rot go? And how complicit is the DOJ today?
Well, what's happened at the DOJ is one of the great abominations in the history of that storied institution. Because from Pam Bondi on down, you have Trump's former defense lawyers, Todd Blanche, Mr.
Emile
Sauer,
Beauvais, yep.
who's the Solicitor General Beauvais, who was just confirmed for the Third Circuit. How can you trust the functioning of the DOJ when it's been taken over? I remember Todd Blanche cross-examining you when it's been taken over by Trump's mouthpieces. By the way, you got the best of Todd Blanche. The jury believed you, not him. I was there for every minute of it. Went on TV and people said, "Oh, Todd Blanche."
You know what? I'm definitely really thinking about the
Trusted Michael Cohen. They liked
the
Michael Cohen. They
would you,
believed Michael
if you were ordered to do what ICE said, if you would do it? Like, I'm really trying to honestly give that question the attention it deserves.
Virginia Giuffre's suicide, which took place.
Because that's like,
last
to me, that's like a really serious
Literally
question.
sent shockwaves through
And
this
the fact that I wasn't honestly able
DOJ
to answer
offered
no
no
right away,
statement,
like,
no investigation.
that really bothers me, like, about myself.
Is this administration deliberately burying the truth by, I don't know, outlasting it?
this administration is doing everything in
And
their power
so I was
to
in
protect at least Donald Trump.
I was
and maybe
in
others.
satellite
Look at the latest
communications
outbreak.
when I
They've
was
moved
in
Ghislaine
the Army.
Maxwell
So
from the
I
prison
wasn't
where
like
she was
a
being incarcerated.
I was never
reportedly.
a front lines doing the grunt work kind of stuff. Like I wasn't firing rounds at people. I wasn't, you know, firing artillery. Um, I was working at like a fixed location on a base, and the only responsibility I had was to ensure communications between two end users stayed active. If there was faulty equipment, we had to troubleshoot it, you know, ensure that the communications remained active. Now, I want to say, like, I think it's more likely than not that had I been on like, the active, like, in your face part of what ICE is doing, had I been in the military and they told me to do that, I believe that it's more likely than not that I would have resisted. I don't, I honestly do not believe that that's something that I would have like just jumped right into, um, and done so willingly. But as my position was in satellite communications, I also think that it's highly likely that even though I would have disagreed with it, um, considering it wasn't like happening in my face, it wasn't something that I had to actively engage in, um, then I probably wouldn't have, you know, resisted what I was doing. Like I wouldn't have been actively disrupting, you know, communications between, you know, for missions, even though I had that capability. So that's that's my best assessment that I can give that question. Who's messaging me? Oh, strawberry lemonade. No, I don't. No, no thanks. I don't need a strawberry lemonade drink. Too sugary. I've already eaten like half a bag of Kit Kats. That's enough. I gotta learn to stop at some point. Alrighty, man. Enjoy dinner. I'm getting hungry myself. I got an email I gotta check. Oh.
To much more favorable circumstances, a completely different facility. Does anybody really think that the administration is engaged in an independent investigation in talking to her or seeking to get grand jury files unsealed? They're not to be trusted. And every indication is
Already read that one.
that they're protecting Donald Trump. Why else would they be holding back the information about him? We have to have those files. So, yes, as long as the Trump Epstein files are being held back, that is one very big piece of truth that is being buried.
So, you know, it's funny because I get a lot of pushback when I went on television and I spoke to reporters, and they asked me a relatively similar question. And I turn around and I say, look, I can play both sides of the coin. I can turn around and find reasons to have suspicion that Donald Trump had a role in this. And then I can find the opposite side of the coin that, yes, we all knew that he's going to be in those files. Question becomes, well, does that mean that he was just in the phone book along with other people like Bill Clinton, like Prince Andrew, and dozens of other celebrities? We don't know. And this is the part that bothers me more than anything. See, Norm, I could sit and spend hours talking to you, first just bullshitting around, friend to friend, asking sort of these type of questions. But the truth is, we shouldn't have to be asking these questions at all, right? I mean, I hate these conspiracy theories that are coming out. Just release the damn documents. I mean, I remember watching on TV, Norm, as did you, of Pam Bondi and a bunch of those sycophantic asses holding up that 3-ring binder that basically said, right, the Trump-Epstein Democratic scandal and so on, like Pizzagate Part 2. But that's not what it's all about here. And now, all of a sudden now, nobody wants to release the doc. Oh, they're afraid for the victims. Well, you know, I sat and I watched the other day on CNN as Caitlin
Oh
Clark
snap!
had
It's
the
Ted Cruz. No
family of
way.
Virginia Giuffre on, and they turned around and said her dying
What's up,
wish,
Raphael?
her dying
How's it going, man?
wish was that those files be released so that her voice, even in death, would not be silenced.
That's what we have to have, and we're not going to rest until we get that. We're going to advocate for it in the court of public opinion. We're going to fight for it in the court of law.
Well, good luck to that. You know, I mean, it's already 6 years since Epstein's death. I certainly hope that it doesn't take 6 years before a document gets released.
Okay.
All I know, again, I'm 5 years into mine.
Okay,
and I
not
still
gonna tell me
haven't gotten
anything.
a
Cool.
single piece of paper. Meanwhile, from Mar-a-Lago to Manhattan, it is indisputable
Prince broken on
that Epstein
Yeah.
had many friends and many friends in high
I wouldn't
places.
be surprised if
Why does it still seem like the real
that's an attempted excuse.
the full scope of whether it's blackmail, trafficking, political leverage, why does it feel like it's all being actively kept from the public?
I don't know, because Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Donald Trump said, hey, we'll get to office, we'll release everything. Well, they're there. Pam Bondi said she
Would have
had
been
all the
nice if
material on her desk.
would have been nice if the previous administration released it. It would have been nice if Republicans pushed for its release during the previous administration.
You know, and again,
Would have been nice if the current administration released it. Would have been nice if the current administration didn't lie to us and tell us they were going to release it and then change their mind when they found out how much Trump's name was actually in there. Would have been nice, but at last, here we are.
Or anybody else. It's
We are now
basically about
moving
Jeffrey
a
Epstein and
sexual
Ghislaine
predator
Maxwell. All the
to
questions
a
are directed to them. We all know that. So the folks, the enablers,
minimum
the
security
sycophants that are
vacation resort type of prison,
they're just advising him wrong,
who
because I
coincidentally
believe he
now
doesn't
says
want
that
this story to go
she
away.
never
And I
saw
think
Trump
you'll
do anything that
probably
concerned her.
agree
Well,
with that. He wants
like what
this
does concern
story
her?
gone
Like
from
she
well, the only way to make this
she
story
molested
go away is to
and
release
sexually
release the
assaulted
documents. Or
hundreds, if not
maybe
thousands,
set up
of
a commission, a
victims.
bipartisan
And
commission.
since that didn't concern her,
Why
then
won't
I'm
they
willing
do
to bet
that? Or
that
an independent counsel.
there was absolutely
what is
nothing.
Trump's
That she's telling the truth when
current
she saw nothing
former defense
that
lawyer,
Trump did that
he's
concerned her.
beholden to him.
It fits.
Nobody trusts the
If
man,
her
Todd
own
Blanche.
act of sexual assault doesn't concern her, then someone
Deal
else's
with
isn't
these
going to either.
issues. Why is he interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell? Have somebody independent do it so the public can have confidence. Put all the files out there and let the chips fall.
Right. You see, I understand why they sent Todd Blanche. They sent him not as a member of the DOJ. They sent him as a fact-finding mission.
Nope,
It's a
nope, 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 nope.
fact-finding
Close,
mission.
close it,
If
close it,
there's
close it.
nothing there, now we
Ah,
know.
suckers!
If there might be something there, now
Get
we
locked
need
out,
to
scrubs.
figure out how to bury it, how we need to silence
So he was
that
there, in
information.
your view, he was there to benefit Trump, not to benefit the public interest of the United States.
No,
Is that what
I
you're
believe.
saying?
Sure, I believe that, but I'll tell you what else I believe. That what Trump should do is appoint a bipartisan
And it would be really
to
nice,
sit down with the file.
Yes.
based on
And
the
then to write a
situation we're in
report,
today,
just the same way
it would
that
be
they
really
did
nice
the, what do you call it,
if
Mueller
every
report,
single member of
the,
Congress
Warren Commission.
was
exactly the Durham,
in support
Durham
of
report.
the
I mean, it's
release
this
of
is
the
way,
information,
because I could understand
uh,
that there might be
and
information in there that should not
showed,
be released
you know,
to the American public.
loyalty
I totally
to
get
the
that. But
rule of
there
law
are important public issues,
and
as you
support
have said,
of,
hence why you're filing
you know,
those
making
FOIA
sexual
requests.
predators
There
face
are
justice
important issues
in our
that the
judicial
American
system
people
instead of
should be able
complete
to see
capitulation.
or to learn about, plain and simple.
That would be
That's absolutely right.
since Alaska to Russia.
So let me sort of change topics for
Man,
a second, because
I never
right
even
here
thought
is
of that.
so much chaos
Like, hey,
right
you
now
can have
coming out of
Alaska, but
DC,
you got to help us take Greenland,
misinformation,
because apparently that's
disinformation,
important.
malinformation. July report came out.
Ugh, don't give them any
Over
ideas,
100,000
please.
jobs short of forecast. Again. And yet, Trump's economic team, they go straight onto television. They call it record-setting
There's like,
success.
oh,
Are we now living in a
I got a bling. Someone followed. Appreciate it, whoever that was.
perception trumps reality?
Follower goal met, 20 out of 20. Woot! Now I got to change my goal.
No, because Donald Trump's
I'll worry about that tomorrow.
popularity rating is 37%. That's what real people in the real world are seeing him do to their real lives. The big, brutal betrayal bill is going to throw millions of Americans off health care, take away food aid that they rely upon, job losses. It's going to have a devastating impact. People know it. They hate that bill. And what
the
was
hell?
Donald Trump's response
It's attacking me now.
to reality?
Douchebags.
He fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Well, he should fire himself. It's not her fault that we're short over 100,000 jobs. The guy is crippling the economy.
Well, let me just say this, because while his favorability ratings are at 37%, you're sleepy there, my brother, huh? You must be working like a
bored.
maniac.
Yeah. I'm bored with the ever plummeting Trump popularity numbers. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I really wish they just release all that information. So all these pedos, regardless of what party they're in, could just go to prison for the rest of their lives. It's freaking disgusting what they did.
Respectful, friendly amendment.
Like, there's,
Democrats
like,
are ahead
honestly, like,
on
it
the
doesn't matter
generic
even whether
ballot to take
Epstein
control
killed
of
himself or
House of
not.
Representatives.
If he killed himself, there's a reason, because he knew what was going to happen to him if all the evidence came out.
Even with low
If he was killed,
they still
it's because whoever killed him knew what would happen if all the evidence came out.
I've heard people say that, Norm, going back to the days when you and I was sitting around talking about Kamala Harris and, that election.
God, we gotta get,
it's
just disgusting.
All right? He literally wiped the floor.
It's like, for some reason, like, once you get to a certain level of, like, political or financial influence, you just become a freaking weirdo. Like, you're either doing, like, Nazi salutes while laughing, or you're flying on, like, a known sexual predator's jet without a care in the world. Like, just become freaking weirdos. Or you're sending pop stars into space. Like, come on, man. Like, you're telling me there's absolutely nothing better that you could do with that money and influence?
One who's going to believe their numbers anymore. And I believe that voices like yours, like mine, like Midas Touch, like Lincoln Project and others, everybody sort of needs to band together. We all need to start going back into the communities that feel disenfranchised by the Democratic Party. That, hey, fuck you, we show up 5 minutes before election cycle every single midterm or every single general election. And all we do is we make promises. They feel lost. They feel,
Best printer. No one else has a better printer.
By the party.
I see that now. Oh man, I can even hear it in his voice.
Where they're pissed off and use maybe
making that weird
Jeffrey
face he
Epstein
makes
matter as a
when he
way
thinks
to
he's
say,
said something
look,
intelligent.
let me be very clear. They turn around and they told you, I don't know, that tariffs are paid for by the country of origin. Well, how are your credit card bills?
Yeah.
How are your grocery bills? Are they not 30% higher? Are you getting less for the same or less for 30% less more on your credit card bills, right? Because tariffs are taxes and consumers pay tariffs. I just don't know why we're not in there and hammering this home.
Yeah, we are seeing some of the hemorrhaging effects, although we can't count on them. We can't be overconfident. Trump has fallen by more than 30% in the Latino and Hispanic community because of what he's done. He promised to go after the criminals. He's going after ordinary people. I represent the very first person to file a Federal Tort Claims Act case.
Well,
Adriana
according to them,
Rangel
anyone
is
who
filing that case under
came
federal
over
law
here
to clear
illegally
the
is a
state
criminal.
of this vehicle to bring these cases. So I think that we need to
Even if they've committed no crimes while being here.
constantly remind our communities,
Semantics.
like our Latino community.
And
Trump
unfortunately,
is
they're
no friend of
smarter than the
yours.
Democrats when it comes to messaging.
And of course, the Democrats are not popular, but Trump is much more unpopular.
Yeah, I've never seen an election won by saying who's less popular than the other. But it's funny because you said that Trump did what I could understand why he did it,
No.
firing
Oh, he died.
the person from the job report numbers.
BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Right. May and June's job numbers just came out revised.
Yeah.
Down by 170,000, right? For May and then again for June.
Oh.
From 170,000 to 14,000.
Animals for sale, huh?
Yeah. After Trump went on all of these, programs and his people went on citing those false figures, talking about
Let's
how
see.
successful
Do I want an animal?
his economic policies are.
I need a
These
pack beast.
are fake economic data. How can the public trust anything that's coming out of DC, whether it was intentional or clearly in this case not intentional?
Well, I think the public can trust the long-term professionals like the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, who Trump just fired. They can trust Jerome Powell, the head of the Fed. He sees the inflationary effects of Trump policies, including the tariffs. The American people have to pay for the tariff it's passed along. So he's not willing to cut interest rates. He doesn't want to trigger heavy inflation. Those kinds of the Congressional Budget Office, they did very important work.
Yeah, I'll get a beast. Why not?
Reining in the big, brutal betrayal bill. You can trust them. Those who've served both kinds of administrations, DNR, them we can trust.
A pack bull, that's what I want.
And Janie's come lately, who are here just for Trump, who are loyal to him. You can't trust them, Michael. Don't trust them.
The youngest one.
Look
I'm
to
the youngest
the
one.
neutral authorities.
You ever try launching a podcast with zero experience? Well, let me tell you, it's like being tossed into a cage match with a grizzly bear, blindfolded, wearing clown shoes. I mean, when I started Mea Culpa, I thought to myself, come on, how hard can this be? Well, script writing, logos, production schedules,
No dogs?
deals, and don't even get me started on the tech setup. I mean, I
That's
felt like I
rude.
was decoding the damn Matrix. If only I had Shopify when I launched this beast.
Okay.
Shopify, ify.com/Cohen. One more time, that's shopify.com/Cohen. So let me ask you this, because I want to talk about the tariffs, right?
Beefcake.
Talking about the tariffs, and according to these insiders, this is great. We're making $37 trillion is going to be, the number, which of course is more than our entire GDP. But Trump just is, of course not. Of course not. But Trump has new tariffs now on
Okay,
China,
you, Mr.
on
Beefcake.
Mexico, the EU. I don't know an easier way to say
follow.
this, but it is devastating. Small manufacturing hubs, small businesses,
Oh, actually, no.
especially in red states. So the question I want to ask you, again,
I'll just come
going
over here
in
for
there,
now, weirdo.
guerrilla warfare when it comes to again, bringing these people back into the Democratic fold. How long before these working class voters realize that they've been conned?
Guerrilla warfare, but the peaceful and lawful kind.
Yeah, I'm not talking about. I'm
Metaphorically, yes. So we're gonna
grassroots.
Crap.
Campaigning.
Where these guys come from?
Seeing
Oh boy.
extreme low approval
I'm about to get wrecked.
37% for Trump and congressional Republicans losing on the
I am
generic
about to get
We're already seeing that
my
the
you-know-what
MAGA
pushed in.
caucus is being rejected by the American people. Now, we filed a brief on behalf of conservatives in these court proceedings over the tariffs. We wanted to make the point this is not a partisan issue. It's a bipartisan agreement that we have to have a strong economy for average American folks and for the least vulnerable. The story of the Trump administration is the opposite, Michael.
Why didn't I know they were attacking me?
Trump's billionaire and millionaire cronies, and you know who gets hurt? Average folks and the most vulnerable.
No,
by the way,
not gonna get in in
that's
time.
also
Oh
the
crap!
story of Trump's friendship with Epstein.
Close some of them out though.
Benefited
Ha!
his wealthy crony, and who was getting hurt all that time? Underage girls. It's so shocking. That's why the Epstein story has such legs. It epitomizes the scandal of Trump of helping the few at the expense of the many. He's a reverse Robin Hood. I don't think the American people are tolerating it. Trump's 37% approval rating. And I think that approval rating is going to go down even more. People see he's ripped them off. He told them he was going to do one thing. He is doing something very different.
So let me ask you, right, because under this administration, specifically Doge, I mean, they've siphoned off billions and billions, like $10 billion from labor, right? Why they did it? I don't know. Was it to fund Trump's new White House event space that will no doubtably be called the Trump Pavilion or, right, the Trump Hall or something at the White House? What does it say? What's that?
Until he's tossed out by the voters, and then they'll call it the first felon pavilion.
They're never going to say
or
that.
the 34 conviction dance hall. This is a waste of money, this construction. They don't need a ballroom in the White House. The White House is fine. When they need to have a ball, they put up a tent for state dinners. This is a waste of money. It's Trump's self-aggrandizement.
Please hurry up and kill those guys.
Again, it's like his plane. He's getting a Qatari jet.
Oh, okay.
And he's going to take it with him when he leaves for his library. Give me a break. So people see Trump is in it for himself, and I think they're very fed up, Michael. That's why he's got these rock-bottom approval ratings.
I mean, really, what does it say about a presidency when glitz wins out over job growth, and the ones that are getting hurt are his constituents more than anybody?
It says failed presidency, and that's what we're on the way to. Part of it is it's a dictatorial, authoritarian affair. American people don't want a dictatorship. That's why we got rid of King George III back in the 18th century. Donald Trump is not honoring his promises. The people are fed up with that. I see that in our over 100 legal matters. Every day he's breaking the Constitution or the laws. We're not letting him get away with it. We've been winning those cases. We got the first class action and preliminary injunction protecting birthright citizenship, the right of all babies born here to be citizens. We went to court. Trump was trying in his elections executive order to benefit his voters and make it harder for everybody else to vote. No, not allowed. We got a preliminary injunction stopping that. The AmeriCorps case, or the Voice of America case, many others, Donald Trump trying to dismantle government agencies. We've gone in, we've gotten court orders to push back. All those AmeriCorps kids are back.
Freaking hit this guy.
So Donald Trump is not only failing, he's doing so very visibly. That includes in court, and the country can see it. They don't like that.
Yeah. Well, look, while you make the claim that the American people are winning in the
guy needs to
courts,
freaking
one of
die.
the things, and we've talked about this offline and also on various other programs, when Trump said he intended to rewrite the Constitution to destroy our tripartite system of government, right, to do away with the co-equal branches, the legislative and the judiciary, he has all but effectively done that to the legislative branch. They're
Oh, we won!
They're impotent. They're there to rubber stamp whatever he wants. That's our legislative body. You got the House. Well, nothing is going to happen there as long as Mike Johnson is the speaker. And the Senate, even confirming, dude, they could bring in Rin Tin Tin, right, as a federal court judge, and Rin Tin Tin, the famous dog, or Lassie, or freaking Godzilla, would end up being approved by the Senate. They don't care.
Yeah. Well, Rin Tin Tin and Lassie would be more qualified than some of the nominees that Donald Trump has been putting forward for the federal bench. There has been an abdication of responsibility in Congress by the MAGA caucus. They go along with whatever Trump wants. The United States Supreme Court should be called the Supreme MAGA Tribunal. You've got 6 votes there in case after case without even saying why they're stopping lower court orders. But the good news, Michael, Donald Trump may have flooded the zone, but we've met that with rule of law shuck and off. For every case that he, for every time that he breaks the law, there's 2 cases in response where we're overwhelming his illegal behavior, and most of those cannot go to the Supreme Court. They just don't have the bandwidth. They're being upheld by lower courts. It's stopping a lot of wrongdoing.
Well, when we start thinking that the courts are going to be the ones to save us, once again, I have my suspicion. I mean, take a look, for example, with Judge Bozeman.
The hell? How's this guy
right?
still alive?
Chief Judge, D.C. District Court.
Get wrecked,
He
scrub.
ruled that, for example, Trump's mass deportations of Venezuelans, Salvadoran, and these and others, right? That you can deport them
Who's
under
leader of
the
this
Alien
debacle?
Enemies Act. He claimed that it violated due process. Within minutes of that claim by Judge Boasberg, Trump is out there on social media. All of his sycophants, enablers, his surrogates are calling him a traitor. Norm, my question to you, how dangerous is it when the President of the United States is personally targeting judges for doing their jobs?
It's dangerous. And John Roberts needs to be more outspoken in defending those judges. You can't have a president going around and attacking these federal judges. But Michael, we have to consider the reason he's attacking them. There have been about 200 cases where their courts have ordered Donald Trump's illegal activity to stop. We've never seen anything like that in the history of the United States of America. Such a tsunami of unconstitutional and unlawful behavior, but such pushback by the federal courts. Now, courts can't start themselves. People have to go to court. That's why my organization has brought these dozens of cases fighting back against Donald Trump. And the good news is we are winning in in the vast majority of cases, and the Supreme Court is
Yeah,
not
but the
touching
problem is
90%
he's winning
of them.
the important ones.
So even though
It's
Donald
about
Trump
quality,
has
not quantity.
captured the executive branch, the legislature, the judiciary, there's still plenty of pushback. And in the states, the state AGs and some governors, Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, have been absolutely terrific.
Well, let's talk about them for a second then. Well, actually, before I even get to them. So now that he doesn't like some of the decisions coming from these judges, like Judge Boasberg, Trump is floating the idea that he wants retroactive term limits for federal judges, right? And claims that he intends to restructure the judiciary right after 2026. Norm, we witnessing a deliberate authoritarian strategy to break the judicial independence, no different than he has just broken the legislative branch?
Yes, and we've seen this strategy play out in other backsliding democracies, Hungary, Poland, Turkey. But we know what to do about it, Michael. First of all, we have to defend and appreciate our federal judges, all of us. They have been so terrific, so fast, so strong. They've stood up for our Constitution. Second, we need to go to court to expose that Donald Trump's attacks on the judiciary are a sham. And third, the only place where we need relief is in the United States Supreme Court. We need a package of reforms because the rest of the courts are doing their job. The Supreme Court appears to be badly compromised.
Well, look, you know, you start bringing up, for example, Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker. We have a real serious problem right now. It's been obviously floated, poll after poll after poll, that Republicans will lose the House and possibly even the Senate, but definitively the House. Well, that obviously doesn't sit well with this administration.
Nothing is definitive.
And so what do? Well, you try to fix the field, right? And how are they doing that? Well, you reach out to, we'll call them allies, sycophants, enablers, like the governor of Texas.
He's one of the worst.
And they have now, through AI, they have now been capable of figuring out how to gerrymander the state so that you increase the likelihood of a Republican congressional win to add 5 additional seats. Basically, you're playing with the odds. The odds were 90% in favor of Democrats taking the House, whether it be by 2 votes, by 4 votes, by 6 votes, whatever it might be. Meanwhile, other than people like Gavin Newsom, who came right out and said, fuckers, you start trying this shit, we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to be able to add 8. Well, then you have Illinois, right? Pritzker turns around and says, we're going to do the same thing. Mind you, so far, the only one that's actually done it
Bleep.
is Texas. Where is the Democratic response
I do
to
not
this
want
type of
a drink from
action
Sonic.
where 2 years before the 10-year census, you're gerrymandering districts in order to improve the likelihood of your party retaining the House and the Senate?
Well, first of all, the Texas Democratic legislators who are in that body have been fighting furiously, Michael. So they are doing what
phone.
they can. I think there's
The
a
deuce.
committee hearing today.
I gotta silence some of these notifications.
Back and they're fighting. You do see Democratic governors, Newsom in California, Pritzker in Illinois, Hochul in New York, saying they're going to step up. Now they've got to step up and make sure that we do this. Third, there will be litigation about it. Fourth, I think there's a risk of unintended consequences because in order to recut these districts, they are going to make it harder for some Republicans to redistributing a limited Republican pool across all of the congressional districts. Some of those districts that currently have Republican heads are going to have more Democratic members. And that means that if there's a landslide, as we expect, if Latinos really are 30 points in the
Man, I forgot to
opposite
do
direction
something.
of where they were on election day, they've turned on Trump,
Gotta
which to
check.
me is very logical, which because of what he's done, he's attacked
Where?
the Latino community. I
No,
think
no.
you're going to see
Manage goals?
a
Probably manage goals.
combination of factors that will only make the victory for Democrats larger in the House of Representatives.
No, I'm not so sure I agree with that. I mean, in theory, it's a beautiful theory, right? But I kind of would rather have had it the other way, where, historically we have seen the House that the House changes from the controlling party.
Yeah.
And especially when the favorability
Did it
numbers
automatically
are
change?
where they are. So look, Norm, last question
It
for
did
you.
not.
I know you got a lot
Boo.
of work.
All
I
right.
know you're exhausted. I appreciate you joining me. It only has been, again, 10 months, my brother. It's been 10 months since I've seen you.
Michael, it's juggling all these 100+ legal matters. Wow, that is a lot of work.
It sure is. So here's my last question for you, because Norm,
Yes.
you've studied
Where'd it go?
authoritarianism globally. As a former ambassador, right?
Boo. It's not showing my follower goals.
experience,
Okay.
a writer, and everything. A television personality. Between these attacks on judges, the weaponized immigration policies, threats to the legal process, to due process, and so on, how far down the Hungary or Turkey road are we right now? How far are we?
We're at a crossroads. We have not tumbled down the dictatorial sinkhole that those countries have. But these 2025 off-year elections in New Jersey and Virginia, the 2026
Oh, updating at the
midterms,
end of your
not
stream.
just
That's
in the
why.
House
Okay.
of Representatives, Michael, the down ballot races, governor, secretary of state, attorney general, those
That's
are the
why
races
it's not
that
showing.
adjudicate elections in many states. That sets us up for 2028. So we're at a
All right. Well,
critical
that makes sense.
crossroads. And whoever you vote for, this is not a partisan message. We need massive turnout in these elections, and whatever candidates you choose, I hope you'll make a pro-democracy
Oh man,
choice.
got lots of
The
follows
most
today.
pro-democracy thing that your viewers can do
A 5.
is turn out.
Well,
make
Ted
their
Cruz, if you're still
voices
there,
heard.
appreciate the
Like,
follow,
you
man.
make your voice heard, Michael. I appreciate it so much, and it's such an honor to be back with you and your wonderful viewing
Even
audience.
though your beard does not make you look more less ridiculous, or any less ridiculous.
The Mea Culpa
By the way.
podcast is truly terrific.
Well, you're terrific, Norm. And again, thank you for everything that you're trying to do. This is not an easy job. It's not an easy job. One of the things that you may
Ted
remember,
Cruz.
I called you and I said, I so appreciate
So
what
dedicated
you're doing,
to the
what you're
Republican
trying to
cause
do on behalf of
that he lets
the
Donald
American
Trump
people, on
trash his
behalf
wife
of
and still
our
kisses his
democratic
ass.
republic. I said,
That's
but
dedication.
Make no mistake, they, meaning this administration, each and every one of them that Trump has installed in the various positions, they don't play, right? They play to win. And you're putting yourself in a position where, and I've been down this road, they will come, they will attack you. All right? Whether it'll be legally, personally, dox you, SWAT you. I've had it all. I've had it all. And it is a terrible, terrible thing. Terrible. So I just want to say, on behalf of all of my 500 million folks that have downloaded Mea Culpa over the last 5 years, let me say we appreciate everything that you're doing. I know you're tired. I know my poor friend's yawning all over the place. I understand it. Just please protect yourself as well, because
Welcome home, Shades.
Norm, you're a national treasure.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. And I'm going to work even harder to safeguard our Constitution and laws. And now I'm going to go have a Diet Coke.
You'll go have a very strong black coffee, my brother.
All right.
See
Great
you
being
soon.
with you, Michael. Thank you.
The same.
Oh, wow, that's it. That was a short episode.
As Republicans try to gerrymander their congressional maps in Texas, Democrats are taking a stand. One of them, Representative Trey Martinez Fisher, is here to discuss.
When was
Welcome
this?
back
Oh,
to
8 hours,
Defending
okay.
Democracy. I'm Mark Elias. Let's get started. Trey Martinez Fisher, welcome to Defending Democracy.
Thank you for having me. Such an important message.
Yes, it is very important, and I want to jump right into it. So, you and your
I don't know if anyone's watching or not.
legislature.
I haven't gotten a message in a while, so I don't know.
To leave the state of Texas to break quorum. For people who don't
What's up?
know what a quorum is,
Oh.
In order for a legislative body to act, there have to be a certain number of members in attendance.
I mean, you can. You can talk.
Without a certain number of members.
Is it embarrassing?
Essentially, the chamber can't conduct business. So we're seeing literally hour by hour the Republicans in the state of Texas lose their collective minds and show them for what they are, which is Trump authoritarian wannabes. You know, there is kind of a escalating competition between the governor, who went to court, the attorney general who criticized the governor for going to court, saying he wants to go to court, and then if that's Tweedledee and Tweedledumbest, the senator from Texas, John Cornyn, has somehow thinks he can involve the FBI in all of this. But from where you sit, can you just start by telling us what the latest is on things? And then I want to talk about the process and kind of like how we got here.
Sure. Well, Mark, thank you for having me. This is a great platform because it's about voting rights. It's about our democracy. It's about waking this country up to recognize like this is being robbed right before our eyes, and we have to do something about it. Where we are, we are in the Illinois area. We have been here for some time now. I think today is day 4, and the legislative session ends on August 18th. And so we, despite all the threats that we have, not just from Trump and the FBI and our governor, we had a bomb threat at a place we were staying at just yesterday. We have increased our security. We are here as a guest of Governor Pritzker, and he and his team and have been tremendous in looking out for our safety. So we have sort of, hunkered down and tightened our security, but we are not giving up our ability to talk to people like you and these platforms so they know just, hey, man, how much we're sacrificing for this democracy and how we're all in this together and how we all need to do our part. But as it stands right now, Texas cannot adopt a map unless they have 100 House members on the House floor. And as of today, they are denied that number because of our quorum break.
Okay, so first of all, look, you're gonna hear me say this over and over again, but I'll do it the first time now. You guys are the heroes of this. I mean, like, you guys are not just talking about helping save democracy. You are actually doing something to help save democracy, and you're doing it at great personal inconvenience and expense and threats. And so my thanks to you, and the thanks, frankly, of millions of Americans for the bravery and the courage you are displaying. And again, you're gonna hear me say this several times, so get used to it. But let's start with kind of the beginning, which is that Republicans gerrymandered the state of Texas in 2021, right? Like, people need to realize that it's not like Republicans in 2021 were like, let's do everything totally fair, totally on the up and up. They engaged in gerrymandering. They've been sued over their illegal maps. Those cases are still pending. My law firm is actually involved in representing plaintiffs in that case. So, the Republicans come at this from my standpoint with sort of a lot of dirty hands to begin with. These folks had really screwed over Texas voters and particularly minority voters in what they'd done in 2021. But bring us now to, I don't know, a month ago, a week ago, whenever the story begins. When did you get a sense that, having done what I called was an obscene gerrymander, they now wanted to do a grotesque gerrymander?
there were two big clues, right? But the proper background is for the listeners and viewers. Texas has never been able to survive a redistricting census since the inception of the Voting Rights Act without either being sued and called to the carpet or being stopped by the Department of Justice. So they're traditionally bad actors, right? So this isn't new. But where we are about a month ago, I had two flags. We had the speaker, the governor, and lieutenant governor all lock arms and say that they were going to give Trump this redistricting do-over. That was flag number one. Flag number two was